Futures back in the negative side. Here's we await. There it is. 190,000 versus 195,000 on the initial jobless claims on the week-over-week number. So finally, maybe heading in the right direction here. 195,000 expected. Continued claims, 1.6 million were expected there, 1.7 on the continued claim side. So yeah, futures back to the upside on that number in a big way here, as we finally get a print on the jobs data side of things that is heading in the right direction. Hopefully we'll see the same come on Friday at this time as we get February non-farm payrolls, the next big economic release to come. You saw on that list as well, Fed's bar coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. I read that as a prepared speech, so might not be a big deal, but we'll let you know anything that comes out of that. No Powell today, which is the good news to start things off. On a busy Thursday morning, Silvergate obviously the top of everyone's mind, back to the downside in a big way as they come out and say they're going to wind down operations entirely. So not much fallout surrounding that. Some of the other crypto-related stocks specifically under pressure, but Bitcoin and Ethereum not really seeing much downside, down about 1% each at this point. We'll talk about that. Another investigation into a fatal crash for Tesla. Tesla down about 3% here already this morning. So a few individual names moving around more so than the overall market at this point. It's Thursday, March 9th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a continuation here, even for the market trying to go green. In fact, for the S&P right now on that number. Again, if you're just joining a little late, finally, Sharif, a number jobs related, anyways, that's heading in the right direction here.
Yeah, it's nice for a change, Brenda. We've been getting a lot of negative stuff lately, but yeah, showing that the market is very data dependent, as the Fed is as well. So it's just a bit of an echo of that. Let's see what today brings. Yeah,
here we go. Revised even once more, 211 to 195. So 211 now, 195. So 1.7 on the continued claims, 1.6 was expected there. So both helping this decent pop here, guys, in the overall market. 0.04 only left over for the S&P to get back to positive territory. A day after, Powell says, yeah, there's still too much strength.
Yes, sir. It's a good start. Definitely got to respect it. The bigger number, I think, is obviously tomorrow. And we'll see what happens with that non-farm payrolls. But not a bad start here today. It was looking like it was going to be red on the weakness of Tesla. Some of the crypto names, obviously, as Brandon alluded to the downside. I've already taken 2 shots at Silvergate, and there'll probably be a few of them 0 for 2. Well, not 1.5. 0.5 on Silvergate because the initial short was pretty good. But Tesla's actually approaching 180 here. So we're already getting to some big levels. Afternoon high on Apple is going to be in play in about 2.5 seconds. Not really. But this move to the upside, the question becomes, can we actually follow it through? My guess is it's still going to be a little bit of a range-bound day because of bigger numbers tomorrow. So I want to kind of cool off on the notion that we're just going to scream to the upside. But this is kind of what we're looking for, a little bit of weakness in the job market. I know bad news is good news. That's just how it is. I think it's going to be an exciting Thursday where we can get down to some actual data that moves the markets. Yesterday was too much of an inside day, and that was Powell's fault. Well, that was not really his fault, but.
Yeah, no, it's as expected. I think right now we're throwing the register a little bit here. We're long the market. That number came out. We punched it late, but we got it right there, breaking that little high right there, 22.90. We're long the TQQs now. So, hey, look, finally a good number. We got to go long. We have to go long. I was going to, I did write, I'm on my sticky note right now, writing it down. I had an offer right here at 180 for Tesla, but with this hot number, I get, well, hot in the good sense this time, back up to the upside right now for jobless claims. I'm just going to stay long the market right now and then work off. It's too bad. I wonder if this Tesla 180 is going to be, you know, yesterday right there. Man, darn it. Okay, right there, 180 as that bottom. That's what I was going to go short off of. Right now, it looks silly that I pulled that offer because we should be short right now, but I pulled it. Let's just wait, see what this number does. I'm going to give this TQQ position back to this bottom here. breaking back down through 50, I believe. Yeah, so if we break back down below 50, then we're going to get out. We're going to look to average in right where that number started. So for right now, we're long the market. Let's see if it can work, man. That's a 211 versus 190 on the jobless claims. Okay, so more jobless claims should mean maybe this economy finally is starting to cool down, so we can, not get 50 basis points. I think that's going to happen. But as Powell said, Brendan and Sharif, it's data dependent at this point. So that's sort of what I meant yesterday, that Powell's just hands are tied temporarily for now. So let's wait to see what that number comes tomorrow, and then we'll go from there. But here we go, man. Finally a nice number. Got us back to flat on the day. Let's see if we can hold.
I was just double checking on some rates here as well. I'll pull this up because we had a decent move so far for the 2-year. We're actually gapping higher on the daily chart for the 2-year, back to 52-week highs and then some. 504 at the top there, 504 and change even for the 2-year. Coming back in though with this data just coming out, there's the 10-year, yeah, below 4, 399. So back to the downside as well for both the 2-year and the 10-year. We'll keep an eye on both of those throughout the day as well. This was what we sat down to this morning. More rate hike fears to come after Powell spends 2 days pointing out the fact that not only there's 2 jobs, he was saying, for every 1 applicant still. Now we finally get a number that says, if anyone's just joining, more jobless claims last week than expected. That's why you're seeing this move in the market.
Yeah, I mean, like you and I talk about a lot, we're probably going to see fluctuations, a good print, a bad print. The market will trend until there's a decisive trend, either, you hope, to get inflation under control. But yeah, I'm keeping my eye on the 2-year here, Brendo. It looks like we were knocking on the door of 5% yesterday, so not quite there.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Right out of the gate yesterday, it was so strong for yields as Powell continued his testimony. I'm just checking back in on these. Here's 1.7 now for Bitcoin, right back to this low, 21,600. Ethereum as well. Session lows, anyways, coming into play here, 15.3 or 1,530, I should say. 1.2 to the downside for Ethereum. I mean, all in all, this could have been bigger moves. We saw, when this news continued to kind of trickle out over the past couple of days on Silvergate, we saw 4.5% to the downside for both of these, just going back a couple of days, guys. Now we finally get confirmation Silvergate will wind down operations.
Yeah, look, and at the end of the day, just keep one thing in mind. Like the 2 major crypto banks, Silvergate was 1/10 or something like that of Signature in terms of what the deposits were. So it's definitely a big deal. It's not as big a deal if it had been Signature Bank, but at the end of the day, I'm going to quickly say something about Google here because I have to. I just jumped on the bid in front of 94, and it's not to change the subject, but you had the bottom 93.5, and my mind's here first, guys. The 50-period moving average is something we've been working off of or liking on this name, so it's trying to bounce off it right now. It broke out. I don't want to have breakouts when there's a number because then you get filled kind of on that number coming out, but now that it's cleared out and is above there, I'm looking for a little bit of a dip buy here. I'll probably dip buy again 93.80. But sort of going back over to crypto land, look, SI is probably going to squeeze multiple times today. And I've had the short. Like, I was in the short early, just to show you guys what happened in the stock. I was in the short early. It was looking pretty good. I got a stop out there. I re-entered at the $3. That was looking pretty good, then got stopped out again. So I'm down on Silvergate, and I'm looking where the next pop is going to be. There's going to be a lot of short covering in this name for obvious reasons. Like, yes, it's probably potentially going to zero, but that doesn't mean that you aren't going to have some, like relief rallies, dead cat bounces, short covering, whatever name you want to give it. It was over 70% short float, and so you're likely to get some, squeezing, and that's just how it's going to be. So it's SSR. You're going to have to short pops in this name. That's the only way you're going to be able to get in unless there's an uptick, and that's the way I want to approach it. I like that $3 level. There was some covering in the after hours, and 350 was that top. So I feel like the next move up, 350, $4, $5, anything obvious is where I'll be looking for turns on this particular name. And then, of course, the other thing I'll be looking at is Coinbase. I think I don't want to ignore Coinbase here, that $60 flat bottom break. It doesn't even break 60 on this news. So It feels like Coinbase is trying to hold a good low here, and buyers just keep supporting it off the 200-period moving average. As long as that's happening, I just feel like you have to temper your expectations on any short the pops, which have all been good. Whether it was 67 or 65, wherever you happen to catch it, those are the prices I've been doing it. It just doesn't want to break these lows. So until that happens, temper some of the expectations, shorting any pops in something like a Coinbase. And if this market continues the relief rally, you know, you don't want to stand too far out in front of this because, like you said, short covering is going to be a thing for some of these names today.
All right, yeah, I mean, SI still with a monster short interest. We just tweeted out our sticky note. You can find it there. It's in the chat or at my Twitter profile. All right, so what's the name? SI, so Silvergate. So let's look at this right now. Still, I put 80%, but still 71% short flow right now. I would expect this short flow to get actually a little bit lower as hopefully some traders are starting to cover at some point. But either way, man, that's still the biggest short float around, I would think, unless CVNA, what's Carvana at? 52 now. So still very short on this name. Look, I thought it was going to be pretty simple here. Shorted against $4. It's kind of just a random level. There's really nothing there. If you go back to a 20-minute chart, I mean, it's 450, 460 right into here. I just feel like an even $4 level, probably short into that. I mean, you can have 450 as that bottom. I don't think you want to go long this name until we actually make a bottom on this. And that bottom was made potentially at 220, but you know, that's a long ways away from here. That's another 20 or 30% down from here. Take off $1 off 3, and then you're right back down to that low that we saw even this morning at 730. So I don't know. It's a nice move up there. Retail woke up and was like, let's buy this thing. But for me, nah, I'm going to wait until 450 in order to make a decision on this. I do have pending orders right now at 350, and then we'll see if it goes. I'm going to cancel at 350, wait a little closer to $4, use $4 as our out. But we are long right now. We talked about being long the TQQ. We finally get a good number here out of the market. So I think we hold long and we just hold it all day. Honestly, I'm going to have one more out right here at yesterday's close. Well, we're at yesterday's close. I thought I put it at yesterday's close. Oh yeah, up here. This is where we wanted it, up here. So 23.10 or so is where we're looking to get a piece out. We're almost there right now. Hopefully it comes up, touches that, and then we'll work off of that trade. So yeah, so far so good, man. We punched a little bit late into the market, but if we finally have good news, let's just go long and see what happens. I like that Google. We're waiting for a lot of different trades here. I did cancel the Tesla short. I still like this short near this 180 mark, but you know, I put on the sticky note that this jobless claims number has definitely changed everything. When you write it out before this happens, you know, that's a big move right there. So I like this. We were down, what, 0.6, 0.7, so it's a nice move back up to flat here. We'll see if this can continue, but here we go, man. TQQ's in the market starting to rip a little bit. The ES, by the way, guys, is at 4 right now. So ES is at 4,000. Obviously a key level that we're expecting to bounce around. There it is right there. 39.98 with the high of the day. High, low. Oh, that's still the TQQ. We'll find that out, but it's right there. I'll just look in and yeah, it's like 399.50. So we bouncing right off. I'm going to keep the ES up, not the NASDAQ, even though I'm in TQQ. Let's just see what happens here at 4,000.
All right, a few people kind of scratching their heads, it seems like, as far as what is happening for the overall market. If you missed it this morning or jumping in a little bit late, this was initial jobless claims, 211 versus 195, the continuing number as well, 1.7 versus 1.6, so both ticking back to the upside. For the first time in, I'll go back and check, but I feel like it's 3 or 4 weeks at least since we got a print in this direction. So we're back to bad news being good news for the overall market. It seemed to flip-flop there a little bit over the past couple of weeks. So bad news overall for jobs data, obviously. Good news for the overall market in, as Sean was saying, a sign that the overall economy might finally be slowing down a little bit. Let's bring in Luis Barbado from the Day Trade the World floor over in Barcelona, Spain. We finally got some camera issues sorted with Luis. Good to see you as always. It's been a pretty interesting week here as far as the overall market is concerned, with the market in focus. And I want to get your take on this right out of the bat. When we see an overall market event, such as Powell testifying for a couple of days, individual names and individual stocks kind of take a back seat, as we've been saying. How do you approach days like that when it comes to a lack of maybe volume in specifically small cap world or anything that's very volatile?
Well, first of all, you have to stick to your plan and be very patient. If your plan is to trade small caps on the long side or on the short side, whatever, and there is no volume, there is no small caps appearing every day, you have to be patient. Time will come back. So what we try is not to shift to another strategy, another style of trading. We just try to monitor better the market, to scan better the market, to, let's say, exploit better the few options that we have every day, go a little bit bigger if you have fewer options, but we don't try to shift to another strategy, another kind of trading. So being very focused and being very patient and selective in this market for small cap traders.
Yeah, it's a great point in that. I mean, we say all the time, you know, small caps specifically don't tend to follow the market, don't really care what the overall market is doing because of underlying catalysts for themselves. But on days when the overall market is in focus itself, it seems like some of these stocks will see lower volume. OCEA, let's jump into a few things here that are moving around this morning. We'll get your thoughts on them. OCEA just popping up here on a volume scanner this morning, up huge, 58%, doing all kinds of volume, just took out 750 there. Have you looked at this to start things off, and what do you think?
Yes, we have looked at it, of course. A little bit expensive locate on this one is $6 per 100 shares. Not very expensive due to the volatility it has, so it's okay. We have a movement to $26 a few days ago, so being a little bit aware that shorts are not getting squeezed again as this day. It jumped from one day from $3 to 10 and next day from 11 to 26. So careful with this one. We have resistance on $10. So let's see if it breaks 750 and it try to get to $10, we will short over there. But it's a stock with some criminal records, so be really aware of this one.
I like that. I think there's a long list that we can come up with of those types of stocks. ATXI, there's a bunch of them that are kind of in or around that dollar mark once again this morning, as we've seen throughout the week today. This one with positive news, up about 10.5%, on its way back down already. When you get that initial move, I mean, this was obviously aftermarket yesterday, and then you come in this morning and then we just get this dump right back to basically where it was. Is that just an avoid right out of the gate for you?
For us, it's an avoid. It's a lack of volume. It's already bleeding. So it didn't hold pretty nice with volume $1. So it's not in our radar today, ATXI.
We put on the watch list this morning, or back on the watch list, I should say, this UNCY, another one with huge volume so far pre-market. This one went, if you went, I think it was Monday, it popped up on some news. Hasn't really done much since, just kind of chopping around here. Give me your thoughts on this one.
But that's a nicer one. We have a lot of volume there, cheap locates. It's trying to fight this $2, $2.10 area. It would be very nice to see it break in, so we have a nice runner. Right now it's a little bit weak, still 40 minutes to go to the market open, so we have time. It has to hold here above 190, 195, and it's likely we see a sort of squeeze in the opening, breaking this 2-10. And we would like to see a reaction there, holding with volume those levels. If it happens, we're going to trade it very actively. And it was a very nice stock on Tuesday and also as well yesterday. So it's in our watch list for sure today.
Right, the big one, obviously, on everyone's mind, Silvergate, on this bankruptcy news or wind down news, however you want to talk about it here. We're down huge, kind of grinding back to the upside. It's at an interesting point. Obviously, there's the short side of things because we have such a high short float percent. How are you going to approach SI today?
It's a little bit late, probably. We should have gone short the last days. Well, actually, we tried to short it together with AI, but today we will look for the volume, probably very short-term trades with bigger size and not trying to forecast if it's going to go higher or lower, because it's with all the news already out and the bankruptcy field and everything, we're going to try to find nice spots to do fast scalps. I'm sure maybe Luca today in the afternoon he trades, he's going to enjoy it a lot, this one.
Yeah, it was such a huge move after the close yesterday that you kind of have to, I think, maybe let it sort itself out a little bit. Anything else on your watch list today?
Well, we have BLPH from yesterday was running out without a lot of volume. It didn't become parabolic and with exponential movement. Today, if it holds about $6, we might see another test to $7. So it's one of stock we have in our watch list today. You see it's holding pretty nice 6 so far pre-market. So let's see, we see it running over yesterday highs. We wish it runs for another day and probably can get to $8-9 resistances. And then on the big caps, we're checking Tesla, of course, since it failed this 200 area, $210 area. We're trying to short on the pops for the last 3-4 days. And NVIDIA as well is struggling the 242, I think, 243. This area is struggling to break after many days going up. So we're going to look for the short side on this one as well.
Yeah, I was surprised this morning reading about NVIDIA almost back to 52-week highs. Pretty impressive, to say the least, for not only NVIDIA, but that entire group. Great stuff. Luis Barbato from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. Best of luck today. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Brendan.
Thank
NVIDIA.
and all the camera troubles. Thank you so much. We guessed maybe he was on his cell phone. Right there is what we were guessing. But hey, man, communication issues. Thank you so much for coming on board and giving us all the goods, even despite said issues. But yeah, wow, NVIDIA. I didn't even realize that when he mentioned that was up to 240, 241.50 right now and starting to blast higher. I put AMD on my list here for today. Why AMD? Because I really think that we could take this 86. It's going to have some work to get into it right now. It is a nice little bump up. I'm going to take a small bid here at 85 on AMD, but I like this name. I like the rally potential here, especially if we're going to be right about this market today. And look at AMD. Look at these last couple mornings, man. Boom, that's a morning, that's a morning, that's a morning, that's a morning, that's one. So over and over and over again, and you're right up into some of this level here of $86. So we've bounced off here a couple times, and now we finally get something to cheer about. Let's see if AMD can get going here. The real bottom is 84 and 82. Like I wrote down 82 on this sticky note as a level for support, but again, that was before jobless claims. So now I don't think 82 even comes even close. So you're looking at maybe 84 as a bottom, and if 84 is going to be a bottom, then I'm going to start this trade at 85. So let's wait to see if we get an 85 print here on AMD, but yeah, I definitely like the semis. You know how much they were up yesterday? 2.4%. I didn't give you much time to guess, but that's what it was. So I think that if you're going to trade strength, that's where you want to be, man. NVIDIA, AMD, unfortunately, Neil, Intel, other names like that. I think we can get ready to rock and roll here. I mean, that NVIDIA, you have NVIDIA up, so I'm not going to go over Neil, but wow, what an impressive chart. They're all at their highs right now. AMD not at 52-week high, but NVIDIA sure is, and looking to go higher.
Look, the NVIDIA's daily chart is just completely, it's not insane, but I mean, come on. If you don't like that, then I don't know what kind of chart you're looking for. It's about as strong as it's going to get. It is at that top. And look, I understand, strong name. We talked about this in the afternoon. Like until it broke 240 yesterday, that was resistance until it wasn't. And when it broke, it went clean like $1 until the close, then went $2 full. So until it actually gets through 242.5, there's still a level to be respected there. I'm not in the short right now, which if this was 10 o'clock, I'd probably be short NVIDIA at that level. I'm not in it. So it shows you the caution that you want to put in this morning. And I think somebody asked, or I don't know, maybe I'm just on my brain here because someone said Intel. Would I short Intel on a day like today? Yeah, I mean, look, I think you have to be willing to make any kind of trade that sets up. So if I feel, which I kind of do, that this area on Intel, like this 26 to 26.10 or so, where we had that kind of failed breakout, it looked really strong, and then kind of failed this here, do I still think that's a resistance level? Sure, it's a lower high. Everything else is at the top. So yeah, I still think that's a resistance level. And that just means I'm willing to lose on that short. So if it comes in at the open, fails a 26 break, then I'd probably short Intel here. If you catch some bids, I just want to go back to NVIDIA because I think if we do get a dip down in, I like 238 a lot. It doesn't matter now because I feel like we're breaking away from it. So if it comes back into where the afternoon support was, I'll have to make that call and probably want to dip by there. But like Sean said, like you look at that before we get the number. So I was really thinking we're going to get 238 at the open, and then all of a sudden we're attacking the 52-week high. So that kind of came out of nowhere. That dip buy might have to be up at the 240 level instead. But you have to change your plans. Like, you're not going to get the prices you want on Alphabet, which, oh, by the way, I did get the Alphabet long. 94.14. It's kind of a weird price. 94.14. I initially did want something a little bit lower on Alphabet, but then things changed when 830 hit.
All right, so I'm very bullish today. I've already changed it over to a bull, and then Pratt in my ear is like, yo, let's rock this.
Yes.
So let's ask it. Are we going to be positive today on the S&P 500? There, that's pretty specific, right? Because right now we're flat, so let's go. Let's ask the 8-ball that question and see what it says. Only if Apple is negative. It's very, very confusing here. Let's go quickly over to Apple.
Oh, that's a problem.
Let's just see. So the market right now is up, and Apple is up more than the market. So
8-ball's
unfortunately,
fired.
8-ball today.
8-ball's fired.
No, but that means the market's going to be down. Because
It has to
only
be down.
if Apple is negative.
This is the market is going. So basically, it's saying the market's going to be down.
Right.
So
okay, so 8-ball thinks down, I think up. I'm still holding the long. We're nicely in now. 14 cents in the money right now. It's not huge, obviously, but we're gonna wait to see if the TQQs. We're right here, man. I'm waiting at 10. I'm waiting at 9s right now into that high from yesterday afternoon. Let's see if we can take that out. The high is exactly 10 to that top wick, 9 to the top 8 to the top candle, and that's where we stopped today. So that's not gonna matter. Hopefully the market opens up and we can start to scream. But I want to thank again D. Westermeyer for the 8-ball as it has customized answers.
Sir.
So we have a couple with Fahad. There's one about you rapping. There's one if Sean says so. And now we know that there's one about Apple. So this is really fun. It's been a really good time. And you know what stock I said to get the hell out of when it was at 140? JP Morgan right now breaking a little bit lower as well, down to this downside. So there goes JP Morgan. Let's wait to see what happens here. Negative on the banks today as the market's starting to go to the upside. Banks have performed really, really well since the beginning of the year when you've seen everything else. I mean, not really, really well, but they performed okay, 130 up to 144. I guess I was talking about, that October bottom that we saw in the NASDAQ. That's really made a move up to 144. So even JP Morgan up 45%, now giving some back. I wonder if it's time to get a little bit lighter on the banks. We've seen Canadian banks be pretty bad as well. And now you're moving into the U.S. side of things here. It is, Goldman Sachs as well. We talked about Morgan Stanley being a little bit better than the rest. Goldman has that nice trading wing to it as well, an investment bank, but with no new deals on the horizon. I know Stripe is coming, but I don't know if these guys are underwriting them or not. But anyways, nice little dump off here. And we've been talking about shorting these banks since we were at these highs. So far so good on some of that. But yeah, let's see what this market goes. Only if Apple is negative. So I don't think that's going to matter today, guys. Let's go back over to the desk.
I still say every answer should be Fahad says yes. The first segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code at the bottom there, TTV, will get you 10% off. Thanks once again to Surge Trader. Here's some analyst moves for you this morning. A couple of minutes to go before we get to 9 o'clock. Nice earnings report for ASAN. We'll get into that a little bit. Up huge here in pre-market. There was multiple positive analyst moves on the stock as a result. Hilton's here, MRO down here, Etsy, Hyatt, Fortune Brands, and Bausch & Lomb, all downside, guys.
So Etsy was the one that got the double downgrade. When you take, that's just when they take it down like 2 levels. It doesn't really mean, it is what it is. It went from like a buy to, no, I think it went from a hold to, I don't know, whatever. It was 2 of the grades. I don't remember which one it was. But it's not that important. What is important is the flat bottom break that Etsy put on here at 111. Okay, so, 111 was support on Etsy. If it gets there, if we have a strong market, and we do get a bit of a bounce, that's, that 111, I kind of look at levels like that and say, I want to short into it. So if we get up here like $3, Etsy becomes in play. I'm not going to have, I would never have orders out on an Etsy that's only done over 100,000 shares in the pre-market. It's not going to be liquid right now. The spread is going to be too big. It's like a 50-cent spread. That's way too big right now to be trading it. So I'm going to walk away, I'm going to walk away from the notion of, by the way, I'm not long SI. Yeah, we'll have to refresh the position board because I'm not long SI. I did get out. My last short I covered at 316, but I'm not long SI. So I don't want you guys to think that that's true. So Etsy, 111, I'd be short if it gets up there. That's a big if. That's the price I would like to trade off of or trade around. Not anything else in between.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll position board wrong.
Yeah, I don't think they heard me.
Yeah, I'm just telling him right now. I don't think he heard either. The position board for Hod is wrong right there. So they'll be looking at that. Okay, so Etsy, you talked about that a little bit. I mean, I still want to go back over to what's going to be one of the hotter names. We'll see. I mean, I hope it's going to be a hot name today. We shorted Meta yesterday and made all of our money short on Meta, but you can see today up 0.72. Look at this market starting to rock and roll. I didn't need to ask the 8-ball anything. I already turned that guy positive. We are really rocking with the TQQs now up that $0.25, still trying to go upside on that. But watch out for 187. I mean, I still like this 184.50 right there, where we've had some tops. Also respected there yesterday before that takeoff. And then, today we're right back into this 185 area. So let's just see if we can respect some of these longs. For a stock like Meta, I still feel like there's going to be lots of opportunity today in this market. But there we go, man. The TQQ is now starting to really go back up to the upside as the NASDAQ, I was going to say NASDAQ up 1%, but here we go. Yeah, buddy. It's a rally cry right now. So we'll go awesome for this market. We'll spend a little bit of cash early here. There we go, man, up to 27.28. I think we should take a little bit off here and then just hold the rest. It's a nice move, there's no doubt, but let's see if we can get another piece out here at 28, and then we'll get ready to go back up to that upside. But there it is. So far, so good here as we continue to make this move back up to the upside right now. Yeah, the position board, obviously not accurate now, but as it gets reset, I'm going to get out of a position.
It's now accurate.
Oh, now?
Now it's accurate.
Well, no, it's because it doesn't have me, but
it'll
have me once we get out of this position. Hopefully we'll take another bid here. We'll get a bid up to 23.28 I'm offering. So far so good on the TQQs.
Yeah, I just want to quickly show you guys something. I just got some out of Alphabet, but it just turned around at 94.70. So 94.5, kind of an unimaginative exit for the first bounce. It bounced right off that 94 level. We're going to like it. That's a 50 period. On the daily chart, this is a 3-minute chart. So we are headed upside. NVIDIA backed off, and you don't have to short. You don't have to short at a level just because you like the level. I know Sean was saying 180. I like 180 on Tesla too, but when you scream into it, you don't have to be there at 9 a.m. or 8:50 or whenever it happens. And there's NVIDIA right through that 242.5. I just want to see what happens at the open when volume comes in. It's a monster level, but this is a pre-market break of that level. Let's see what happens to this level when we actually trade there at 9:30. And if it holds upside, then the sky's the limit, and maybe you get a 250 print on NVIDIA today. But until I see that at the open, I just want to be cautious buying any tops here.
All right, let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market. We'll talk some futures levels that we need to be aware of today. Finally, Arun, we get print on jobs data in the right direction here for the overall market. It seems to go back upside.
Well, I mean, this specific number hasn't been this impactful, but when the Fed says every single number is going to have a much larger impact and be more important, you have a number like this now starting to move the market by 10, 15 points. So I think going forward, the message has been set, and it's pretty clear at this point that every single economic data point that comes out between now and the Fed, which is probably less than 2 to 3 weeks out, is going to be something like this. We have a big jobs number out coming out tomorrow, I believe. So that now amplifies as well. So for now, with the market doing what it's doing, all we can do at this point, if you haven't caught the move early or right off the number, now you're kind of stuck waiting. So here's a couple levels that I'm going to be working with. 40.30 up top, that's been in place since a couple days ago now, and 39.65, that's held out. So yesterday it has held out. So anything below 90 clearly is going to be bought up. So we're going to say 90 down to 65 is going to be your support zone. And if we can go up a little bit more, since we're already running, let's just go a little bit more, maybe into 40.15, 40.20. If they start to slow down at that point, I think you can now start working with the 40-35 potential shorts if they set up, of course, because the current trend is to the upside. You respect the current trend. It does have to turn on you before going for the short. It's just a matter of being aware that somewhere north of 40.15 into 40.30, there is going to be resistance. It's just a matter of how does it turn? Does it even turn? And does it set up on the short side for you to take a trade? That's all you can really do. I mean, once you've got a trade, you let it go. But if you don't have a trade and you're waiting for this market to just set something up, you have to let it come into your levels, because what I've seen so far, at least from this number, so and even yesterday a little bit, there's a lot of aggressive movement. It comes in bursts, right? We cracked through 4,000 and we went pretty hard, and now we're at 4,005. So it seems like it's going to come in bursts, and I think the next obvious burst would be the opening print or the opening volume, as Neil said. So we'll see how that one shows up, and if it's going to be to the buy side and push this market a little bit higher into resistance zones that we can work with, or if it comes to the sell side. Now, if it does come to the sell side, that could turn very quickly. So I'm just going to back off and say we're going to have to wait for a long setup, and we're going to have to wait for a short setup at this point in time. I think the long window has closed. It's just a matter of now managing position if you do have a position and just waiting for the next setup.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that every single morning. Very, very simple. Enter your email address, just like Fahad did there, and you can have the watch list for free every single day. Got it out super early today, by the way. I was kind of surprised by that. One of those days when it kind of writes itself. Let's talk Silvergate, shall we? It was pushing 50% when I first sat down here this morning. It was quite ugly. Back above $3, though, trying to hold here for SI. Yep. They come out, I think it was actually late yesterday, they said this. They're going to wind down operations after just not being able to dig themselves out of this FTX aftermath.
Yeah, now that we know what the fate of the company is, what happens to investors' money? So looks like they're going to be able to pay back depositors, Brendo, but they may not be able to settle the lawsuits that are outstanding against them by investors. They're also facing another regulatory probe. So it's not all over for them. Still some uphill to climb for them.
Yeah, and still a ton of short interest on SI, guys. How do you approach this today?
Be more patient than I was in the pre-market. Actually, and no, that's not the way to think of it, because I was kind of patient with the levels I traded. Just be less greedy. That's the way. Be less greedy, although sometimes greed is good. I was really, really happy when it started breaking down here. And again, I'm not cheerleading a stock to go down. That's not my impression here. It's just when I took that break to the short and got that 220, I was like, oh, this is going to be a great day just shorting SI. And I got a little bit overconfident, sold 250s again, got stopped out at a 275, re-entered at $3. That was pretty good. Got stopped out again. So just a little bit too aggressive on the upswing, right? Like, there's a big difference between it flat bottom breaking when it finds the consolidation when you're looking for a weak name and sort of catching it back in that upswing. Now, each time there was a turn when I was getting that short. That being said, sometimes you can allow it to make the turn, which it looks like it's doing now, and then try to jump in. Look, I like $3.50, I like $4, and they're all going to be pretty obvious levels. I'd rather be shorting pops. Usually the way I approach this is if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. The thing is, it's now so far away from the bottom. If it gets to 220 and bounces from there, I don't know if I would auto go long off of that level. Like, typically, if it was sitting in here like 250, bounced down to 220 at the open, couldn't break it, then I'd go for the tight stop long, and then just a quick squeeze, play up, and then we'll revisit it later. I don't think I like that trade because it would have to drop. That's too much. Like, it would have to drop 25% for it to test the low. That's way too far. So I have to walk that trade away. That means I'm looking for shorts up here above $3, and that's it. Like, the flat bottom break at the open, I don't really favor that kind of a trade. Typically, with a 70% float or any gigantic float, I want to short on pops. Wait for it to make a move up, and then try to catch reversals on it. Not really thinking long, too far away from 220.
Yeah, I'm going to try. Yeah, exactly. So that's I have actually nothing to say. So I think that's exactly right. I mean, you're not just going to go short blindly on this thing, and you're not going to go long blindly. You have to have some ins and some outs. So for me, just looking at this at a broader scale here, I mean, there was reports of them being in a lot of trouble over the last couple of days. There's not even a green candle in here as you go on the daily chart. So you're going from $23 I mean, it was $23 2 weeks ago, down to $3 today. So, I mean, the shorts have completely won. Just if you're joining us for the first time and you hear me and Neil talk about short interest, that is the percentage of the short float, the percentage of the float that is being held short. So right now it's 71%. So that just means there's not too many shares available out there, period. I mean, right now the market cap is only $95 million. And I don't even know if that's calculated with today's move. But it's a huge move today. We're going to wait to see what happens. I mean, the 5-minute volume is up 81%. I mean, this is going to start to kick out pretty good here today. And, you know, short it for forever, I would think. And you just want to find the right prices. There is going to be a squeeze at some point, and I think that's what Neil and I are both going to wait for it to move up. I'm waiting at 380. The reason why I'm waiting at 380 is just because I want to use 4 as the out. It's really that stupid and that simple, but that's it. Like, I think it's worth 20 cents. If we pop up, then I just wonder where the shorts are going to come. Let's try 380. We'll get out at 4. And then, hey, if it hits 4 and then starts to go back down, we'll smack it back down to the downside. So I'm not going to stand in front of a train if it starts to go, but I will stand there a little bit, maybe get my leg run over or something, but definitely not the whole body. We'll wait to see. I'll try to get out of the way, but I will stand there, get a little hit here at 380 just to take a feel, and then we'll see about a downside move. And I don't think there is a bottom for this name, so we just wait to see if the market tells us where to sit. So that's what we're doing on Silvergate. There's really not that much to do. I feel like Coinbase, we've already talked about how much I like to short in this name over and over again, but how about this theory? Maybe as these, you know, banks or exchanges on the crypto side start to get wiped out, you know, if there's one left standing that is legit and can justify, you know, the regulations and, you know, what they have to have on their books. And, you know, actually there was some talk yesterday, of course, about stable coins as well and the use of stable coins in this economy. So I just wonder that if SI getting wiped out, FTX getting wiped out, maybe last man standing here does catch a drift, and maybe that is Coinbase. So, you know, Coinbase is holding, no matter how much I say I don't like it, we are holding this 55 area pretty darn well. So with all of this happening, FTX gone, now Silvergate gone, crypto starting to look like it wants to break back below 20. I'm actually pretty impressed at how Coinbase is holding this $55.60 area. So yeah, maybe I'm wrong about Coinbase and this name does have some moves back up to the upside. Someone messaged me yesterday about MSTR and said, watch out for MSTR. I think it was you, Matt. If you're watching, Matt, it might have been you, Matt. I was, yeah, enjoy my legs while you can. That's a good one. I just think that you were talking about some contagion risk for MSTR here, so we'll wait to see if there is anything to that. I did want to look into that more. MicroStrategy, of course, we know is a Bitcoin holder, pretty much their whole business. So I don't know what they were holding on exchange there with SI. If some of their coins are there, if they were in trouble with that, I do want to look that up. But right now, MSTR, just keep that in mind because that was from one of you, and I want to give a big shout out to our community once again. And hey, if you haven't subscribed, maybe this will make you.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Katrine works in our sales department, so shout out to you, Katrine, and you know, like and subscribe today, but watch out for MicroStrategy.
All right, let's go on to Uber here. News out after the close yesterday about this freight. We were just saying, Sharif and I were just saying, remember when IPOs were a thing?
Yeah.
That was a good time. This could be, potentially anyways, they're talking about either a spin-off entirely or maybe trying to sell the freight business. But if they come to market with the freight alone, could be worth $5 billion. Seems a lot. Yeah. In this note, they actually say, it is, you know, by far the smallest of the 3 segments in the company itself, but still They're talking about $5 billion here for Uber Freight.
Yeah, and Intel did it successfully last year with Mobileye. I mean, let's see if Uber can do it. I was reading a little bit about the app because I'm not familiar with this industry at all. It seems it's an app that basically connects truckers and shippers together, and then whoever has demand, whoever has supply, and just connects them. So, simple app.
Obviously, not the right environment for IPOs at this point, but maybe we get a Stripe at some point. Maybe we get Reddit at some point. It continues to sit on the back burner. Pratt is very excited about that, guys. Is there a trade here today? Like, it doesn't seem like it's terribly interesting as far as the movement.
Yeah, so far it hasn't really been, and it's not like you have the short interest up. It's not.
Well, no. You know what I was actually going to show here? Yeah, it was the market cap, because
70.
Right now you're already at 70 billion here on the market cap for Uber. So if they're expecting that maybe this could be 5 billion, so that's what, 7 to 8% of their market cap right now. So I don't, it's not a huge thing for me. You're already up 2% right there. And then plus when you spin it off, then you also lose it out of this stock as well. And you actually had a good point there, Neil, about when Intel spun off Mobileye.
Mobileye.
Yeah, exactly. Intel didn't catch any tailwinds from that. They actually went down. Well, but Intel has their own problems. But anyway, so that's the story there. So I don't. You asked if there's a trade, Brendan, in it.
I don't think so.
I don't. I mean, I like it. It's up today. It's up 2%. I think it could catch something again here. But for me, I think 32 is the 50-day moving average. That's nice. And I still think you got to break through this 35.20, which is exactly where we stopped yesterday on this news. And look, it just goes back. If I hold the daily chart up here, it just comes back. That's 35.20. It's right there as well. The last couple times we tried to bump our head above 35, it got hit at exactly 35.20, 35.25. So sometimes things don't stop on a dime for a reason. Sometimes they do. But this went right back into the highs there. So for me, there's not a trade until we take that out. And when you do, it's not a short, it's a long. So yes, to answer your question, is there a trade? Yes, but it needs to take out that high. And even if it does, I don't think you want to hold it if it does come back into 34.80, something like that. So let's watch Uber. We didn't look at the imbalances yet, so let's just quickly look at that based on size. There it is right there, SI with the big short.
Shocker.
So that's no problem. And then Uber's not even on here. So if you're going to talk about anything, it doesn't look like the market cares too much about this. It's only 154,000. So great story, great for Uber shareholders to know that there is some value to unlock. But I don't, for right now, I'm not seeing too much.
I can tell you what I wish I had done. Because I own some shares of Intel. And what I wish I had done at the time, I ended up selling covered calls because I thought maybe it was going to be weak. That was not the right call. The right call would have been to sell a portion of that and just buy Mobileye. So I think there's going to be, if they do this, there's going to be a trade on Uber Freight. And then if you like it, it's going to be to take that opportunity. If you're an Uber shareholder, maybe it gives you a chance to take a little bit off and then put it into the other. Unless you're clearing well above that 35, I don't want to touch Uber today. And it's not like that can't happen. But it just needs to break 35.25 and get going. Like, it's been holding this range here on a nice little upward trend. And if it's not going to break out today in a strong market with this possible catalyst, then I don't know what to say about it. So it has to break this here, start holding bids above. Otherwise, this is not interesting at all.
All right, let's talk some Apple here. Nice look in the pre-market, back to the upside, already 0.5%, trying to go again after taking out that high from yesterday. This thing's done nothing, as the overall market has for the past couple of days. Done nothing really outside of the move down initially on Tuesday. Bloomberg reporting this initially, talking about a huge shakeup that, as you were saying, Sharif, will now include India as a market within some of the other larger countries, including Europe, and focusing more. I mean, we can dig into this and look at it from a standpoint of, are they going to put a lot more effort into sales specifically in India now?
Yeah, I believe it's a combination of both, Brendo, both in recognizing it as an emerging market and wanting to take advantage of their buying power, and from the other side of that as well, to divest a little bit away from China. You just don't know what the politics is going to bring down the road, and you want to be able to secure your output production. Obviously, that goes without saying. So just another move in the chess game here, Brenda?
Yeah, another one towards India as far as production, as Sharif was saying there. It looks like it's going to be maybe even 1-to-1. There was a Foxconn note I saw this morning as well. They came out initially and said right away it wasn't true, but there was a Foxconn note initially saying that there was some production lines being dismantled in one of the factories that made iPhone. But again, the company came out right away and said, not true, don't listen to that. Thoughts on Apple, guys?
Well, okay, so the 8-ball seems to think Apple, only if Apple's down, as what the 8-ball said to us with the market going up. So, look, that doesn't really matter too much. I just like two things in Apple. One, 151, we're not going to get a chance to see that today. If we do, we got some other problems. And I love the fact that you're kind of testing this 153.50. It gives an obvious line, I think, for any kind of a breakout. So if we break yesterday's high, and then that was the afternoon resistance going back into a couple of days ago, so that'd be Tuesday, a couple of days ago, then I think we have a nice little area here to build off of on Apple. But if it doesn't get through here and we just pull right back in, I want to be very patient to buy the dips. If this pulls a full reverse, then 151 is a level I like, particularly for Apple. It's just going to follow the market, so we'll see what happens there. I feel like, I like Google a little bit more today. That's why I'm in this one. And it is what it is. The level at 94, the 50 period on the daily. It's just the one I decided to back, and then the dog I want to pick. And we'll see what happens with it. It's actually still down on the day, so you can't even argue that it's stronger in the overall market. Like Nvidia's kind of up right now, Apple looking strong. As the market continues through, I just like the support level I'm working off on Alphabet. And if we get a chance to see 151 on Apple, then Google would have been way out of there, and hopefully I find some shorts if I get that 151 on Apple.
Okay, I apologize if this is on our watch list. No, it's not right here, but OCEA right now, Ocean Biomedical. Shout out to everybody in the chat that's been talking about this one the whole way. Catalyst today, so that's good right now. Looking for a break, through 850 again here. This is launch an AI-driven sizing solution for pets right now. Okay, but anyways, OCEA right here. Nice move to the upside, up 75%. I just want to look at this daily chart. Obviously a pretty new name here. We've already come up here lots of times. We've already been down here to $3 before. We rallied to 10. We came back to 4. Now we're rallying back again. AI-driven news, that's never... I mean, it's great for a catalyst, again, but, you got to watch out for some of these names here on a nice pump up. You saw me take the other day 10X on a pump that happened early. The thing about this one that's a little bit different than 10X and many names is look at the volume right here that was accumulated during this 7 to 750 area. So it's like we got that huge bump up. You're never, unless you knew something, you're not going to be in this name. And then there's the move up where the owl goes, and maybe some of you got it. If you got it long at 5 and you're not out at 8, then that's cool. But I think you should be. And then whether or not you should be out of it all, that's up to you. But it's a nice move up right now. And I just look at this 7 to 750. Like if that's going to be the level, then that's going to be the level. So I feel like if you're not in it right now, then you might want to wait for it to come back. Look, we could be one of those pump shows and just be like, buy this, buy this, buy this. But Neil and I aren't long, and we don't need your liquidity to get out, right? So that's not how we trade. We've never done that, and nor will we ever do that. So if we're going to be smart about trading, then I think that you wait until it comes back here into $7 or so, take it, and then you have these outs. Whether or not you really want to dance, you can wait for 6, but I look at 7 here for OCEA as a possible spot to get out on. And then if you're not in yet, and you're saying, okay, well, I want to get in, then just play pullback. So we've already talked about that one pullback, and you could have a pullback right here back to $8 again as well. Just play smart on these trades. Don't overexpose yourself, especially overexpose yourself. Definitely don't do that, in this stock. I would say wait for it to come back a little bit. But if you like it, you can play the break here of 830. Hopefully you're right. But just make sure you have some outs because, hey, if you take paper cuts, which I like to say, like you get in, you get out, you get in, you get out. I remember that day on 10X when it sort of went wild. We were able to there it goes. Now it's breaking higher, so maybe you go long on this break. But have your outs so that you don't, there it goes, so that you don't look back and say, hey, why did I hold this thing all the way back to $6 when I clearly had a level? So there's the top break. Man, we just talked about maybe taking that top break. Well, somebody did. And if you did, awesome. Good for you because there's a nice win there on OCEA. Look, Bears vs. Bulls. Told you we talked about it. And there it is right now. Big thanks to Bears vs. Bulls and everybody on our chat for keeping the moderation legit. Wow, it's already 9:23. My bad. I didn't realize the time there. Looks like we can't get out of this TQQ position yet either. Starting to get out to the high side for this one. But Neil and I both in one position with only 6 minutes to go now.
Yeah, market liking the morning, essentially, although I did see a tick to the downside here right now, 0.2 for the S&P still. But let's talk Tesla here. This was 3.5% down here. We're now almost positive on the day. What a move to the upside here for Tesla. This note came out after the close yesterday. Hold on. Here we go. Another investigation into a fatal crash that happened in California. This was years back. I mean, that's really the only significant news that's coming across this morning for Tesla. And when I sat down this morning, I thought this seemed like a lot. I mean, we've been through this many times before.
Just going to say that.
But here we are back to almost positive.
Yeah, there was a loss of life, so you never want to undercut that, obviously. But Tesla's weathered these storms before. Investigations by the NHTSA into their self-driving system. It looks like it hit a fire truck this time, Brendo, and apparently the auto drive or whatever autopilot was engaged. We'll see. The investigation will bring out the news.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on, obviously, any other headlines that come across in that sense. Maybe we can jump to NVIDIA here as well, guys. And just pointing out the simple fact, as we talked about a little bit, to kick things off this morning, NVIDIA not far from a 52-week high. So there's Tesla, there's NVIDIA. What do we like?
Look, NVIDIA's been trending.
AMD.
Tesla's been trending to the downside. I said NVIDIA there. Tesla's been trending.
Bounce off 180 again?
It just bounced off 180 and went to the upside. So like it was two levels, 180, 183. I want to see what can happen at that 183 if we get there, because until it really breaks the trend, I still want to be thinking about a reversal for this name. It's down almost 1% even with this bounce that we just saw. So whether it's retaking 180 to the downside or potentially pressing into 183, I still want to think short first on Tesla. We actually put a poll up, which 2,800 people answered the poll, and we got 878 likes. It's amazing how that happens. And 54% think Tesla's seeing 150 before it sees 200. And it's closer to 200 right now than it is to 150. So most people think it's a little bit of a bear. I would rather be looking for, if you want to short something a day like today, I'd rather short the pops. You know, as a matter of fact, like that's what I want to do at the open. I'll look for that afternoon high on Tesla. NVIDIA is a little different. We know it's that 240, 250 area, but you got to be willing. You got to be willing to just get out and almost give up on that one if it takes it out. Just like yesterday when it grabbed that 251 and broke out. I was short all afternoon. Off that top in NVIDIA before it eventually blew out, and you had to get out. Tesla, I'd probably take multiple swings, shorting different levels on Tesla today.
Shout out to Chill Vibes. We got our water. Thank you for reminding me as I'm on my second coffee, and I know Rob's bringing another one. Well, I'm actually... It's kind of like 1.5 right now, but anyways, I just want to say a big shout out to Chris right now. Look, I'm really tired of these fakes, but there's nothing I can do. I have 40,000 followers, not 36 followers. I just want people to do their due diligence, right? This whatever loser, I guess, that's trying to copy me here. You know, it's even more on Instagram. So I'm just saying for all of us, just please do your diligence there and make sure that, you know, you don't ever send any of us anything. Well, you can don't send us anything of value, you know, Bitcoins, cash, anything like that to any of these bullshit accounts. Apple, that's what I was gonna say. You could send some stuff, apple fritters, pineapple on pizza, things like that, fine. But you could definitely not send money. Never do anything like that, please, to any of our accounts. It just makes me sick that, I don't know if anybody's ever been scammed, but I know on Discord it's happening as well. And I want to give shout out to Prad and to Blind Jedi for running that Discord and keeping it as legit as possible. But please, like it's because of the industry that we're in. We're not selling anything extra or any hidden secrets or anything like that. So a big shout out to everybody out there that continues to support us. Just make sure you're supporting the right account, obviously, on that one. But yeah, Apple, I like Apple here. A little surprised that it's not a little bit stronger than this. I'm going to wait. I'm just going to wait for Apple to barcode a little bit and get us into the long. With only 5 minutes to go. Uh-oh, Neil. I just got long Google on a dip back down. Thank you, Rob. Thank you so much. Google just fell back in. This is a long that I like, but I don't know, man. Maybe the market wants to give it up here. I was waiting for Google at 93 as a possible bottom, but there's that break. This just popped in, was not expecting it. I actually have a decent amount of shares here, so maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're wrong. on this market. Okay, only 2 minutes left. Let's go back to Brendo.
All right, quickly, guys, there was a volume spike there on FCell as well, up 8% pre-market on better than expected earnings as well. A couple of people mentioning fuel cell. The rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk by everyone you see to trade every day. See what's moving in the market on a real-time basis. Check out Trade Ideas. Link in the description, guys. TraderTV20 gets you 20% off. Trade Ideas. Shout out to Michael Noss on tomorrow morning in the pre-market.
Whoa. Yes, sir. Well, we'll look forward to Mr. Noss coming in the building.
Mr. Noss is in the building.
He's going to be here. It's always a lot of fun to get his perspective. With 1 minute to go.
Wait a minute, he's not in the building. Yeah.
Okay, not
well, that's my bad.
Sorry.
I didn't know because he's been in the building many times.
Yeah, you're right. He will be via Zoom as normal. That's my bad because he has been here. 240, 250 is back to the south side on NVIDIA. I am looking like Silvergate at the open, kind of anticipating some kind of a squeeze here at the open and then looking for that curl, whether it's at 50, whether it's at $455. That's what I want to see. I also was able to add to some alphabet here as we have under 30 seconds. Tesla is testing 180, but it's not back under that one. And then watch out for that OECEA. $10 could be a big one on that chart. Like look, I'm not chasing that one to the long side now that it's through the $9 range. But if you look at the charts and it's a super low float, $10 does stand out there, and it looks like it could be a big test here, especially when looking at the daily chart. We're going to have Fahad on the bell. I almost said Pratt, but it is going to be Fahad.
Best,
so watch out for squeeze potential on SI on National Meatball Day in 3, 2, and 1. Those are interesting meatballs at the bottom.
I don't mind that. National Meatball Day. Shout out to all the meatballs out there. It's funny because yesterday I said to my daughter, I said, wow, Google. Okay, Google, I see you, my guy. Yes, sir. Nice move on that. I said to her, we were playing a game in bed, and she said, okay, let's do our favorite things. And then we had to guess it. I said, okay, sandwich. Anyways, I said meatball. There it is right there, you big meatball. Awesome trade right there for Google as we went long there at 93.80, and we are nicely in the money. The market trying to go, though, as well. We're going to have to wait to see what this one wants to do.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I got a leg out there when it broke that 94 as well, just to get a piece out and get more money fills beneath the 93 because I think that 93.60 is good. Not much of a move here on SI. I thought we'd get a bigger squeeze to the upside. Going to be a little bit patient with this one. I think that's... Look, we'll see what happens, but I think there's going to be a bit of a squeeze. I don't want to miss a chance to get that short again, though. Here comes NVIDIA retesting. Now at the open, 240, 250 is at monster level, and it's trying to break it right now. Little bit of a fail underneath there. So if we take out the high, I think this is going to be a big, strong day for NVIDIA on the way to 250. But if it can never get through this, it's a short till it's not, is what I said. So time to engage.
Yeah, I was, by the way, like this is a good one right now, money trade on Google. Let's wait to see what can happen now. I did want to get back in, not back in, I want to get into AMD at some point as well right now. So let's watch out for some AMD here. Back down into 85. I was waiting at 85.02. It went to 85.10s, 11s right there as this is trying to blast to the upside as well. So far, so good here. Let's just make sure that we're going to be right on what we're doing, and so far we are. So it's going to be a good trade here today. Let's see if AMD continues to rock and roll, but there goes once again. Wow, we're just going to start taking out some Google, man. We're really on one on this name, so it's a nice move to the upside. It's Google, it's Rally City, and that's a good one for us today. As we talked about the bulls, maybe they're kicking, maybe they're not, but the market doesn't seem it. It's about the stocks. Have the right stocks, and you shall be paid off.
So I just got some of the Google out, but NVIDIA just wicked me. Oh, that was a crazy, crazy wick. So I actually didn't get a full position to the long side, which means when my stop hit, I ended up, I didn't get a full position to the short side. So when my stop ran, I ended up in a long position. NVIDIA has rejected the top pretty large here. I think that short is still going to be valid, but I didn't get that full position in. I had a couple of legs in, and that's all my mistake. You have to have the full position on. My stop was at that high of the day, and I ended up reversing, which I didn't want to. This is still a rejection of that level. Never should have been in the long. As far as I'm concerned, I don't want to chase here, but this is a short on NVIDIA until it proves otherwise. That is a monster rejection of that high. If I get an opportunity at Intel here, it has to be somewhere around this range, but it's now breaking out. So this is not, this is breaking out, NVIDIA is not. So let's see if I can work back in NVIDIA, but I'm not going to chase that. I did say I wanted to take a crack at Coinbase off that 63.
Holy shit.
So we got 63 right now, and then it just immediately threw my stop. Ooh, that's why you have a stop. So NVIDIA, okay, in and out one time on Coinbase, and what the heck, SI?
What's it doing?
SI is about to break 3 again. Down.
Down. Okay, I was going to say which way. By the way, guys. Let's go. Yeah, this market, man, today, look at what we're doing. The damage on AMD. 70 cents now in the money on AMD as these bulls are kicking, man. We just went long. We talked about where we wanted. Wow, AMD, let's go. Yeah, we're long today. And this is the thing, man. Have a bias in your day. I turn this bad boy around, you know, and that's it, man. Look at AMD. Rally City. Look at this. Look at this bid that we have. 85.20. Are you kidding me? And again, it's all written right on here, right? We want the AMD long, man. We want the Google long. Look at what this Google long is doing for us right now. I'd say one-time daily goal. People don't like when I do it, but one-time goal right now. It's 9:30. Let's keep this going, man. Nice move up there for Google right now. The market's not really... Oh, shit, it's Randy again. Giving me a heart attack. Nice move to the upside right there for that move for Google. It's rocking. TQQs trying to get to that high again. So let's go, man. We're still in this thing. We are really, really rocking today, man. I hope all of you are trading this with us. Google rocking to the upside. AMD just... AMD right now as well. That name, $1 in the money on AMD. We got to take that profit right now. We're going to go 3 for 3, and we ain't even starting to stop yet.
High of the day on
stop.
High of the day on Alphabet right now. If it rejects the high, I'm going to get some out there. Yeah, I just rejected the top. Gimme 50s. I just got some 57s on that. But OCA halted to the upside, 940. Indicated open is flat. So it's indicating a flat open right now. So that $10 is still going to be in play as long as it opens beneath that 10. I'd watch out. That 10, because sometimes you get an obvious level like this, and when the buyers are that much in control, you can get a bit of a reversal. I'd be very, very cautious with this one. SI is starting to break down. We're going to go to Brendan in a second. Brenda, what's up?
Nice move for GE, guys. If you missed it, this was out earlier this morning. They reiterated their 2023 earnings outlook right across the board. So, yeah, 5.3% on huge volume to the outside for GE.
Just held the whole thing. So I knew this was going to happen. Flat bottom break on SI, and I missed it. It's short sell restricted, so I don't get anything until 287. It's now at like 290 or so. It was holding this line at $3, and eventually it was probably going to break, and now it's broken to the downside. That's where my attention was. Every time you see me glance, it's 99% chance that I'm looking at SI. I did jump back in after that. I'm not happy about what happened with NVIDIA. It kind of sucks because the short was pretty valid there. I just got some out 242s, and now it wants to try to test the highs. So I'm going to go off the highs once again, and when it clears out, if it clears out a second time, I feel like it's just going to go. So I don't think I want to take 3 shots at this one. Google Alphabet now trying to get through that high, just wicked it as well. So we got the dip. Now you're trying to test that high. Can it get through is the real question. I want to hold through the high of the day on Alphabet. And by the way, Tesla, that 183 is incoming. I like 183. It just tagged it. I said I don't want the 180 short, but if it gets up to 183, I would be taking my shot at the reversal on Tesla. If it breaks, I know where my out is.
Yeah, man. This has just been a fantastic day, needless to say, obviously. Hopefully some of you are also catching some of this tailwind here, I guess tailwind, I guess, in the market. But it's a nice move up, man. So we just took some more out of Google. We actually broke down through 50, so we took another piece out right there. AMD, we've already taken that money. So let's just go back over, have a look here. I know Neil's talking a little bit about SI. Is NVIDIA pulling back or ripping?
NVIDIA's down beneath 242. Now it's coming to the downside. So we got right at the pre-market lows here. And again, you know, sometimes you make keystroke error. That was all my mistake. I should never have a difference. Your stop order should be for what you have. Don't anticipate you're going to get the shares, because if you don't get them, then you get shares you don't want in the other direction. And that's exactly what happened to me. I want to get some, like 240 to 240 and a half is where this broke out. So here to about 240, I think, is the next decision point. So I want to get some fills down and around that 241, 250 area, as it's a level till it's not. That's the way I look at it. It's resistance till it's not, and I want to respect that high of the day. Tesla, a bit of a different story here. It is starting to come down, but that pullback not nearly as accelerated, at least for now, as what we saw just now in NVIDIA. So I have a 182 or just in front of a 182 bid, and we'll see what happens there on Tesla. Google is rejecting that top. I still like the long. As long as we're anything above that 94, the long I think is going to be good in Google. But at some point, I'd like to see it crack through that top. The market is at the highs right now.
Yeah, the market is at the highs, and the ES is just broke through 4,000. It's at 4,007 right now. So, yeah, so far so good here. We only have, well, we still have 20% of our AMD 20, 40, 60, 80. Good out right there as it's falling back down. I know Neil's got that NVIDIA short, so that was a good one. But let's wait to see now where we go with Advanced Micro. Just pulling back down in. I still want to go long if we break back down through or near this 85 level. So let's wait. Hopefully we can get some 85s coming through on Advanced Micro. So I'm going to put another bid down here like in the 20s again, see if it holds. May not, may not. Let's wait to see on that one. Let's just check out, I want to look at SI quickly again just to see if that was doing anything. Didn't get as high where we liked it, but you know we'll still look at it. Only 13 million shares, not really doing as much as we thought, or I thought it would anyways. Let's go over to Uber quickly as well. I mean, we talked about how this seemed like that was a nothing burger kind of story, and it looks like the market agrees temporarily with us anyways on that as this move continues to be down. It was up 2% earlier, but not anymore as it is back down into flat. So this could be a good short spot there as well. But okay. So that's what we're looking at right now. So far, so good. As what's going on with my net here? Okay,
so
I know, just looking, it's Google. Google just took out the highs. So that's, I was wondering what was going on there, but nice move upside. I'm going to take a little bit more out, but I'm with Neil on this one. We liked the long early, so let's make sure that we pay ourselves out here when we do have it. So there's another out for us on Google.
So big move there on NVIDIA. Wicked the bottom through that 241.5. I couldn't get 241s. You can see it slammed back up, held 42s. I took some more out there. Want to respect some of the strength that we just saw. And at the same time, Tesla got through the top. So we took our shot at Tesla. It's now right through that level. Not going to be looking to re-enter to any shorts unless it does something crazy. You're really just looking for how far this long will go. I think 80s and 83s can be some dip buys in there. Just watch out if you are still short anything. I want to go back over to this OCEA. Halted to the downside. So it is what it is. Like it opens up, does not break that $10 level, and now halted to the downside. Halted 847 with an indicated open of 763. That's how these low float names work. Just as fast as they go up, they can come down. So if it's going to open down at 763, you might start to think about, can it catch a bid again between 7 and 750? At least that's what I'll be watching for. But yeah, these can get a little bit dicey if you chase them too far. That's what can happen sometimes there. So trade carefully in this to be sure.
Oh man, I like the long here. So Amazon though is like this is putting me to test because. You know, I've been saying on here, and I actually wrote it on our sticky note, that we were looking at an Amazon short through 95. But with this market starting to blast up right now, not starting to blast up, is blasting up right now, I do wonder about this short. We just wick topped, though, on Amazon right there at 95.11 or so. We can take that into the short, but we're still long. You know what? I'm going to take this opportunity. Now that I'm seeing it pull back a little bit, I'm going to take one more out here. Ooh, we missed it. No, we didn't. We got 68s right there on Google, just in case we do pull back. So we're very, very light now. We have just over 10% right now on Google left. So it's not a very heavy position. We can look over here at Amazon. I feel like I'll be upset if I don't take this and it tanks.
95?
Because 95 is a level. Yeah, exactly. Like Neil's just saying under his breath there, 95. I like this short here on Amazon. Let's try it, but I don't want to be like too crazy about it here. So we're short now Amazon, but we're going to give this up to that high of 95.10. Like I said, this is not a position I'm willing to get run over in, but let's go Brendo.
And a little one trying to go here, guys. DTC, which is Solo Brands in New York, up on better than expected earnings here. Nice move already from 420 up to 5.5. Bit of a pullback though for DTC.
I just happened to be on my 15-minute chart when you were talking about Amazon, and I was like, I checked my iPad. I'm like, did I write that level down? I'm like, I like 95. You have, it goes into a resistance level, and you have to look at the trade in front of you. And that made the same wick high, essentially 95, 10 to 15, and then pulls back in. So I want to put up 30 cents worth of risk. That means if it gets to 94.50, I got to get something out in front of 94.50, just start talking it through, and then the quarters become in play as well. So I'm going to get some bids out there. I'll have my stop through that top, and then we'll see what happens. I did just jump out of NVIDIA, and I'm going to look for a way to get back into it. So I took that more aggressive out at 42, and then it slammed back down. At the time, it looked like This was trying to put on a bit of a reversal. Now it's just abjectly flushing here. I think it could catch a bid at 240, but I'm going to short the next available pop that we see in NVIDIA. Tesla's off to the races. And coin, yeah, I see you, J-Muck.
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 What up?
Coin, look at coin. This is what Coinbase does to you. At least I didn't lose more than 30 cents on coin, but that's no consolation. But it ran right through, went right in the middle where I would have never really touched it at 64. I would have been waiting for 65 anyways, but sometimes that's what happens. It is flushing. I am working into a short off the high currently on Silvergate as well. But yeah, Coinbase had it, dropped it. Now it's dropping.
Now it's opening up shop, you know.
Oh, I should have.
All right, so what? I did not get more short on Amazon? Ooh, that's dirty. I was waiting at 97. That's right where it went. I'm like, okay, here we go. We're going to get this. But hey, guys, we got a piece out already. So we went short 85. We got out 20% there at 62. So we already took 20 cents on this name. Let's see if we can do it again here on Amazon. So we're going to wait to see if we can get that again. But we're going to try to get another short right near 95. I was at 94, 97. So if you're playing the home game, that's what I'm doing right now on that one. And if you're playing the home game, then hopefully you have some diamond hands on you as well, because Google right now, although we don't have much left, we just got another piece out right there. So now we only got out of the last 5% there. Now we only have 5% left. So, you know, in full honesty, oh, we did get our Amazon short. Okay, let's get some more pieces out right there. As again, I just look back and I'm like, look at the net. And I'm like, what's going on there? But it is a nice move right here for Amazon, hopefully pulling back down. But it just, oh man, we went right into the 80s there off that short. But we have Amazon right now. Let's go over to Brendan as we wait for this Amazon trade.
All right, another nice earnings mover here. Assertio Therapeutics up on a beat right across the board. Forecast was good as well, better than expected. This chart actually looks pretty good. ASRT on the daily time frame just taking out the highs right now, guys. 9% on volume.
So just one quick update. It looks like OCEA might be a 10-minute halt here. Would have opened up 2 minutes ago. So watch in about 3 minutes. This should open up. All volatility halts, if it's your first time looking at them, they're either 5 minutes or 10 minutes, or the market's broken. And every now and then you do see something crazy like that happened. Thank you, Funware, for screwing a bunch of people a couple of years ago. But should be in 3 minutes. You'll have a chance to trade that again. I reloaded on Amazon, looking to get bids down into VWAP if we can catch them. But Google is now in 95 territory. So the next look, if it gets to $96, that's a double top on Alphabet. And that's a double top that I think is a short. It was a short yesterday. I wouldn't hesitate to short it again. Getting back into this might just be that double top, 960. Maybe 950 for a dip buy. You just got to start looking about how do you get into the trend, into the upside. Tesla's at 84. No, Tesla's almost at 85, guys. Tesla, I just saw Renata's like, Tesla's at 84. I look over, I'm like, I thought I saw almost like 185 up there. So it is kind of churning. I have a weird wick that says it's 185, 89, but that's not real. So the high of the day is approaching 185. I don't know that I want to short this again. So, you know, I want to look for joining trend because you're breaking out in the market. And then anything that has an established level that hasn't broken, that's a different story.
I was actually wondering about that story, you know, because like, I don't know, a Tesla that the autopilot couldn't see a fire truck. Like, I don't know. I wonder about that story, but it's all good.
It's a truck.
Yeah, it's not a trap. It's a truck. So we'll wait to see there what that means and everything. Amazon, we were able to get out some anyways in the 80s right there when it came in. I think our best fill is actually 77 as you are starting to go back to the upside though right now. So let's watch out for Amazon. We're going to get out if it breaks this 20 level. There it goes right now. We are out of Amazon in 1 second. As soon as it breaks 20, we're going to get out of this name. I'm done with this, honestly. If it breaks, there it is. Breaks higher, we're gone. So we'll just flush ourselves down the toilet on that one. So we do have an L in the account today, and it's Amazon right now. But look what's happening to this market. It is blasting right now. This is the TQQ. This is a great long that we've had on board, and here it goes, man. Up, up, and away. This market is not stopping. We're long everything besides Amazon, which we just lost on. But there it goes. Nice move to the upside right here. Google is $1.50 right now in the money as well, as that is just blasting. I wish we still had that damn short, that long still on board. But we got out there when it blasted up. Pretty happy with the trading today. Needless to say, Brendo.
PayPal even, guys, just looking for any kind of news on this. There was more capital taking a position in PayPal, but gapped up this morning. It's done nothing but go straight to the upside. Hey, Brad, it's up 4.2%.
Pratty Daddy is happy. More importantly for this, it's actually breaking the trend finally. So back above the 50 period, 78 is going to hang on and look like a pretty solid level there. Just going back over to a couple of names here. NVIDIA on the pop. I did get out of NVIDIA. At the time, it felt like the right call. It ends up holding up at least a little bit well. But now you're putting in a lower high 242. Until this gets through the top, I still believe this is one of the names that it's got a monster level that I want to respect for the short. So there's not much out there. Silvergate still beneath the pre-market lows. I don't want to add to that thing. I'm in maybe a tenth of what I want in Silvergate, but I don't want to add till it runs the high or retests the highs. So I keep looking up at it to see what's going on. But I think we can get a lower high here on NVIDIA. I just don't want to dance in the middle until I'm convinced that the market's slowing down. If the market's still strong, then I want the shorts off the top. I think when you get it too far away, you get yourself in trouble. So for now, I'm going to have to hang on to these two positions. I know what Intel's doing, but I didn't like the short in this name unless it rejected those tops from yesterday. It did not. I don't want to be chasing long in Intel. Just not really believing it. They just begged Germany for a bunch more money for one of their plants the other day. I'm not really feeling them on the long. If it goes up, it goes up. It goes without me.
Okay. Shoot, man. I mean, I look back and we wrote down here on the sticky note that we really liked AMD long. I mean, there's a whole bunch of names on here that we wrote down. We did write down the Tesla short at 180, but we got out of that. We didn't even take the Tesla short at 180 with this jobless claims number. What does this mean for tomorrow? I don't know. Kind of a rhetorical question. Let's wait to see though. But right now the market's blasting higher on what I'm guessing they're thinking tomorrow's number is going to come in cooler like today's did. So let's just wait to see, man, where we go from here. And by here, I mean tomorrow at 8:30, because today's already happening, and we're already going absolutely insane right now as the TQQs just keep on blasting higher through some of these levels. I'm going to take a 53 if we can get it. We bounced off here a couple times. Whoops, where's my, there it is. We bounced off here a couple times right now, so there it is. We just took it out right there. So that's good, man. To the moon goes this market, and I'm happy to be long, guys. That is for sure. So, so far so good here as we just wait to see where this market wants to go. We're $1.50 now in the money. We just actually had a little more shares. It was AMD that we were getting lighter on. Google, we actually had a little bit more, so we'll take out another piece right there at 95.25, as that's the top right there. Obviously, we wish we still had that, but we do not, so we'll move on that one. Check back on our loser, Amazon. This one, actually, the pain, not as bad. Why? Because we actually caught some of these out. So that was good. And then we take it out for 25-cent loser, let's call it there. We got short 97, you saw that. Out 23, so almost exactly 25 cents there on the hit. And now just looking for some more. I mean, Coinbase, SI, you sort of talked about that already, Neil. I'm wondering about Tesla off this 185. That's the only real area that I'm looking at right now.
It's kind of rejected.
It's been a huge move, and it was down before all this stuff today. So, maybe there is a possibility here for this name to pull back. But, yeah, man, the market's really rallying with the Qs and Google and AMD. I mean, AMD is really taking off, too. It's funny about NVIDIA, how you had that short, and AMD just really didn't print. It printed one short there, but boom, straight back up to the upside. Maybe I should look at NVIDIA, Intel, and all that. We knew the chips would be strong.
So I just got back into NVIDIA for the first time, but I got to go to SI here because it's finally making that run. Here's the run at the top. I got 3 as my price. Well, 305. I got in 3 times, but I got the price that I wanted anyways. We'll see what happens. If it breaks here, I think you might get a shot at that sort of 350 level. I'm going to go manual. I don't want to have like an automatic stop there. I want to kind of punch it myself and just get a feel for that level, 335 to 340. If it bounces higher, $4 is the next level I want to play with. NVIDIA, my reload is at 242.78. Yeah, this is through. I want out. So I'm out of SI again. I want to take multiple swings at this. I haven't really had a full position on it, but it is looking like it doesn't want to do that absolute flush. If it flushes, it's going to the low. If it breaks and squeezes, it's probably going to $4. So you got to expect that you're going to see more than the 30-cent range on any kind of move, and that's 10%. That is a lot. You're not trading it like a normal $3 stock. Just imagine it's going to make moves like that because that's how it is. And I want to look for scalp trades on this stock today because I think it's bigger fish to be fried on that one. NVIDIA, I think it's just rinse and repeat off of that high. So I grabbed 78s. I'm going to get some out 242. VWAP here. If it starts to hold VWAP, we could be setting up for a break at the top, and then it's jailbreak time on NVIDIA. Made that slip up early. Again, that was more order placement than anything else because it ran the stop. I don't mind getting out. I just didn't want to be long in that one. If it comes all the way down to 241, let's respect that bottom, because some strength in NVIDIA, some strength in the market at that particular price. So if there's buyers at 41, I want to be among them getting out of the short. Brendo?
There was this note on Peloton this morning to the downside ever so slightly right now. But yeah, the U.S. banning imports of their streaming technology because of a patent infringement case that was filed from Dish that they ended up winning. So Peloton downside here, but not a lot of volume so far. Just rejected 1350 pretty hard.
All right, we have a new position on board right now, and it's Tesla. So we'll hit this because we have a new position. We are now short Tesla. We're only 50 cents in the money here. We're short at 50s. It just bounced off 84. I'm actually waiting for 83s. Let's see if Tesla can fade out a little bit here. We are giving this into the top of the day. We do want some more shares here. Short, if we can get it more near 185. I just sort of, just like we did yesterday with Meta, where we just took it a little bit ahead of the level that we thought was key. And we do that on purpose, right? Because if you're waiting, I said this yesterday, and this is sort of what's changed in my trading a little bit, is that if you're gonna wait for the top of the day and stuff like that, excuse me, to short, then you're really just shorting into like an ultimate area of sort of pain, right? And which is fine. That's a good area to load up your shares. And that's what I'm trying to do if it does come back. But we'll take a small position sort of here in the middle. I mean, whatever, we're short at 50s. It's now 50 cents in the money. Like it keeps bouncing, but it's now in the money, bouncing off 184. Maybe we take a piece out, but again, like I'm waiting for more shares and I want to give this to the top. So if I'm going to go at least 1-to-1 or something like that with Tesla, I'd like to make a little bit more than this. So we're short at 50. Our out's going to be 70s there, 70 cents upside. So 185.25 is the high of the day, plus looking to average into this trade as well. So hopefully something comes through for us. But for right now, this is the short that we have on Tesla, and I'm waiting for more shares. At least I thought I was. I have to put that order in. I don't know where that went. But 184, let's just go to like 185, like 184.90, something like that. Here we go. Nice little pull down. Let's go. Hit the bangs. Let's go, Tesla. Let's get down to the downside. Even though we don't have a full position, we still got a position. So Tesla downside.
Yeah, and coming back in after the fourth reload, if we're going to call it the fourth reload, we'll see what happens on NVIDIA. We got the price level. It is giving you fills closer to that 243 now. So I just got, first time I got 70s, I just got some in the 80s. I want to respect this in front of VWAP. It's already bounced VWAP once. Fill, 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 fill. Oh, I don't bid my favorite price, and it doesn't. Okay, there you go. I'll bid my favorite price and see if it happens. So if it gets down beneath 50, I want 2 outs in front of VWAP instead of 1 this time. And just to go, I want to go back to this name because it's actually catching, OCEA is catching, well, attempting to catch a bit of a bid here off that 7 level. So halt down once, reopen, test down to 7 even. If it's going to bounce somewhere, I would feel like 7 or 6, kind of somewhere obvious for one of these two. If it starts going sideways, I might take a shot at this. Just understand, like, you're trying to get back to like $8. So it's kind of risk-reward play. It's not that it's not trending down. It's just risk-reward. Brendo.
Former runner just popping up here, guys. 12 million on the float. Was just double-checking. This LUNR trying to go again. This is the one that went all the way to 130, 132. At the highs there, tried to just take back 13 bucks, up 27% already.
Okay, off the high, I'm just tweeting this out, off the high of, because you guys want me to do this, off the high of 185.25. So there we go. We are going to get a piece out right now of Tesla at 50. I just said, you know what, if we can make a buck on the first piece of this, let's just do that. Let's take $1. Here comes Tesla pulling back in. And man, all is well. It's just Tesla coming out. Google's still high. AMD is still high. We're rocking and rolling right now. I'm going to try to get out right here for 50 at 50. So let's wait to see it. Just dipped down to 62 there. Oh, that was pretty close to getting out, man. That was 90 cents there in the money. And now it's retracing back up. So we know this is a very violent name. It is going to take a little bit of work to get this, but we're going to short Tesla here and give it to that high of 185.25, looking to get more short. Okay, let's just review the positions we have. Google's still holding out, so nothing to do. And then look at what the hell's going on right now. You want to rewind the clock to 8 o'clock, 8:20, 8:30? Well, I guess it has to be at least 8:30. When we were talking about AMD long, it's the #1 name on here for the long. And we said, look what's happened the last couple days here off the open for AMD. Booming, booming. So here it is again today. Rinse and repeat, and hopefully we're able to make a little bit of money on it. And today, that's exactly what we're doing here for AMD, all the way back up to 87. Like, I'm so surprised I'm not, because I said that yesterday, the semis were up 2.8%. So it's a nice move up there for AMD, up to 87 and still going. Just looking back at a daily chart for AMD, we are coming into a level right now of 88, maybe being the top here. 88 for AMD coming into play very, very soon.
So this time I got the reverse, and I want the reverse. It's not on NVIDIA. We didn't want it the first time. It was a mistake. And, well, it happens. We'll talk about it later when we review our trades in the afternoon when it slows down. But it's a big-time breakout in NVIDIA. I said if we clear this level and the market wants to hold to the upside, once you're really through it, there's nothing here for you. This is 52-week highs on NVIDIA. You're breaking out on every single time frame, and there's no reason why 45, 50, like those are numbers that we can think about. If this market wants to go 2% today, then I don't think NVIDIA should be one-to-one to the market, not with it clearing this level to the upside. So we're in Google still. NVIDIA is still pretty solid. I want to go back over to Coin just for a second because, yeah, Coin's not in this party to the upside. As far as I'm concerned, like I had the short on this, and I want to be thinking about where can I get back into the short. And it doesn't want to give the high. So if it's not going to give the high of the day with the market screaming, then I might just have to consider this underneath VWAP. I'm trying to be patient because the market's going up. Like, get the fill that you want, but the Coinbase is a dog right now, and it's down 2%. So I might just have to get a little more aggressive around this VWAP on Coinbase. I'm talking myself into why not just have a 62 out there. We've got a couple of longs that we like at this particular point if we trend. And now I want to go back over to one name we haven't talked about at all. Meta is stair-stepping to the upside. Look, I might have liked 185 on Meta before, but I don't think we're going to see 185 on Meta again. 190, just watch the top on the last week on Meta. That's a level that can come into play. 189.50 is where I would look for the short on Meta if it gets to that price. So I don't think we're getting any bids at 185 anytime soon. But we're about $1.50 away from where I think Meta can turn into a bit of a short.
All right, disaster averted, but disaster struck because, we got out of our Tesla. I actually put the 50 bid, but also kept the 83 bid there. So we actually got double filled, and now we're out. So we got out of half there and out there. I was planning on holding it, but hey, right there, bank error in my favor right there with Tesla because, yeah, we were just bouncing around there, and I was like, I didn't even think that I left this 83 in, but I did. So that's going to be a good trade right there for us. I'm still so impressed with AMD still going to the upside. What else do you guys want us to look at, man? Let's check out this OCEA quickly here okay, so there's that bounce back up there. It's halted a couple times, up to 950. And again, did we not mention this when you guys asked me about it? $10 right there that we've already been to. So that's the top there today before an epic fall from 950 all the way down to 750. And right now, unfortunately, not unfortunately, but I think it's going to halt again at some point here just by looking at it. Pretty thin, yeah, like there you go. Someone just stepped up 5,000 shares there at 42. So, once it once it wraps some of these levels, look at the move down, right? So you're not too far away from halting one more time on this name. So let's just continue to be a little bit cautious with it right now. But this is the name of the game, man. Be very, very careful with your trading. There is lots of profit to be made on these names, but you have to have outs. So please be cautious of that one as well. But all right, let's go back over to Brendan now at the big desk with happening now.
Hey guys, I was mentioning this morning in the pre-market, we were getting comments here from Fed's bar at 10 o'clock. It was in fact a prepared statement on crypto of all things. So not necessarily economic policy related, but that statement just came out talking about innovation for the most part in the crypto and how the Fed wants to support innovation in the area. Here we go, a green board to have a look at so far for the NASDAQ. Nice move here, almost 1% at the highs there for the 100, 0.65 for the composite, 0.5% for the S&P, 0.3 for the Dow. Currently, the Russell struggling a little bit, small caps anyways. The 2,000 under a bit of pressure. If you're with us early on, we talked to SI, we talked Tesla, we talked to Apple and more. Apple, yeah, making some executive changes over throughout the India market and including it as more of a bigger market in its grand scheme of things when it comes to sales overall. Bit of a grind, but still, nice day so far, guys, for Apple.
Well, if the market's up, Apple's up, and the 8 ball's wrong. Someone just asked about Intel, possible short level. Look, if it gets back beneath, it has to show you that weakness, man. Like you need to see a level like that fail. It's screaming into it on the 15-minute, on the 3. There's no red candles in sight either, so it's not showing you that it's slowing down here, and neither is the market, so I think you want to back off. I just need to see weakness before I would jump into that one. It's not really giving you the signs. I like coin around here because it's beneath VWAP, it's not screaming with the rest of the market, so I want to roll into a short there, but not until I see us back maybe testing below 26.50. I have a trailing stop on Alphabet. We'll see if it does come in. NVIDIA is kind of churning, but that OCE, I know Sean talked about this, it is now holding a little bit of a consolidation off this bottom.
Jesus.
So this 7 even might be a little bit of something. Now, look, if it breaks 7, this could halt to the downside. So if it does that, I'm just out. I'm not holding past this level. I'm do not stop, do not collect go, whatever it is. There's just no chance I want to hold beneath 7 even, because you could easily halt into the downside. I don't want any part of that. So I am in the long here looking for 8, maybe even that halt at 8.50. But if it breaks down, I'm not holding on to this. You could be at $6 or $5 in a matter of minutes if it were to fall.
Okay, guys. I mean, we just tweeted out this and we said, Sticky Note Nation, stand up, because like there's AMD, man. This is literally, as my kids say, Dad, literally blasting right now to the upside. It was strong yesterday. It's strong today. AMD continues for the W right now, man. I mean, this name is for the win. It just continues to climb higher and higher and higher. It's AMD, and it is just insane today to that upside. Let's just check out, I want to check out NVIDIA as well. 244, we talked about this one getting to highs again as well. It's right there right now. But as opposed to AMD, NVIDIA right now only up 0.85. And by the way, remember when I said bank area in our favor? It just bounced again off 183 Tesla. So we're out of this one. We took $1. That's 184.50 first out there. So we took $1, then $1.50 on Tesla, but we waited and we're very, very patient on that one. I'm thinking that we just get out here, 87.50. We were pretty happy with AMD. Oops, that's the wrong candle there. I guess we can look at a 20-minute, but right into there, 88. 88 seems like it's a top. So 87.50 should be good enough for us, man. Let's see if it holds 87 right there. But AMD right now definitely back in. Let's put an offer at 87.50 here. I'm just going to do it right now. AMD, and wait for that fill to come through. 87.48, okay? We'll wait at 87.48 on AMD. Why not? That high is 53. We'll wait right back in there, see if we can get that. Tesla's still making a move to the downside. But look, when we went long the market early, guys, like this was as soon as we saw that number. We waited for confirmation. We waited for it to go back to the upside. And then I just blindly punched in. And then here it is, man, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%. So we're just keep on hitting these highs, right? And now you're bouncing again. Let's see if this continues. We said we'd want to be in this name all day. So it's the NASDAQ, it's the TQQs. And once again, man, we're doing pretty well. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day for ourselves, despite this Amazon. And look at us get out of the way of Amazon here. This name is, again, really strong, man. Double the market today for Amazon. Am I going to play off these top wicks here? I don't know. I feel like I want to find something else other than Amazon to short here. I want to play pullbacks in weakness, but there isn't any weakness right now. So the market's at the highs, Neil. We're up that 1%. I turned this guy around. I turned him around when the market was red, and Brad goes, you should ask the 8-ball. So far so good here for that turnaround. It's back-to-back days here where we're getting bullish on this market. Let's wait to see. Is the market just going to slap everybody tomorrow on a trap here? Let's see what those jobless numbers come out as. But for right now, man, yeah, buddy, we cruising right there. Bang for you who had AMD long. We are now out of our AMD, and right there, that's pretty smooth operation. So right there, out of AMD to the upside.
And I'm going to try and get some out here on OCA. I said if it got to $8, watch out. This is a downward trend. Once it halts to the downside one time, you got to respect the fact that it's a downtrend. So I did get some 7s, 720, 730, 725 is the bottom. I got 36. I'm almost all out of it at 8. I'll hold on to the sum for the dream, as Luca likes to say. I don't mind that. But if it does fail, this halt price, you could be retesting that low right quick. So I do expect any fail of $8 and you're right back at the bottom, which is exactly happened here. I just reloaded NVIDIA because this is it. Like if it's going off of this level, it's going now. And if it's not, then NVIDIA is not going. It's not with the rest of this move in the market. The market hit 1% and NVIDIA is starting to stall out. So above, I like the entry in here, and once we're beneath, I'm probably going right back into the short. But 243, that high, that's the pivot price. That's the only price I'm concerned with. So I'm now out of NVIDIA. I'm going to be looking for shorts beneath 243. Otherwise, we'll just stay away from it. OCA is kind of crazy right now. Oh, goodness, that stock. It's actually right back into the upside, that OCA. Oh, give me a break. So it looked like it was about to flush to 8. I'm like, yeah, it's about to test that bottom. No, it's now holding VWAP. So I'm not adding to this, but it might give you an opportunity to wait for that $7 price. It looks like a decent bid on OCEA. Just checking back in on a couple of other ones. We'll slap the L on coin. 0 for 2 on Coinbase for me. We'll take another shot at it, but it's that same top. I keep thinking it's going higher, and it doesn't want to go higher, and where I get out happens to be the turn on Coinbase. And then back to SI. I'm not in SI right now. I kind of feel like if it's not going to break out of the range, then I don't want to force SI again. Like if it sits in a 30 to 40 cent range, then it's not doing what I expect. I'm expecting it to either squeeze to $4 or flush to $2. And it's doing neither one of those things. So no trade for me in SI. Google, that one seems like it's going to be okay. I just want to trail Alphabet here. I got a 95 trail, which I want to leave in. I think if it breaks 95, you're retesting somewhere around the breakout price at 94.75. If that happens, I want to go for the reload, continue to play the trend to the upside. But you keep hitting this 1% mark on the market, 1% on Alphabet, and you're not really going any further at this point.
Yeah, we definitely got out of the wrong one there. I mean, AMD is continuing to make a march to the high side there. But the one thing that I did want to say to everybody there here, we talked about a podcast, we talked about like our longer term trades and what we're looking at and things like that. I mean, remember we talked about JP Morgan again at about 9:15 today, and I was like, look out below for JP Morgan. I mean, and it's just falling down $2 again here for JP Morgan. It just continues to drip lower and lower and lower right now for JPM. And in Yo, you good over there? Who was that? Brad?
That was Brad.
Oh my God. Okay, so I don't know what he was doing there. I don't know. Anyways, okay, 135 looking to break right now on JP Morgan, but again, huge move to the downside. We've been calling this short for $10, so it's been a good one there for Bloomberg. Just saw a note on Bloomberg for JP Morgan to that downside as we continue to move. I'm thinking that Google maybe has had enough. So enough is enough here, possibly for Google, and it looks like it wants to break back down through 95. So normally I'd be sitting there looking to pick some up on this move back down, but for me, I don't want to do anything until we at least get to here, 94.70, 94.80, if not 94.50 for Google. So I'm going to get out if it pushes back down below 95, and then we'll regroup. It feels like we're losing a little bit of steam here in this market. So with that being said, I'm just going to trade accordingly and get out of Google if it breaks down through 95. So that's the trade that I'm looking at right now, plus a possible short on Amazon coming through. Intel Neal's up 3%. I'd love to short that one, but I'm not going to.
It's not at a level.
It's not? Okay, so good thing I didn't even look at that, so thanks for that. And then JD, the earnings play that. Did we talk about that on our rundown? Maybe it was
We did not,
Yeah,
actually.
it was one of those names, and they didn't have a great report, but they're bouncing off 42.50 as well. So JD down 8% right now and well below some of these levels. So let's just continue to be strong here with our thought of a long and try to pick up some dips. So if this breaks, we're going to get out and then wait for a dip back here, 94.50 on Google.
So actually JD, 44, I wrote down 44 for a flat bottom break. It looks like it's a good price, but that already happened. It broke 44. When I say flat bottom break, that's all I mean here. Look at the daily chart. We're obviously trading other names at that point, so you got to pick your poison every now and then. I got out of OCEA. You'll see I'm only in Alphabet again because it broke here, the halt down price, and then went to trigger the halt band and then didn't trigger. So it kind of went into like a fake halt where it was piling up. It hit the halt band. I just punched out the second it didn't trigger a halt, thinking it was going to flush. It made a high at 9 and is coming back in. I don't think I want to retest this at 7. If this is a lower high and it comes back to 7 again, there's no long there for me. So I'm just going to take the money and run. That's it. This one might be done for the day. I might actually start thinking about looking for shorts if it never cracks that 10 as we go to Brennan.
Big mover yesterday, guys. Maxion, solar name, MAXN, back on the run once again. Just took out that pre-market high anyways. 27.80. Big move up to 29 now, 6% for MAXN.
So while that was happening, and good look for Brennan, because look, there's a lot that you can be missing. I missed that reverse on NVIDIA, so I got out of the long looking for the failed breakout and that reversal on NVIDIA. I still think that's a pretty huge wick up there, so anything off of 244 looks like it's going to be solid. I also got trailed out of Alphabet. So Alphabet came in, trailed us out, well, trailed me out anyways. I thought we were going to head back into VWAP on that move. Let's see how this plays out on the pullback in the market right now. I'm now flat, so I'm out of the shorts. I'm out of the longs. I don't want to touch Silvergate. OCEA gets pretty interesting. I kind of said under my breath, I don't know if Sean heard, well, Sean heard me, but I said Intel wasn't at a level. So this is what I kind of meant. Like, it's already broken here, but 27 might be a thing, but it's not at 27 yet.
Oh my God.
The big thing is the 50 period if it gets to 28. So just watch out. Intel is getting to a level that I would consider the short, but it's not there just yet. How did I miss NVIDIA? What's up?
Put it on my face. Yeah, because honestly, guys, it's just stupid order management. I mean, Neil had that not a problem, but we all make these trades, man, with NVIDIA. And then, like, I said that I was going to go for $1 on this, and I want to shout out to SneakerCon, shout out to Alan and everything we've got on. I sent him these yesterday. We just got our brand new Jordan 4s right here that came in, so we're wearing those today. But the thing is like, damn it, we had this 181.50 right there. Oh well, it's okay, but that just goes to it. And what I was getting at was I just left the bid in there. It wasn't a full position, so it's not whatever. It's not. I mean, it would have been a day maker because of where it fell down for $4. But the point about it is that no matter what happens right here, you know, that it's still a good trade off that high of the day. We were looking for Tesla short. You know, we talked about that blind man can see a fire truck, but Tesla can't. We're going to wait to see if that's the truth or not. I don't know. But there's a move to the downside. We did get some out, but hey, it doesn't matter where we get our stocks out, right? I mean, look what we did. I mean, it does matter because we're giving up some profits, but look at AMD, right? So we get out there, then it drops down. Google right now, we're still waiting to get out, but when this drops, if it comes in, we'll save a little bit of money on that drop as well. So it's ebbs and flows, but that was a mistake right there on Tesla. But hey, guys, congratulations anybody that has that. Either way, we're all putting money into our wheelbarrow. It's just that wheelbarrow had a lid on mine at 183, which sucks for that trade. And there goes Google again. So let's ring the register for that one again right there for Google, as that's going back down to the downside. A big shout out to Alan, I said, from SneakerCon, as he's messaging me. And then you're going to watch out for this one too. We just got out of the market as well, so
oh my God,
that's going to be a good take as well. We are now flat. Look at that. You're flat too?
Okay, but OCA is making a run at $10. I'm in nothing right now.
That's what I was going to say. We're both flat. This is a trader, honestly, Neil.
This is the first time ever.
This is a Trader TV Live first.
In 2 years.
Right now. That I feel like at 10:15, I'm going to put my shoe back on, but at 10:15, we are both flat.
So in 3 years, this is the first time at this time that's been true. The next trade I might have, I should have NVIDIA right now. Like, I should have been short. It wick topped at 244. I got out of it and was looking for that reversal again because I feel like it's at that point. But OCEA I've been watching this level 2 5 times. 5 times it has hit a halt band where it cannot print up unless it goes down. It has to go down. It's 15 seconds at that halt band. Oh goodness.
What do we think about this market?
I got caught talking. I just got caught talking.
Okay, do you mind me asking what was the short for that? The pay for short?
It was 6 cents a
6
share.
cents, okay.
It was
so
only
it's a little
6 cents.
expensive for us.
Yeah,
it's not, but go ahead.
I just kind of got caught like talking about the over under on OCA here, and obviously you can see it's already going to the downside. So clearly. No short in front of 10 for me because it's already at 820, so I'm just going to have to move on from that. And look, we're live. It's happening in real time. I'm looking for the over-under at 950. It's testing, halt, not halting, testing, halt, not halting, and coming back down. And I wanted to hit the short. You got to be real quick for that anyway. So there's a non-zero chance I'm missing that short anyways. It doesn't really matter. So OCA, forget about it. I think $7 is support. Let's see if it can hold 8 even for maybe a bit of a bounce. I wouldn't go long the 8, at least not myself. Not with that double top rejection of the high. But that could be a little something there. I got it long early because I kind of thought there'd be a reversal in front of 10, but I didn't get the short. So moving on from that. It happens, you know. You can be. I'm obviously a little disappointed in that, but there's not much you can do about it. I'm just going to cancel Nvidia because I clearly missed that reversal for the short trade. But there is one thing that I can go for.
A beer.
So no. See what Nvidia is doing? Okay, don't make the same mistake twice now.
Quarter right now, yeah. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna get the short in Intel, and I'm gonna work this short till 27. It's just that simple. Like, I feel like if the market is pulling back this far, Intel up 3% when they were just begging Germany for money. I want to have this short until it proves me wrong. Intel has been a relatively strong name, but at the end of the day, we'll see what happens, guys. And the market is coming back in. I didn't get the one that I wanted or the two that I wanted, and there's a couple of names that are going up that I could fade. One could be Silvergate, but it's not nearly at that 350 just yet. But Intel, that's fine by me. It's still, as far as I'm concerned, a bit of a downward trend. I don't want to add to anything unless I get a better price because I've started at 70. I need to be adding to this only at 80s.
Yeah, so let's I was just looking at AMD here. Look at this market bouncing down. So, like, look at some of these outs. AMD out there, 87.50. We're going to go long right now again. Look at this out here for Google, right? We just saved ourselves 20 cents. Look at the out for the market. We just saved we got out at the top. We got out at 60, right? You're at 36 right now. So this is part of it, man. I mean, now that Tesla, I'm never going to live that one down, so we'll just move off of that. But there goes AMD. Let's take the long now and see if we're right on this one. AMD back in. Well, I'm only going to give this one, if you can see it right here, 86.50. I think that's a reasonable spot to give that to as we're coming back in a little bit here, bouncing off the 70 level, or not even, sorry, the 70 level. We have the bottom right now, 90s. That level, actually, sorry, the level that I was looking, the 70 is why I called it, was this 50 period, right? So we're looking to get some more there. So let me put a bid down there. I'm going to use a gateway that I just get hit on no matter what. So hopefully it does come back in. Let's try this one more time on an A. I mean, look, we'll take a dime. If this goes to 02, we'll take a piece out. But for right now, we're going to,
awesome.
I don't. Okay, you know, even the Greg over there is like, man, you got to take some more shares. But here we go, nice little move upside there for AMD. As right there, we're 20 cents. Now we're 20 damn cents in the money for AMD. So we'll take another piece out if we can get that. Like, there it is, man. Sometimes we take the trade talk, don't take the trade talk, et cetera, et cetera. But there it is right now, man. Putting our money where our mouth is right now for AMD. Getting out. I said we'd wait for some reloads. It comes down to the 50 period, and bang, right there it is. That's a bang for you. What's up to Comp SRX1 for you too as well. Adam DeLuz, my new friend on Twitter. What's up, my guy? There it is. Some nice moves there for AMD. Let's wait till we get back into the 70s. Otherwise, we'll just let this roll. Look at that. Look at this drop. These moves are pretty active right here, Neil.
They absolutely are. We're going to go to Brendan for the small cap, but I did grab Meta off of this
I like that one
kind of
too.
opening range bottom. It's not the opening range. It's kind of like the pre-market finale 185.50 level. So we're going to go to Brendan. One long, one short. It's still going to be Intel as we go for... Happening now? No.
Oh!
It's the same time every day. Maxion, let's go. Prad, let's go. Thank you. Maxion to the upside. Once again, just taking out the highs here. I saw a volume spike at day highs there, guys. Anyways, decent earnings right across the board. Look good yesterday. We're back to the upside again today for MAXN. This OCEA, just absolutely nuts. Up on some positive anti-tumor cancer data from them this morning. Gets above 9, straight back to the downside. UNCY, everyone watching as well. Another crazy one today, back to basically the highs. Testing that high from 2 days ago for UNCY. And FCell, we mentioned briefly there in the pre-market, trying to hold right now this 380, which is essentially the top end of the range here on the daily chart. For Fuel Cell, off a better than expected forecast, guys. Busy day for small caps.
Yes, of course, it was a small cap recap. That's fine. I get it. It is what it is. Prad said in my ear. That's what, like, Prad's in my ear, and he says the other one, and that's why I said it. But I did, right before, I swear to God.
Wow, someone has no integrity.
Come on, I heard. Are you sure? Okay, Prad's like, he did say it right, so maybe it was me. I have no idea. I was trying to spit out as fast as I could that I was looking at Meta off those levels. So I got some out when it cracked 186. If it gets to 186.5 and 187, we'll look for some VWAP retracements. Okay, maybe it was me that got it wrong, Prad. I can admit it. I just thought I heard what I heard, man, in my head. I thought I heard it wrong. So NVIDIA actually bouncing off 241. So for now, this one looks like it's going to be relatively strong. And then Super SPAC, man, there's a bunch of names that reported that we haven't even covered because there's so much moving in the market. Fuel Cell, Asana. I know Asana's made some power moves. This one is now flushing, by the way, Fuel Cell, rejecting the breakout. Just going over here, though, still a pretty strong move overall. When you want to respect where it can come back to, like 350, 330, those are two levels that I was kind of eyeball and say, yeah, if it's above those, it can still be pretty solid on this move. Just allow it to consolidate, because that's a pretty big market pullback that we have in here. So you want to be careful where you're picking up the bids. I just prefer Meta. I like the level. I like the stock a little better. So that's where I went. Lots of small caps, lots of names that reported that are going to be in play, though. And just guess what just cracked 350? The squeeze might be happening finally on Silvergate.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so just cracked 350.
Good.
This one could be making its move. So kind of sat this one out for this to happen. Let's see if it can actually get to that $4 level, and then we can maybe have something for Silvergate again.
All right, I mean, I'm only in AMD long, and I did like that Meta long, but I just chose AMD instead. I still do think Meta can go, but I was waiting for, you know what? I mean, Meta down to 185. I actually didn't realize it got that close. It got down to 185.50 right there. I really like this 185.
185 is the level.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just going to put a bid down there near that 180. Now it's up to 186, but I'm going to put a bid down there near that 185, not 182. We're going to put a bid there. Well, we'll just test it with a couple hundred shares down near that 185.20 or so. Leading this to, let me see. Yesterday for Meta, because I feel like I'm going to get filled on this. I have a strange feeling this is going to come in soon. So what is this right here? So this is yesterday's close. You saw it rip to the up, or sorry, yesterday's close. This is a 1 minute chart. This is 184.70, something like that. 184.60, 184.80. Yeah, so that's going to be a good spot to load more in on Facebook Meta into yesterday's close. So I mean, yesterday's close was 185, so that's why we come up with that level. But then I'm thinking, like, where are we exactly wrong? I don't want to put on a 185 and then have to worry about 184.20. That's too far down for me, considering the shares that we want to rock with. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait for like something a little bit closer to 185, like Neil said, and then just use that for Meta. But so far, so good there. It's a good thing we ranked some registers here on AMD. There it is. So now we're ready to rock and roll. AMD coming back in. We're going to watch out for 86.50 as a stopping spot there for AMD. We just got what we wanted, man. We got that 50 period at 77. So let's go. It's there right now. You can rock with it if you want, but the market's pulling down. I need to notice this stuff, man, as I'm talking. We're breaking below now and starting to go. So let's wait to see. We just had a problem at the 50 period here on the NASDAQ. It's got to hold 50s. Look, we know we can get 25 cents on this trade back up to 87, so I'm happy holding us to 50. But if it breaks, we gone on that one. Check back on our Google. Good out on that one, and a good out on the market so far. So let's just hold out hope that AMD can hold this 86.50 area.
Yeah, it looks like maybe we don't get that $4. We'll see what happens with Silvergate. I was just waiting to get some shares at 380. I wanted to start that position up at 380. It just turned at 375. It always does that to you. When you think it wants to go like just one more push where you want the money fills and it doesn't quite go. But you know what? It's a trend to the upside. It still has a chance to squeeze further. So I'm going to be patient. I'm going to give it that opportunity. Let's just let it matriculate and then get to the upside for us there. Meta, okay, no fills down beneath here, 185.50 for the 185 entry point. It can still maybe get to VWAP here. Not a heck of a lot doing, but Tesla, on the other hand, so I haven't traded Tesla just yet, well, outside of the one very, very quick in and out short, and now it's actually holding above the 180 level. So maybe 180 is a little bit of a thing. Let's see it test down. I like Meta maybe a tad more, but maybe not a ton more, but I definitely like it a tad more, enough to be in Meta now and wait for Tesla to test that 180. Definitely can be a thing. I don't want to be long NVIDIA. I'm really, even that's at support, I'm actually thinking short because that's a top reject. And when it rejected the high, every time it's rejected the highs, it's been more or less a short trade. So it's a big rejection of the top break. So I want to be thinking about shorts. Forget about a 3 minute. I think when you look at this, like on a 15-minute chart, now if I take my executions away, which I'm not going to, I'll leave them in there for you guys. This is a top wick on NVIDIA, and when I see that set up on the higher time frame, it just kind of screams a bit of a short trade. So we'll see if we get another chance to short a pop on NVIDIA. I don't want to be impatient with SI, but I'm getting a little bit antsy. Like I was waiting for this breakout to get into this gap range, and now that you're in the gap range, I want a piece of this because if it flushes, we're back into 280 to 320. That's 15% worth of a trade to grab. So I'm giving it one more shot to test up into that 380s. I'll get our first short there. If it doesn't crack 75 again, I might have to get some fills underneath, which is just par for the course.
Yeah, I'm the same way here, looking at that SI trade. But there we go. I said whoops, but we just got filled, so it's okay. So there we go. Our last fill here on AMD, trying to see about this 86.50. So we'll give back we won't give back what we made, but we'll give back something here. We were long early, and now we're trying to go long right now. And I'm just going long. It doesn't suit really the parameters here, but AMD is so strong that if we do get a bounce in the market, I mean, the market on a 3-minute is still well up. I mean, I don't want to scalp too much off of a 1-minute futures chart, especially when I'm not even trading the futures. So I just think like if we start to break lower, then obviously these longs that we're in are not going to work. So, you know, we want to get out of them and then just regroup our thoughts. So right now we're long at, here it comes right now. Let's get something out. We're long at 74. Let's get something out at 84 if we can. Just look, mark me down. Our price is 74 right now on AMD, right? So if we can get back up to the upside, we'll take it. We're long at 74. This is perfectly planned, man. We think the opportunity to get back up to 87 is there. So let's take it. We always take 10% out for 10 cents. So let's do that. Again, paying our fees, paying ourselves a little bit, and then we'll let it go back up to the upside, up to 87 as our next out. But first stop, 84 on a bump if the market goes. And hey, if the market fails, we have our out, and we are cool with that. And that's the one thing that you all, you know, probably want to learn from us a little bit is the risk management. That's what we've getting the most compliments on, I feel like. And I think that that's the one thing that when people message me that they say they've learned the most is make sure that they have outs and things like that because they can see how actively Neil and I are trading this. Coinbase, unlike SI today, it's not, well, I mean, let's see if SI squeezes. It's back to 360 right now and bouncing around. Looks like it wants to go back down from that level. I feel like we nailed it at 380. I mean, the high of the day is 375. Came pretty close to talking about that there this morning. But yeah, Coinbase not really falling down as much as I thought they would. And remember what I said in a sort of, you know, in a vase of bad characters, there's going to be one, right, stem that raises above the rest. So I wonder if Coinbase is going to be that stock that sort of says, you know what, we'll be the exchange, you know, we'll handle everything, and you know, maybe they do catch some tailwinds from SI negativity, people looking for an alternative, right? I mean, there's no surprise, yields and everything going up because TNA, right? There is no alternative. Maybe Coinbase gets into that realm where if you want an exchange that's regulated, that has, you know, safe. Okay, here we go. AMD back up to the upside as well. We just got that 84. Before, look what happens, man. We get an 84, then it cranks down 10 cents. Strange, but we'll take a fill right there, take out 10%, and see if, actually, we only took out 5% there because we got reloaded. So we'll put some more offers upside right now as we go over to Brendan for some sort of a segment.
Crypto.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a volatile session so far as just watching Coinbase as well. As far as crypto is concerned, we had Fed's Barr, as I was mentioning, coming out with some prepared statements at 10 o'clock talking about the banking system in relation to crypto and what the Fed would expect as far as if, as they say down here, if individual banks were to directly hold crypto, they would consider it very risky. So we'll see what comes of this as more and more Fed officials seem to be wanting to at least comment on crypto markets. Here's BTC, back to the downside we go, 21,600, trying to hold right now, which is that low. 21,500 was that low. Same story for Ethereum, breaking back down through 1540, through to 1520 even, back to the low end of the range. Red numbers top to bottom right now, 1.5%, almost 2% there for BTC itself. Everything else chopping around. Doge, Polygon, Solana as well. Rough day for crypto markets, guys, on this SI news as well.
Yes, sir. And one thing I try to say, don't always do a good job of it because we like to show executions on a shorter time frame chart because when you're day trading, it's just easier to show. Like I use a 3-minute chart, so I'm showing you the 3-minute. But when the trade is off the higher time frame, if you're looking at a level like Intel here, for example, like I'm trading off of this level. Like it's not, it's in the middle of nowhere if you look at a 3 or a 5 minute chart or a 1 minute. But if you look at what happened the last time it squoze, well, it didn't, Intel doesn't squeeze. The last time it traded up to 27, it got to here. The body and most of the volume was 26.70, right? And then you had the wick tops up at 26.90. So then you kind of look over, okay, well, what's going on here on the 3 minute chart, which I'm just showing you guys, breaks 26.70. It's not through that high, so engage the short, work the short off of that top, give to 27. Now, I'm not really bidding till it gets down into VWAP because success on a trade like this is it rejecting that price area, getting underneath 70, and then following through. So the trade is really off of the 15-minute. So I can expect to be in it a little bit longer. Like this is one where I could be in it all day. If it takes a top, then I'm not in it very long. But it's not really a scalp trade because that's not the setup for that price level. I did just jump out of meta. This is kind of a little bit more off the 3, so I'm going to go back here. Bouncing off that pre-market area, that 185.5. Didn't really give any of the underfills, under support, down around that 185. So no real chance to load this up. But if it gets to VWAP, I'll probably have to respect and try to get out of that. The market bouncing here might give an opportunity for the NVIDIA short. So meta working. We did just get some out. Congratulations. If you caught some bottoms there just now. But I am looking for a short on NVIDIA. And hopefully it is a little bit tighter to that top there. So this could be our chance. Unfortunately, SI never got to 380, so I think you already said that, Sean. It's back at 350. I'll give it a couple opportunities to get back upside. I do want the short in that name eventually.
I mean, we don't have to hit any animations. It doesn't matter. Everyone knows what's good over here. I mean, even the professor goes AMD. Yeah, so, I mean, there it is, man. I mean, this came right in. Boom, we told you where we're going to get some out. There's one out at 98. There's an out right now at 09 or whatever that just ripped up to. 10s, actually, my bad, on that one. So, yeah, so far so good here, man, as we just continue to watch our... Wow, this has been great. Like, honestly, man, like, I love it when Powell is in the building, man. We heard about that over and over again. He's definitely added some juice up to this market, and we are just... We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. We only have one trade that we were negative on today, and that is this one right here. It's Amazon. And, we got short and we got out. Like, look at the damage that this one does, and then just look at, like, what we're doing here on the longs, right? So, again, that's what it's all about, man. It's all about risk management for me. And as long as we keep doing that, then we can just keep upping our shares over and over and over again because we have winning trades on board, right? Yesterday we had... I think it was 7 wins, 1 loss. Today, right now, it's 6-1. Let's just see, like, that's what you want to do. You want to get consistent. The net doesn't matter. I mean, the net matters. You get paid on net. But it's about getting consistent on what you're doing so that net, when you look back, you're being like, okay, this is what I built towards. I built towards having the confidence and the ability to put on more shares, right? So that's what we're doing right now. Looking for good trades, trying to level up, trying to add some more, excitement to these trades and making sure, and the trades don't have to be exciting. It's just, that's part of it, right? Trade stocks that are moving around where you can get some of this. Like, look at AMD go, man. Like this again, the #1 stock here just continues to rip up. I'm basically doubling my net right now on this name because we're 55 cents in the money right now again. So here we go, man. Huge moves to the upside. Brendan's got something.
All right, guys, we are happy to have, in a few minutes here, coming up, our Renovo RX, positive phase 3 data out earlier in the week on a pancreatic cancer treatment. Very important information coming from the CEO, in fact. Great looking daily chart, by the way, as well. RNXT, Bradley, thank you. RNXT, great looking daily chart, as I mentioned, coming up in a few minutes here. We'll have Sean Bagay, the CEO, is going to tell you why we need to listen to positive data out earlier in the week from this company. So that's coming up in about 10 minutes.
Buddy named Sean? Yeah. That's good. It's held over my face because we have the same name and everything like that. Yeah, so shout out to Sean. I'll be back beyond in just a couple of minutes with Brendo, the best in the business. Brendan Wickens, thank you so much for lining that up and teeing that up. It's always interesting to hear more about new companies, and we're going to get good to go on that one. New ideas, yeah, possibly just, talk to guys. So that's good. Look at AMD, man. I mean, like I just said, reload, and you guys are right, man. We used to have that Carlito's way. I'm reloaded, but we don't have that on the board right now. We're going to try to get that one back for sure. That's one of the best, and that's not even an image right there. Maybe we can get that one, Fahad. That's just an audio clip. That's all that is. So it's called I'm Reloaded. It's called Reloaded there. So
it's in there.
It's in there
I'll show you,
somewhere. It's
Fahad.
in there somewhere. It's just audio, so we should be able to get that. But there it is, man. We are reloaded, and now we are out of more than half of this trade right now. So yes, it is a reloaded trade, but let's see for how long as we are now out of a little bit here, as it's it is apparently falling back in right now for AMD. So let's just get out one more piece at 97. Oh, we missed it. If we can, we'll be sitting there on a move back up. We'll get another piece out at 97, and then we'll watch out for a pull back down. Remember, we're waiting for, there it is, we just got it. So remember, we're waiting for 50s. So again, being long here at 60, taking out 40 cents, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 to 1 on the ratio for risk to reward right now on this AMD trade. So, hey man, we're taking it. We're getting lighter on this trade. So far, so good here today.
And I want to shout out Wallace in the chat just now, brought up Rivian. Good look, absolutely good look at a stock that usually we'd be all over this one. But today there's other things moving, and obviously you got to go to them. It's up 0.5%, but I just want to highlight a couple of days ago. We had the big flush, the gap down, all that stuff, breaking that monster 15 area. But since what you have is like a wipeout bottom, you got 1540, not breaking 1540. So be very, very careful with what looks like a double top. If you have a 3-minute chart up, like this is, I was just sort of talking about this. If you have a 3-minute chart up, you're going to pull this out, and if you're looking at it this way, it's like, oh my goodness, look at it, breaking yesterday's high, triple top yesterday's high. 15 pennies above is the big level that it has not been able to get through. So I feel like it needs to clear there before you're going to fill in that gap back up to 16. If anything, that could be like a trap longs 25, doesn't break 40s, and then you're short in that range, risk to reward back down into 15. That's what I would see with Rivian. If you got it long from the bottom, you can always hold on to it because the risk to reward is fantastic at this point. So just a little bit careful. Just be careful. Punching long in overhead resistance. OCEA just pulled again. So it just bounced. But look at it, rejecting 8 even. I'd be very cautious going in long in this again. If it breaks 7, this could halt to the downside. It's already double top. I'm thinking short on this name, but I'm looking for the break to the highs to give the shorts somewhere in this range, like 9 to 950. I don't really want to be shorting these bottoms until I see it bounce or do something off that 7 level. There's not enough information off 7 yet to be able to tell what's going to happen if it gets down there, because it hasn't really tested 7 even with any gusto.
Yeah, we've been shorting Rivian for the last couple of days there, but we did not pay for shorts today.
Nope.
In Rivian, so yeah, so that sucks, but that's okay. I don't think Rivian is necessarily a short, but it's at that 1525, so definitely for sure right now. So we're gonna watch out for that 183. I just want to go over Tesla one more time here. 183 right now. So are we ready for the guest there, Prado? Was that what that was? Sector watch. Okay, so I mean, no wonder why you can't hear these guys. I mean, I literally had no idea what was just said right there. So all right, let's go over to Brendan then for sector watch.
Hey guys, overall green market as we've been seeing so far today, so that translates into a green board as well. Nice look for the S&P right now, about 0.5% in positive territory, 0.47. A few names jumping off this board, notable SIVB. Some liquidity issues possibly coming through from them unexpectedly after the close yesterday. So 40%, better part of 40% to the downside right now, dragging the entire banking sector, in fact, to the downside with it. FRC 13% along with it. But banks overall, the only group right now in negative territory, largely due to that move on its own. Healthcare stocks are positive on the day. We'll talk a little bit about healthcare stocks coming up here. Tech back to the upside as well. Not huge moves, but PayPal notable, as I mentioned, 2.5 to the upside. Intel 3.25 to the upside. Enphase, SEDG back higher as well. GE 8.2% on better than expected results. The forecast or reiterating their forecast as well. Etsy 4% downside. Not so good for Etsy. A couple of negative notes from analysts this morning. Energy back in positive territory as well. We just got the natural gas inventory data for last week that came out basically in line with expectations, a slight build on what happened the week before. Nice green market to start things off anyways, guys, for a Thursday. Back to you.
All right.
G's having a day.
G is having a day.
I gotta say this because everyone, like someone in the chat was just like, and I saw you guys, and you're like, Neil, trade first and then talk. The thing about Rivian and not liking the long there and like looking for the reversal, I hadn't paid for the locates. Like I just got them now. Like I was processing the locates on this. I couldn't have taken this trade if I wanted to because you have to. It's not free for us to short Rivian. It costs. It costs 1/8 of a cent per share to be able to short Rivian, but it's not zero, so we can't just. I know, 1/8 of a cent, really? Like, come on. It could just be free. But it is what it is. Like, it's very, very cheap for the locates, but I didn't have them. I just grabbed them now, so thank you guys for pointing that one out. I hadn't even looked at Rivian today. But GE's on one. I just feel like if General Electric gets anywhere close, because they had the reverse split, right? So if it gets anywhere close to that $100 level, I think that's going to be a fade today. If it gets to $100, that's probably not an obvious thing. However, the actual top up here is like 101.50. So if I see anywhere, like if it gets to 100, like the out's probably not at 100. It would be shorting 100, and then you're kind of giving it all the way to 101.50. So you want the fills above 100 to short, if that makes sense to you guys. So GE, haven't looked at it once until, Brendan brought it up twice. I haven't looked at it once. Now I'm kind of thinking, where can we get it? Meta's kind of holding here, 187. This makes some sense. In the pre-market, Meta couldn't get through this level. I've already taken some out in front. So I'm either getting more shares off the bid, or we're waiting for this to crack VWAP here. Got to wait for it to make a bit of a decision. And then NVIDIA, try to be patient with you, and now the lower high feels like it wants no part of that 244. So I'm going to let the market continue to trend higher. If the market breaks, I'm looking at the ES now. I should be looking at the NASDAQ. So we'll go NASDAQ here. If the market can actually break the high and NVIDIA doesn't break the high, then I'm just going to short it wherever it might be, guys. So NVIDIA is definitely relatively weak compared to these other names here, guys. This one is crazy. So if it looks like this one, the market wants to go higher, NVIDIA is a name that seems like it's failing to break those tops and is lagging the market. Only looking shorts NVIDIA. AMD stronger. Intel, I've got my structured trade, but even it's stronger. And the chip names are not all going together. NVIDIA clearly is a bit of a dog at these prices.
Look, I mean, that's exactly the whole point of trading, right? Identify strength and weakness, identify trades that you want. And I just said to Professor, like, I can't believe I just got away with another reload right there on AMD. We bought 58 and we got out 68 and then 74. It looks like it's going to break. I mean, we're out of half now, just waiting for this to break back down below 50. But there's another reload right down there on AMD. But like Neil mentioned, man, the weakness appears to be in this market right now. Meta back up to 187, so that's pretty sweet. I mean, the market, sorry, I shouldn't say the market, in individual names like NVIDIA and whatnot. But for right now, Google's flirting with that 95, just bounced off there pretty nice. Sometimes when you get out, there is reload opportunities. We went to AMD, but right there at VWAP again for Google. And then let's look at Tesla. I want to look at this if it gets back to 185, but until then, I feel like we can pull away from this trade. Like I said, we don't need to be in everything. We're at the highest spot all day. This is AMD pending here. We will have an LFT if it breaks through 86.50. So as we get ready, here it comes. As we get ready for our guest of the day, here we go. Watch out, 86.50 breaks. It's the only position I have left on. We will take an amazing 9-cent hit on AMD if it does go back through 86.50. We've all been waiting for it. It's our guest of the day with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, we are happy to have Renovo RX, RNXT is the ticker on the NASDAQ, guys. They are a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company focused on the development of therapies for targeted local treatment of solid tumors using chemotherapy. On Wednesday of this week, the company released very positive interim analysis for a phase 3 data that reported a 6-month median overall survival benefit for the company's Renovo Gem over standard of care symptomatic. So we're thrilled to have Sean Bagais, the CEO of the company, with us today to tell us a little bit more about this development and this treatment as a whole. This is something, it's great to see you, Sean. Welcome to the show. It's something that obviously has touched everyone in some way, shape, or form. So any positive development in this sense is something that I think everyone will be thrilled to learn a little bit about. Tell us what we need to know here. So this is a pancreatic treatment, cancer treatment that focuses on providing chemotherapy directly to solid tumors. What do investors need to know here? What do the viewers need to know here on this?
Well, thanks for having me on, Brandon. I really appreciate it. So when you think of chemotherapy, what do you think of? You think of IV, in the arm, systemic chemotherapy. The goal of chemo, if you recall, is to try to kill off the tumor cells, but you blast the whole body with chemotherapy with the goal of hopefully killing the tumor before the patient. We're trying to flip that on its head. Imagine a scenario where you can actually localize chemotherapy, actually attack the tumor directly. So instead of blasting the whole body, we get chemotherapy locally. So by placing our delivery mechanism and our whole therapy platform is based upon this, we can force chemotherapy targeted locally, directly in the tissue. So without blasting the whole body first, we actually force drug in the tissue and the tumor and bathe the tumor in chemotherapy. This is an entire platform we're developing, starting with pancreatic cancer, as you mentioned.
So this is a mid-stage trial on this. Tell us a little bit about how this is 6-month median overall survival benefit data. How does this compare, let's say, to what the FDA would look at as approvable at this point?
So it's amazing that the bar is set so low, unfortunately, in these cancers. The last major advancement in pancreatic cancer was the approval of Abraxane. Abraxane added 8 weeks to survival from the previous drug, gemcitabine. So now with a dual agent, we see an 8-week survival benefit. And when I use air quotes there, it's because patients have higher toxicities. So we don't see patients living a real quality of life or a better life, they have an extra 8 weeks. So that's really what's approved recently in cholangiocarcinomas, a 6.5-week survival benefit. So 6 months is obviously astonishing numbers in terms of giving patients lives back without those toxicities and hopefully extending life from several months beyond to gain adoption.
Is this in line, I guess, with what was expected from this data?
Absolutely. In fact, if you look at, as I mentioned, anything over a couple months is considered a complete game changer. My anticipation was with this early look, it's a 30% look at the interim analysis. Anything over 4 months would say we're on the right track. 6 months is astonishing. If we can get 6 months back, we're happy. Honestly, I always thought this would work. It makes sense to localize chemotherapy that we know kills tumor cells and get into the tumor. But it's amazing for our team that we can actually now start to prove this out.
This is a platform, obviously. Renovo Gem is a platform, so that indicates the fact that there might be other applications for this. Tell us what we need to know as far as what is in the pipeline or potentially for this platform as well.
Absolutely. In fact, our investigators have seen the benefit to their pancreatic cancer patients. They've been pushing us for other difficult to treat tumors. So the next one is bile duct cancer. So we've actually got orphan drug designation both for pancreatic and bile duct cancer. We anticipate launching that second indication within the next few months. Beyond that, we can really target any drug through this therapy platform for any solid tumor next to a blood vessel. So the platform has a broad applicability or potential for other tumors and other drugs as well.
So when it comes to going forward now, this is obviously, as we said, a mid-stage phase 3 trial that this data came from. What does the timeline going forward look like as far as what the company is expecting for this platform?
So this is an interim in the phase 3 trial. The second interim we have is going to be about mid next year. That'll be 60% of the events, or we're tracking deaths in these patients. It is a survival-based study. So we will have dialogues with the FDA in the meantime. In fact, some of our advisors have said this data is so compelling we should go to the FDA now and not withhold this from patients. So we'll have dialogues with the FDA in the coming months to see when this could be approvable and potentially early approval even on the next interim. Mid next year, the final study should run through 2024 and 2025.
And is that typical for something like this? When something is so positive, is there, say, a minimum trial data that is required in a case like this?
They're looking for significance. So with a p-value of 0.052 is what we reported out, 0.051. We're trending there. We're very close. And if it looks like you're not harming patients, our data monitoring committee met and there's no safety concerns, and if there's a potential benefit, it is precedented where the FDA could approve drugs early to make sure that patients get access to this.
Obviously, the next step would be commercialization for something like this. What does the company see here as far as the time frame for that?
Earliest we could see is probably in 2025 if we get early approval next year. Beyond that, to run the full study, probably peaking in 2026. But we're around the corner, especially with this positive data, can really set us on the right track for that.
It's a fascinating topic. I mean, this video alone is fascinating. We were all standing here watching this for 5 or 10 minutes before you came on here today, Sean. So we wish you the best of luck. I mean, as I said to start this off, it's something that has touched pretty much anyone at this point, whether it's directly or indirectly. So we await to hear more positivity from the company. Again, Renovo RX, guys, RNXT, trades on the NASDAQ. Sean McGuy is the CEO. We appreciate your time today. Thanks for this.
Thanks for having me on, Brendan. Have a good one.
Take care.
And the key point there is we all know it absolutely has touched everybody. And it's always good to have a business idea or something. We're a trading show and we're talking about the markets here. But when an idea or a company is actually changing people's lives, it's just all that much better. And it's even cooler when you get to show a strong looking chart. So I know we're talking the nuts and bolts there with Sean, and that's where his focus is going to be. But, I kind of, what's interesting about this? We actually, just for what's in giggles.
Yeah.
So this actually, RNXT had a golden cross. And I know we were just talking about this yesterday because someone asked about the golden cross, the 50 and the 200. This made a golden cross and then gave you a lower high at 270. And then right after that, you had volume spike, reclaim, sort of hold the support level that was established on the golden cross, and then doubled up. So, and this is not to say that kind of technical analysis is always true, but that actually lined up almost perfectly, where it showed you the golden cross, showed you the support off of when it made that cross, and then made the move to the upside. So sometimes these things do work out. While this was happening, a few things to work over. Certainly Intel short, but Meta's starting to come back in here as the market kind of double topped. I actually added to my Intel short, but I want to go to what's rejecting VWAP here on Meta and now coming back into this 185 that I think we're going to test. NVIDIA never gave me the opportunity to get more shares. However, I'm going to keep coming back to this one here. NVIDIA, the key fills, I think, were up at 243, 244. And then Intel, for me, I have to zoom way out on the 15-minute. It just rejected a top break, but that's not the real top that I'm looking for. This is 26.90. So when it broke 85, that's not the high to me. To me, I'm looking at the higher time frame. And when it wicked that top, that was just a reason to have more shares. So I'm looking for that real push back in. I probably need to get something out in the high 60s if it does make that flush. But I'm now positioned in Intel. Silvergate, we only have 5 minutes to go here. So I just want to point out that Silvergate made the move without me. So now that it's at 330, that's now 50 pennies away from my offer. So I'm canceling my offer. That's 15%. I don't want to offer 15% away from the price, because if it gets there really, really quickly, you really don't want it. So I wouldn't be sitting out there, but if we do test that high, I'll probably wait for 380 to 40 for that short. Might have missed that opportunity in Silvergate. So when you're not, if you're sitting in it, sometimes on a stock that's high, short, float, it's the better way to go. But then you can also get run over. So I was sitting in it before and it didn't work. Not sitting in it here on the way up ends up being the wrong call. So I like Meta long. We'll reload that one. I definitely like this price area for the short and Intel. And NVIDIA probably has to pop a buck before I fade that.
All right, so, wow, and again, great guess. Thank you so much for that, Sean. But look, we just shorted Apple right now. So Apple at the day's high. We've already sort of touched out here earlier right now. I'm pretty excited about that. So let's hold Apple into the downside. Yes, there it goes, man. Yes, sir. Wow, good trade there for Apple as it's starting to come back in a little bit for us right now. So short 45. We just got a 31 fill. Pretty good. Let's wait to see if it comes back in a little bit more. The one stock that I want to talk about quickly was AMD, because again, we're not going to flush ourselves down the toilet. AMD's the number one. Google's the number one name profit-wise. AMD's the number two name there for us today. So that's so far so good. But again, it did drop down. We got out for flat. I mean, we got out, for some reason, we got out at 52 when it was supposed to be a 50 break. But that's okay because it went down to 36 and then ripped back to 87 and actually touched 87.15. So if you held, wow, okay, now we got to get out some Apple. Wow, this is really, guys, this is a big one right now. We have this one on board. Shout out to Dan Emmons there. He's like, I'm short NASDAQ. I just looked over. I was like, I'm with you, man, because we're already short Apple before I read that. But there it is. Nice downside move here for Apple. We're cashing out. Wow, what a good day, man, so far today. We have one L on the board here, and it's Amazon early, and we got out of the way of this one real quick. And then there, like, we just made twice on Apple what we lost on Amazon, and we just made Apple right now. So, I mean, that should tell you wow, twice? Okay, maybe we're getting a little bit more juicy than that right now, and there's a break right now on Apple. So, yes, sir, nice little downside move. We did it again, Brittany. It's 10:57 right now, only 3 minutes left. I think we'll just hold on to this one as the market's breaking lower. We have Apple right now. Hopefully we have Apple at this level. We've taken it out. We only have half left, but half is good for me, man. As we come right back down into VWAP, let's go. Let's take out one more. Like, this is good, man. This trade alone is like about a third of my net already on the day. So this is a big one for me. I lied about that. Sorry, it's temporarily a third, but it's more like 20% right now realized. Let's see if it comes back in right now for Apple on that short. Yes, we dug, we found one, and it's Apple at that high. So far, there it is. Yes, let's go. Break that VWAP, man. This is a good trade right here to end the day. Pretty happy with everything here today. It's been a big day for us. We don't have a red day yet in March. Knock on wood. Let's go, Apple.
Yes, sir. And look, there's some names that I'm going to draw a quick trend line. You guys know, like, market's coming down. I just took the first leg out of Intel, but I took 10% out of Intel. So I'm looking for a bigger move than what we have right now. If I want to play the short off that high, I think it's a significant one. But I want to go to Amazon. I was short Amazon as well. It was not good, but here's a little dirty trend line. It's actually trying to bounce off this trend line here. So suffice to say, I'm not a huge fan of VWAP. I'm looking to see if it can hold 95.50. That's the line I kind of like. It's a strong trend. Amazon was the strongest name on the way up. So I kind of think on the way back down, that will be one that I want to be able to buy. So 95.50 looks like it's a bit of a play. It didn't actually, it's a little bit lower than this. Like 95.40 is the actual bottom there. So I was about to say, like, the fills are at that 50 level and then giving it beneath that 40 for this little bit of retracement play. Not a guarantee that it's going to hold this line, but as long as it holds a line, I want to be looking for longs on Amazon. Got to be able to give it up. I was initially thinking short, but that was like $1 ago at least. So, I think the long is going to be in for Amazon until it proves it breaks that trend. Hasn't happened yet. And Meta did not refill. Oh, come on. I'm bidding here, and Meta goes 3 cents away. So I was trying to pick up some Amazon as well. Meta kind of bouncing off that 185.50. It doesn't get to 185.50. The actual bounce is at 185.75. Our positions are off, and it's already showing the middays. We got a minute left.
Yeah, just for hot, being progressive.
We got a minute left.
With that right there. But we just took another piece out at 153.95 right here for Apple. So it's another 55 cents in the money for us on this trade. And we are getting ready to go to the midday show. I want to thank everybody. Again, the one thing is, I know we only got like $20 or something worth of super chat. I know you guys are saving them for the midday show. I've already talked to Luca. He's ready to rock. Well, he messaged me. He's ready to rock and roll with some ideas on food, on some booze and everything like that. It's going to be a good day for them on Friday. Why? Because they have Sesame Street costumes and they're ready and willing to throw those on. And hopefully they're going to be drinking and everything. So I don't know if there's going to be a mask or whatever on that one. Should be a lot of fun. Everyone can't wait for that. Let's go to earnings. All right. Oracle, DocuSign. This is what we've been waiting for, man. This is today. Been waiting for DocuSign. We have Gap on the move as well coming in there. So that's all aftermarket tonight. That should be great. And let's look over to tomorrow. Jinko Solar's been, obviously the solar names have been really growing. We talked about First Solar yesterday. Enphase has been on the move as well. And then I'd say buckle up. Look at the top right there. We'll buckle up for what is going to be a good day in the market. I have no idea what Buckle does or anything. But
Ulta Beauty is a great company. It's not a day trade. No, that's the thing. Ulta Beauty is not a day trade. It's a great, great, great company, I would say, but I don't think we'll be trading that one. I definitely think Gap has something for us because the retailers with short float are always good to are almost always good to trade on earnings. It is now 11 o'clock. I did get the Amazon fill, so I do have that one long as well. But let's go to the midday boys. Yes, he's got the old school Bass Pro hats on. Go get him.
Old baby.
Yes, sir. Kicking it old school, baby. And I just look at myself and say, wait a second, I can't see. There we go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully everybody's having a great day, enjoying the show. Hit that like button. My name's Luca. This is Sharif beside me. The gun show has started. Let's get some trades going here, guys. My main focus today, share a couple of my trades before I get started, was Tesla. Yesterday I was talking about Tesla was above 180. I was saying, okay, we're going to 175. I wouldn't be surprised if we break it in the afternoon, whether it be 2:30, 3 o'clock, and go into that 175 level. And this thing holds 180. Squeezes at the end of the day. I say, okay, well, I mean, the short is still valid. And look what they do. They open this at 176 at like 7:45 in the morning. So edge, bye-bye. But it is what it is. We rally right back up to that 180, tap, 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 off to the races. And I was expecting a short to be in play at some point. I didn't want to really chase the long. I think 180 didn't break this morning. So technically speaking, guys, intraday 180 did not break. And that 9:30 open tested the 180 level, printed the level, and then just boom, off to the races, and it never looked back. As you guys can see, I was shorting this the whole way up, so this was super small size. This was a little bit more size. Stopped out on that trade. That was an L. Then I thought, okay, maybe 183 over under type thing. So a little bit of size, add, slam, slam, slam. And I thought, okay, here we're going to really fade back to the downside. We didn't, and then we ran up, so that was unfortunate. Got stopped out on that one. And then, as you can see here, top pick. This is basically not like aggressive size because I didn't really, I thought we would stay there the same way we kind of did it like this. But that was the top, man. I had the top short there, and then I covered very, very light position just because 184.50-ish was holding. I was like, I'll just add this back if we break. We break, I start to slam the short right here thinking we're going to flush down. And the reason I thought that was because 183, it was technically 182.80 if we're going to be very specific. 182.80, and this is a good example for everybody. 182.80 was an iceberg bid over here. And so it couldn't get below 182.80. So even though I was like shorting it, I thought like if we break that 182.80, I'm gonna like double down on the size because I thought we'll get a quick flush down to VWAP. We didn't break it. I think the 182.80 is still valid as we come back down. I mean, maybe the iceberg's still there, maybe a buyer's still there. So these things are kind of, I'm thinking about these things in real time. And so I take the short, I cover a little bit, I add. We're starting to go into 182.80. I'm like, okay, this looks awesome. And then this thing, in 1 millisecond, goes from 183.90 to 184.60. And I was like, no. Like, I've seen this before. This is going to 185. It's going to stop me out, whatever. And at this point, my average is, like, close to this area. I have, a lot of size on board relative to what I was trying to, like, risk and make happen. I was going for 181, so I just thought, like, I cannot afford for this to even go another 50 cents just because of the way that I structured it. It runs, stops me out, flushes back down, and then it just kind of, all this was just me just chasing. I didn't really get anywhere. I was just kind of, short, break even, short, break even, short, break even, short, break even. So yeah, that was that. So yeah, down on Tesla overall, but had the right idea, and I just think if this doesn't happen, I cover 188, 150, 182, just below VWAP. There's just so much selling for anybody watching the tape. I mean, yeah, John Mark, gotta love that Tesla tape teleportation. The thing with it is you gotta use the proper stops, and I know that the proper stop for this one was like 185.26 after it made the high and went down. But I took the gamble by slamming like more size over here. I said to myself, I think I'm gonna be good. If I'm not good, I lose nothing on this particular trade that I took. But if I'm correct, and I have the average of 183.50-ish, or sorry, 184.50, if this goes down to 181.50, I mean that's like a $3 move right over there. So $3 move on Tesla, it actually materialized. I wasn't a part of it, but that would have been a banger, and it would have made my week. So, I mean, overall, it's relatively speaking, it's not the end of the world. I just kind of I roll with it and I move on. But yeah, man, I will admit. I am, it frustrates me. It's like super, super frustrating to see that happen. And this is the thing, this is real trading, and I just feel like I'm kind of, showing my experience of what happens in the market. So if you guys are new to trading and you're watching the show, please hit the like button. We got 1.6K likes on board here, and 6,200 people watching. Hopefully, and I know veteran traders are obviously, watching, and if you were trading Tesla today, maybe you kind of feel the pain. I know a lot of people have kind of similar logics of where they should stop out and everything like that. But yeah, essentially, if you're new to trading, it's not as easy as just kind of like taking that top fill and then like riding it the whole way down. Like you could, if I had only that fill and I decided to hold that one and not add to it, I would have, had a better trade. I would have made money, but it wasn't, in my opinion, I just didn't know that this was going to be the top. So I didn't have the size to make it worth it for me not to add. So that's my structure was like short it into like that 182.80, and then once it breaks the 182.80, and if I have the average of, let's say, like 183.80, so I'll be $1 in the money with the size, then I could actually ride it for the rest all the way down. So it's just kind of the way that I structured it. It didn't work this time, but I tried my best, and yeah, it's all about managing risk. I think Sean said it best in the morning. If you take anything from the way that we trade as active day traders every single day, it's the way that we manage that risk intraday. So yeah, finding a way into size without risking much is practically impossible, but at the same time, it is possible sometimes. So you take your shots when you think it's warranted. Today it just didn't work, but not today, maybe tomorrow. If you like the show, like the video, and subscribe. And don't forget to subscribe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. While he was talking about Tesla, I took that Tesla short. I took the 50-period break on the 3-minute. It ended up turning into a scalp demonish type trade as it did come back into my entry point. I was looking for continuation for that 181 test. It looks like we did come right into 181. I want to say, what was the low there? 180. What's it close? 180. What? What's going on? Low. 180.96. So we did actually break 181, but I didn't have any resting orders. Anyway, a nice little trade. Got short 181.42 and then scalped through that 181 break. It looks like I did actually get some through 180.91s. Okay. Not a bad trade, but I didn't like this green candle here, essentially on the 3-minute chart. It looked like a reversal candle. Here's what I'm talking about. So here's the 50-period test, and then we get a couple of green candles, and then you have this hammer green candle, which shows you possibly a reversal and a move back into VWAP, but then it's followed by this big, thick red candle here. So I'm not sure what to make. It looks like a continuation flat bottom break, but I got bamboozled out. Possibly, maybe I should have added on that move back up, but that's not really my style. So I'm going to look for something a little more certain rather than scalping here, and maybe Tesla is not the right candidate for that. I was also looking at a flat bottom break possibly brewing here on Meta. It looks like we're getting that test of the low of day again, 185.58. We tested these levels back, I want to say, at around 10:15 or so. Now we're back at that, almost that same level. It's a second test of this level in the pre-market. We also had consolidation around this level. Here it is. So it's obviously an interesting, I'm going to say, level one more time. If we break this, I'm definitely looking for that move down. But I'm also looking at the futures, and now we are below 4,000. So 4,000 has been that clear level of resistance on the March ES contract. We haven't been really able to close above it for the last little while. It's been, we rally close to it near the close. So anyway, I don't want to front run this, but we are not far away from going red on the ES here. The ES, we are at 39.95. That's the close of yesterday. If we break below that, that is red on the day. Anyway, we're seeing there's a dance here going on at 4,000 on the ES. I'm not going to front run this meta trade, but if on any weakness, I'm looking to get short meta below 185.58. What's up with Tesla?
Yeah, guys, so we're getting that little bit of a move down in the market, as Sharif was mentioning there. I'm looking at Tesla and just now kind of taking a step back. It's kind of holding this general vicinity. So to draw the obvious line that I'm sure everybody is looking at, it's kind of bounced off the 180, makes a higher low. I feel like this might be the higher low area. It's not really breaking through 181. So I think it looks good for a little bit of a bounce back. So I think I'm going to go for VWAP here, if not 183. Gonna nurse what I got. I was trying to get more. If we come back, I will get more, but it's sometimes it's hard to get a fill. I mean, you throw out odd lots just as a test, and you get par filled on an odd lot. I think that's just a tell, man. We're probably going back up at least to 182. And something I want to say also for traders who have been trading for 1 year or less, or even 2 years and less, you take a part fill, and that is the most primary form of information. It's a part fill, you didn't get it. That means somebody didn't fill you, or they didn't want to fill your full order, whether it's a robot or a human. So that is basically telling me that this is a good price, right? So this is a good price, we are going to go up. Now, we did go up. So we actually went up from the 20s, and we just went up into the 60s. So the par fill doesn't mean that it's going to be good the second time around. But what it does mean is for that one instance of the trade that you were in, it was good for that brief moment in time. So we're obviously like coming back down a little bit. I think the level might still be valid. I'm going to be watching it right now, see if I can get more. But essentially, it doesn't mean that it's going to be good this time around, right? It could mean that we just continue to flush lower and we just break from there. So yeah, I think if we do break down through this previous low of 180.95 here, which probably happens right now, actually, I might just off this position. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe it wants to dance around and hold. I mean, we pop, we dump back, we hold the level again, it looks like. Do we pop again and then break that like 182.70? Wow, sorry, 181.75. So again, just understand the time of day. It's going to spend a little more time in and around the region. And if the level is good, if buying comes in, we get the pop. But then as soon as the buying stops, it kind of like runs back, tries to stop everybody out before it actually makes a move in said direction. So again, not to say that I have the correct call on this, but I'm just sort of playing off of the fact that 180 is support. This is the higher low region. If we start to move back to the upside, I mean, this is a lower high, but if we hold this area and get a pop, then I'm going to be able to probably get VWAP on that one. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. And yeah, I'm going to continue to watch that one as I talk and look at other things. Let's look at SI very quickly. SI is going bankrupt. They're done.
So they say.
They're done. And this wasn't the Citadel? Wasn't Citadel like in this?
9%, or they had 7 million shares or something
Why would
like
they
that.
do that?
Well, I mean, like they didn't know Sam Bankman-Fried like everybody else. You know how much SI or Silvergate relied on FTX as a customer?
Yeah.
And when that went broke, you know, like, that's a significant portion of their book. Thank you. Quick news recap for the $10 super chat, adding to that beer and pizza fund that we're allocating and accumulating for Friday. We had Greg come over mid-show yesterday and kind of thank us because he's going to reap some of the benefits of that, baby. Yeah, so that's going to be good. Stay tuned tomorrow. Costumes, beer, and pizza. That's what we're promising for on the midday show tomorrow. It's something you haven't seen before. Trading, beer, costumes, and pizza, just to recap there. So
it's funny, like they've seen the beer, the pizza, but now with costumes.
I know.
Baby, I'm telling all my friends and family, guys, tune in and watch. It's going to be exciting. Yeah, it should be a lot of fun.
We'll have good dexterity. We're definitely going to have our hands available. We're going to be punching into positions. It's going to be a regular day. We're just going to look ridiculous. So yeah, that's what's going to go down tomorrow. Doomer saying Osia up 65%. I'm just going to get to that 1 second. Yeah, I know it's hovering around VWAP. It's doing the dance with $8. We'll get to that in 1 sec. It was a bit of a halt fest. You know I love my small cap crappers. I wouldn't leave you hanging like that. Just give me a sec. Let's talk about these big cappers because some of them are at key levels here. First and foremost, Microsoft. Yeah, it's been an absolute beast today. I don't know if the guys talked about it in the morning. I'm not sure. But this one really got going. 8:30 is when like the volume really started picking up, the pre-market volume. Obviously 9:30 comes in and then boom to the high side. We start off, I want to say the morning we were doing like a dance with 252 and then we basically almost got up to 260, 259, 56 is the high of day. Why I like it now though. Now we've retraced into VWAP. We're back down at 4,000 on the ES. Do we get that another bounce off 4,000? And likewise, do we get that bounce off VWAP on Microsoft? So nice that they're both together, right? But I don't know. Do we get that 4,000 break? I mean, we got positive news. You know what? I'm done talking about it. I'm going to go long Microsoft here. I'll work my way into this position. So here we go with a quarter position to start. Let's punch and pray here, as Bradley likes to say. I got 09s, 258 09s. We're already flying in the money 20 pennies, so that was a nice little take there. Let's not celebrate quite yet. It could be in real quick. Now, where's my target? Let's talk about target. Let's talk about outs. Target, obviously, you're looking for that whole dollar test, 259. And then, obviously, you know, the dream is that high of day break, 259.56. But, you know, we'll have to see. Do we hold VWAP? Let's not even start analyzing that until we actually hold VWAP. Now, what if it breaks down below my entry? My entry being at 09s. Well, I'm willing to defend into VWAP, in and around VWAP. That takes me down into the $0.75, 257.75-ish, right? So I'll defend in and around there, but I'll also be, eyeing flat bottom breaks, because that's how these flat bottom breaks sometimes brew. That big high of day make, that big retracement into VWAP, that consolidation around VWAP, and then the Huadunk all the way down.
The Huadunk.
Right? So that comes into play. But let's see. Let's not have any biases. Let's see if this one's going to bounce off VWAP. Do we hold 4,000 on the ES? That'll have a lot to do with, I think, whether we bounce or not. I'm looking for that possible bounce on Microsoft, but I'm also keeping my options open on some other bounces here as I see Amazon. Amazon's been absolutely poopy in terms of longs lately, but today it's holding up 2%. I was having a conversation with Jacob in the back, and he's like, yeah, man, I took that short on Amazon. And yeah, Sean had that one too, and he's been absolutely raking it in on the shorts on Amazon lately, but today it's held up 2%, holding VWAP, bouncing off VWAP, and wanting to retrace possibly into 96s here. 96.21, that's the high on Amazon today. So keeping my eye on some of these big cappers. We're not going to call them big cap crappers because they're clearly not crap.
Oh, they are definitely not crap there. But guys, I think I'm going to short Amazon here. It kind of feels like this, I mean, it's not, like it's head and shoulders, whatever. This is the shoulder, this is the head. Is this now the shoulder? Then we go back down. But we are up 1.9%. I just want to see if I can, maybe I just missed my opportunity on that one because, yeah, if the short's going to be good, then we're actually going to just this is the top here. But play off that 95.80 is kind of interesting because I couldn't get above that before. And then we kind of get above that. We run to the upside, we slam back through it, and now we're testing it again. So I'm trying to get short right here in front of 95.80. I'm not putting a stop in, but I'm going to watch it to see, do we kind of go over, under, what's going to happen on that one. So, yeah, let's see if I could get the fill here. Where am I sitting, actually? So, okay, maybe I just go oh, hold on just a minute. Let's see if I can get that. Yeah, man, it's frustrating to miss. That's why I don't really like sitting on the book because I sit there and if it's good, if this is the level, then I don't get the fill. So even though I'm sitting there, and I'm at a very, very specific area, a very specific area. So if that's a good fill, they will not fill or it'll be a part fill. So I kind of don't like sitting there. I like waiting and then just crossing and getting in. But yeah, let's see if it wants to just go up a little bit more and fill me on that one. Somebody in the chat, first of all, Brian James, member for 15 months. Thank you so much. I see you saying Google. I'll have a look at it in a second. But yeah, Ryan saying finally Luca is long. Yeah, man, long Tesla, here we go. So I'm getting some out at the top of the range because it's not really ripping the way that I thought. But yeah, let's wait to see if 82 breaks. Then I'm going to try to get VWAP. I'm going to try to get 183. And then I'll hold some in case we actually break the high, but I'm not really too sure if that is going to come to fruition. Okay, so getting the Amazon fill, this one looks pretty good for now. We'll see if this one wants to flush back down. I am cognizant of the fact that we went down and then we popped. This candle just kind of tells me that my target on this one is kind of ahead of VWAP, just because we got there and we ripped up. I feel like we're going to get there again. Maybe I'm going to try to get some out around that area because of the pop, and then if we actually break and fade, I'll try to hold some for that. But yeah, playing off this 95.80, going to give it a little bit of room, might add to it if we do end up breaking, but it should not break 96 if the short's going to be good here. So we'll see what happens. What's going on, Igor, in the chat? Yes, sir. Money, 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 baby. And pizza's coming in tomorrow. Quantran saying Luca using intraday head and shoulders. Yeah, it's not really, I mean, this is the thing. I want to just short Amazon. I kind of feel like it's going to be good. And then I justify it by saying, yeah, it's a little head and shoulders. So that's why I'm shorting it. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, look, listen, if we go back up, I'm out. And if we go down, I'm covering. I would say, yeah, when it comes to patterns, I'm definitely the, patterns are better on the wider time frame. So, you want to look at the daily. If it's a head and shoulders, that is showing you a bigger reversal. This intraday, I mean, if this starts to work, I'm not saying it was the head and shoulders that did it. I'm just going to say that maybe there was a seller. And I kind of like these setups. Again, just going back very quickly, I like the setups where we rally into a level. We specifically can't break. We sell off really hard. Then we go back. We break the level. We jailbreak it. Now, not by much, but we sort of jailbreak through it. Right? Then we do a little bit more volume comes in. We kind of go there. We break an even dollar level, and then we flush back through. And then as soon as we get back to that level, it's a flush back through. So then you're getting the retest here, and now it's, I think, fade to the downside. So again, it's everything really kind of what is the market going to do? Because if the market rips up, then Amazon, I assume, will be ripping up with it. That's why I'm kind of scalping this. I'm going to see how much I can get. What does the market want to give me on this one? I'm already in the money on it, 12 cents, nothing to write home about, but it's basically the trade is working. So let's see if we can get below 50s, maybe get some stops below 95.50, and that'll be like my cover for some of that one. Tesla is going to 182, so looking good so far. We'll see if it can get the VWAP to get some of those fills there. And Google, I'm not too sure what to think of Google, but the first thing that stands out is this area right here. It kind of one bounce, two bounce, now it's kind of drifting. Does it have the steam to actually get back over 95? I feel like 95 is a level. I don't know if I'm like correct to say that. Maybe it's not close to 95. I would say maybe, yeah, 96. But again, if we're actually going to go lower, it's probably not going to get to 96. We're actually going to, you know, reject 95, and then this. So this is like the high, and then this is the lower high, and then we go down. So yeah, I'd watch that 95 and watch this level. If we break that, maybe we go lower. Let's go to Brendan at the big desk briefly for the volume leaders.
Interesting board setting up here so far today, guys, as far as what is doing the most volume on the day. Positive session, however, pretty evenly spread here as far as gainers versus decliners right now for the overall U.S. marketplace. 10,279 listings on this board right now, 4,100. 4,202, you saw a change. To the upside, 4,900 and change to the downside, about 1,100 as we've seen over the past couple of days, basically unchanged. Right now, 195 new lows versus just 98 new highs. 113 million for this troika once again today. TRKA, little penny stock, couple of days in a row to the upside. Huge, huge volume once again. 90 million for Mullen. It's been on here all week long as well. TQs and SQs doing their thing, typically near or at the top of this board. 50 million for the short side, 70 million for the long side. I was just thinking as I was saying that, we should start monitoring which one does the most volume and see how that correlates with the direction of the day. Tesla here, 61 million once again on that note about the investigation. SI, AMD, OCEA rounding things out, 66% on 30 million shares. Huge day for that OCEA, guys. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you hit the like and subscribe today, guys.
Like, subscribe, and share. Like I always say, guys, building a position into Microsoft over here, adding on these dips, added it to 258, now riding it back. Now, let's see if we can make a new green candle on the 3-minute chart to make a new high. Definitely looking for that 358.50 take. We're flirting with the 30s. We're saying hello to the 40s, but we haven't broken through the 50s yet. I'm definitely looking for a continuation off this VWAP bounce. Concurrently, I'm also looking at the futures, ideally to hold that 4,000. I mean, Microsoft is strong. It's above VWAP. You know, it's bouncing off a key level, so it doesn't necessarily need to break down if the futures break down below 40s. But if they get going, 4,000. But if the futures get going off 4,000 and start making a run back into 40.15, maybe even 40.19, whatever, that's obviously a propellant and an accelerant for Microsoft to get to the high side. Definitely looking for that 259 like we talked about. Yeah, riding it through the 30s. So let's see what this one does, building a nice position here with 18s as my average, because I did add at that high point there in the mid 40s. So I have, you know, a bit of a higher cost basis, but that was mitigated somewhat by that dip down at 58. So looking for continuation. Don't want to keep repeating it, but that's what I'm looking for on Microsoft there. AMD looks absolutely fantastic here. Oh my goodness. You heard the boy Katina was on this today. He had that dip trade off VWAP. I don't know how many times he just kept printing off that, but yeah. Now we've gotten that nice successive bounce off VWAP here, off, I want to say 86.70, and now we're moving through 87, and we're looking at $87.50, 87.81. That's top day. And you know what? It's not looking out of the realm of possibility for us to actually take top of day here. AMD is so strong. Let's get on this boat, man. You know, I don't have to get too heavy into this, so I can kind of bamboozle my way in, but I'm definitely looking for a possible high a day take on AMD, as this one is just absolutely relatively strong. Let's go half position, and then, you know, we'll build a little bit. We could retrace probably into maybe 87s. You even got to make a contingency plan for 86 and 86.75. That's where VWAP is around. So looking for continued strength on AMD. I don't know, you know, the futures, obviously, again, I keep talking about the futures having to hold 4,000s. We're kind of straddling VWAP a little bit from the low side as opposed to the high side, yet we're also holding 4,000. So many micro things to look at here. Drives you crazy. Got to mitigate all that nuttiness and try to focus on the data. While I let those trades develop, let me quickly bring in LUNR, small cap crapper du jour. Look at this baby. Oh yeah, right 9:30 it gets going. We're hanging around maybe 10.50 at the time. That's technically a low day, but that's really the average price here until the bell. So 10.50, we get all the way up to 17.70, but it wasn't a smooth ride. A lot of wicking and a lot of you know, like look at this.
Really?
You take that 9:30 bounce, you get all the way up, you're getting to that key level here, that 15-ish area, and then boom, all the way down. But nice, you hold VWAP quite nicely here, and that's kind of, if you were looking for a dip trade, it definitely cooperated there. And then again, several big retracements, but all into key levels, whether it's the 50 period, whether it's VWAP, seems to have respected that, but a lot of wicking, a lot of range on these candles. Like take, for example, this 1 minute candle here, 1684 to the high side, 1521 to the downside. Yeah, you got to have a risk for appetite and some good risk management controls to deal with this baby. I'll be looking for it possibly at, I want to say, the 50 period, maybe get to a quarter position, then maybe another position down here at 15. So we'll set up some trades on this one. I've been kind of keeping my eye on it all morning. AMD's retraced on me here, and so has Microsoft. So before I get into that LUNR trade, let me set up some moves here on AMD. Let me just look at AMD real quick baby. Here. We get an 87 retest, so I'm going to go ahead and add another little position here on this 87 retest. I'll also be looking to add in possibly at 86.75. Again, that's kind of dependent on what the futures are doing. We're setting up for a break of that 4,000, man. I feel like we're testing the 4,000 more times to the bottom than we are anything peak related to the top. I mean, yeah, we've made successively lower highs on the futures, 40.19, then 40.15, and now we're testing 4,000 again. So now all of a sudden I'm not feeling as great about some of these longs on these big cappers. I'll tell you quite frankly here. So unless we get a nice bounce off 4,000, let's see what'll go on, Luca.
Wait 1 sec.
Okay, so I'll continue. SI, we'll look at SI possibly here. It's holding VWAP. Actually, you know what? Before we get to SI, let me get to LUNR and set up those trades. So let's go ahead and take, yes, Meta off here. Actually, Meta will have to stay on because I'm looking for that dip trade. LUNR, is that NASDAQ? Yes, it is. Good. Okay. Yeah, so LUNR, I'm going to set up a dip trade at 15.75. So let's go ahead and put that there. So 15, we'll sit at 77s, double seven. Why not, right? Where are we at here? How come it didn't let me do it? 15. Oh, yeah, 15.77. Goodbye. Not sure what. Oh, that's because the lunar trade. There we go. So we got a couple of that there. I'll also set one up at, I want to say 15.25, but we'll see what happens when it gets there. This is a quarter position, so this is going to be very exploratory. Not looking to add into this until I'm well in the money. So quickly now, I've got to deal with these Microsoft trades and AMD trades. AMD, we already had that 87 dip. Microsoft, we're coming right back into VWAP here. So I'm going to be looking to add and defend this level, but if we break these lows on the futures, and it looks like we are, 39.97 and a half now, making a newer low, successive lows, successive highs, doesn't bode well for some of these longs.
Yeah, guys, I was trying to kind of add to this Tesla long here, but it just didn't work, so I basically stopped myself out. I didn't, the thing is, I didn't want to stop, it's like that was the proper stop, I think, below 95s, because it was the below of this wick, and it kind of bounced already twice. But I sort of missed the way to structure that a little bit better. Not too thrilled with how I did that. But yeah, Amazon short was good. This shorting that, kind of covering a little bit, covering and then covering just in front of VWAP. So yeah, out of that trade, I guess it is a head and shoulders, which kind of begs the question, why did I cover? Because if this is a break of the neckline, then do we actually go lower? For myself, doesn't matter. I mean, it is head and shoulders. I take the short. I do it for a little bit of other reasons, not so much that one specifically. But essentially, yeah, we could probably stay around VWAP and bounce a little bit. So yeah, out of that trade fully, pretty good with that one. And yeah, maybe this was the ultimate stop out on the Tesla longs, and then we actually rip back to the upside. It's just frustrating, man. It's so frustrating when like trying to multitask and do this, and I just kind of butcher it. If this goes back up, I'll just be pissed, man. I'll be pissed. Anyways, let's look at AMD here. Above 87, this thing multi-day to the upside, kind of turning around off that 75, breaking 80. This is the daily, running to the upside. Watch that. I mean, maybe not today, but 89 area. Watch 89.90. That's pretty interesting. And yeah, maybe like this area, like 87.50 into the 89. So I would say that would be resistance first. If 89 breaks, maybe not today, but tomorrow, then yeah, we're probably going to get a test of 90. And I don't know if we have a really good day on the market and everything's going to the upside, then yeah, AMD is going to probably lead the way, breaking 90 and moving. So yeah, I would keep an eye on that one. Not sure how I'm going to trade it today if I do trade it. At this point, it's like very strong. I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks the highs, but I don't want to really get long here because we could easily like get back into VWAP. I think that wick right there is kind of a tell. The VWAP is holding, and that's the bottom, 86.40. So it went down again. It didn't break that level. So if we go back down, that 86.40 is like a potential for like over/under. So if it stays above, long. If it breaks down below, short. But again, still up on the day, and the overall market not looking too bad there. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. And yeah, see, this is the thing, man. Tesla, I'm like, okay, this is the stop out, but then it breaks the lows, right? And then, or it doesn't break this low though, which I guess that's like, you could say 70s. Thing is though, is like there's not enough volume. So if it gets there and I throw a stop, it just goes and triggers my stop regardless. So I got to be kind of, you know, I gotta structure that a little bit better if I do take those trades in the future. Let's see Apple. I didn't look at Apple today. I know yesterday 153 was good. Kind of channeling very sideways. Today it's a little bit above. If we dip down for whatever reason, I think I might eye that 153 for a bounce because it was resistance yesterday, and then today kind of, you know, holding, going to the upside, giving you the morning bounce off the open, off the 153, and then running. And this is kind of top end of the range. So again, we're far away. I don't think we get there. But if the market collapses and everything goes down very quickly for whatever reason, I kind of want to, yeah, I want to like play like a 153 bounce for a move back up. Dr. Crusher, this market hurts my neck. Yeah, man, yep, I feel you on that one. I feel you on that one, man. I don't know if you were listening to my kind of Tesla explanation in the morning, but it was just super frustrating because I had the trade, I had the size, and it stops me out, and then it still goes back down. So it's like, it's just so frustrating, like as a trader to see that. Like you have the size, you have the trade, you have the average, it's going down, you hit it in all the right directions, and then you just kind of throw a stop order for safety and it'll just like run and trigger your stop. So you can't use stops as much. I do use prices. It's just, it has to happen. But yeah, that's not how to trade, honestly. Like you should be using the high. You should be using the high as like if you're gonna throw like a stop order and, you know, route it to your broker or whatever, like you should use the high because for it to get back there and break, like that's where probably all the stops are. That's where fresh liquidity is. If you kind of put the stop in an area that it already traded, you know, like the robots, as soon as you throw the stop, like they'll just stop. Assuming selling's coming in, if that selling stops for a brief moment, they could just like run it back and like touch the price, even like one share. And then they just like trigger a stop and then send it back. So especially if you're doing, and you'd be surprised at kind of what they you know, determine is size there. So that's not how to trade, but that's sometimes the way that I trade because it's just you know, when you kind of leverage up relative to what your shutdown is, you can't, you know, even though this is the correct stop, that can't be my stop. Like it just can't be my stop. So I basically take the L even though I'm right, and that's like very painful. That's very painful. So I'd say for you guys, you should probably, like if you're learning to trade, if you're new to trading, just like do the right thing and just accept that you're not going to make any money. It's easy for me to say that and then I do the opposite, but I would say do the right thing and expect to not make any money, and then like it'll take you like you know, like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years to like actually get to the size that you want to be at, and then you have the life, right? You're day trading, you're making money, you have consistency. That's what I would say is the proper way to do it. If you do it this way, this is going to happen 10 out of 10 times, and then you're probably just going to quit trading. So yeah, I would just say just be very cautious of what the right way to do it is and what the wrong way. And if you do know that you're doing it the wrong way and you lose, just say to yourself, well, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Yeah, comp SRX. Exactly. Be a man. Be a man.
Be a man. No, because I was doing the Russell Peters thing. Do the right thing.
Oh, do the right thing. Be a man.
So he picked up on that immediately, which is great.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking
Tim's
about.
asking how many years for you, Luca? How many years trading? So I have not taken a break from trading for 2 years now since like like 2020, like 2021 into now. But yeah, I've had previous trading experience, just kind of like being in the industry, trading my own account, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I kind of sit here, and even though it's like, oh, 2 years, whatever, but I not to say like I know, but anybody who's traded for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, it's like everybody, any veteran trader looking at that stop out is like, what are you doing? Like, why aren't you putting the stop higher? And it's just a product of like, look, I'm slamming right here, like thinking that we're gonna go. We don't go. I'm like, hey, it's Tesla. Like this thing, I mean, is this the high? Is this the high? Is this the high? Like the real stop has to be here. Can I do that? No, because then it's just it's a whole other headache to deal with. So yeah, no thank you on that one. Is what it is. Move on. And but yeah, man, I want to reiterate good concepts.
Euro?
You know, for new traders that are watching, like like in this case, if you have the top, the stop should be the high.
Funny.
So just keep that in mind. The stop should be where the stop should be. And it is what it is. If you lose because you didn't put it there, that's your own fault. Okay, let's look at something else here.
Oh boy.
Oxy, what a trade from yesterday, man. I was pretty happy with this trade. And from 61 into 62. And I was kind of laughing that it actually hit 62 at 155 yesterday. I mean, I'm like, yeah, by 155, like, 62, that's the level. And it was there, man. Like 155, like 62 was awesome trade. Or maybe that was actually, where was that? I don't know, somewhere over here. Oh yeah, right over here. But anyways, we're now higher. I kind of want to find a way into this long. I kind of want to be long because, 161, this maybe is now the higher low, maybe. And we could probably get back to VWAP, but maybe it has to come down just a little bit. I kind of want to use these levels. So like 162 to 160, 180. And then I want it to get there and like, I want it to curl first, and then I want to get long for the move. If this already is the curl back up, then I might have missed the trade, and I just kind of let it go there.
Bang. That's what that is. Follow the plan on LUNR, 50-period dip, retracement, front run it by a few pennies to ensure the fill, 1607 fill, 1650 out. That's just a baby piece. Let's ride this to 17. That's what I'm looking for retracement here, but probably going to have to pack my patience on this one. I don't want to get everything out at this level. It ain't happening. Microsoft, I built back in on that 257.75 dip. We ride it back through 258. I'm also doing a dance with AMD. I got that dip on, where did I get that dip? On that 87.07, lucky number 7's dip. But, it's kind of consolidating a little bit. I want to see it reclaim the $0.25 decisively and then the $0.50, and then let's test high of days. We'll talk about that and much more when we get back from the Euro close with Brendo at the big desk.
Hey guys, bit of a choppy session overall as far as European markets are concerned. Down to flat, more or less, just waiting for a few of the final index prints to come through here. But overall, you can see mostly down or flat, including the stocks index itself, 0.2%. Eurozone blue chips basically flat on the session. That's the way the board shapes up. Germany ends the day in positive territory. Everything else, though, downside for Europe, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, guys. All right, still waiting for that $0.50. There we go. We get the $0.50 break on LUNR. 60s, I'm seeing 64, 65s. Beautiful 60 penny winner. Let's take out some baby shares here. There we go. We get a little bit out at 50s. Not quite. My old man hands can't keep up with the speed of some of these algos, right? Sure. They test up 60s, but I get some in the 50s anyway. It's looking good for LUNR, not so much for my big cap longs. AMD's not bad. It's like 4 pennies out of the money. Microsoft still holding VWAP, but it's starting to look like it wants to break down. That flat bottom break, that test of 257.75, that peak back up, but a lower high, most notably, and then the multiple tests here on VWAP. Yeah, this one. We'll see. Do we hold VWAP here? The only saving grace here, what I see, is a hold or like a relative hold. By that I mean like in the area of 39.95. That's yesterday's close. Ideally, when yesterday's close and a level like 4,000 are so close together, you'd like 4,000 hold. It really hasn't held that great, to be honest. We've been straddling below it, going back to about 11:30 or no, 11:30, like 11:20 or so. So the last I want to say 10, 15 minutes, or we've been below 4,000 to the downside and printing lower highs on every single successive 3-minute candle here. Looking to test 39.95. We'll see. Microsoft will probably be quite dependent on the futures here, even though it was relatively strong earlier in the day. It looks like that kind of steam has run out for the moment. It's relative strength. It's secular strength, I should say. Yeah, people are like, yo, you're not old. I'm like, yeah, I'm just joking, man. I got to give a reason why I didn't punch in on time, right? I don't want to blame myself, right? Like, I'm just joking. AMD still flirting with more recent highs. I'm looking again, like through that $0.25 break, that $0.5 break to hold. I'm long at 87.25. There we go. Now back into the 30s. That's what you want to see. And it looks like we got a bit of a bounce here on the futures. Don't know. What are you looking at, Luca?
Yeah, not much, man. Just basically chilling, waiting to see if if anything else is gonna move. Let's go back to Amazon here. This thing is moving back to the upside over here, and yeah, man. If it's this is the thing. This is why, like, as a scalper, especially, it's like I look at this and I say to myself, I need to cover because we could just easily go back to the upside, and then if that's the case, I mean, man, we just keep going up here. There is 600 lots on the bid on Amazon there at 95.64. Probably gets filled, not really too much size, but I'm not too sure if this is somebody that was, yeah, okay, that was just filled there, but I'm not sure if this was, a short, and then we go back up, and if this is, no, thank you. If this is the region of shorting, and we get back to the break even, you got to watch for the potential move and stop out there. So, yeah, Leroy Jenkins, Luca, what was your profession before trading? Well, I'll be honest. Growing up, I wanted to just be a roofer and chill on the roof all day and drink beer. That was kind of my aspirations. But then people were like, no, man, you should do something else. You should, go into a business and this. That was obviously my study, finance, kind of working around, trying to figure out what I wanted to do. So, yeah, I did a few different things, but I wouldn't say, like, profession. That's maybe not, like, I wasn't, like, like a doctor, or like an accountant per se. But, yeah, now here I am. I figure, yeah, let's be a day trader and see how that goes. So far, so not good. But getting there, in the process of seeing where it goes, and yeah, man, day trading, it is a product of the market environment that you're in, and it's a product of, where are you in your career relative to, like, the potential, right? So, for example, if the market, I feel like, I don't know if Tesla's a good example to use, but, like, maybe, like, Apple. Like, yesterday, Apple, even though it was, like, range-bound, like, I don't know if yesterday you could justify, yeah, where are we yesterday? It's like yesterday, it's kind of very, very range-bound. But if things are not moving and doing low volume and they're kind of not giving you the range there, it's worrisome to take size. So you're just kind of left waiting around. And when you're waiting around, you're not making money. So you got to have, like, other sources of income if you want to kind of make the job work. And then when day trading gets really good, for example, 2020, 2021, people calling it like the crack market where things just going nuts. Small caps were in play, large caps were in play, all types of strategies were in play. It was a very exciting time to be a day trader, and I just think if you're, in your 10th year, and this is just me talking, but in your 10th year of day trading and that market rolls around and you see it, like, you should make, like, millions and millions of dollars in that environment because that's why you set yourself up. Or if you're the trader where, like, look, I'm just trying to make, $500 a day, $1,000 a day every day and be consistent, and then markets get really good, maybe you start making $2,000 every single day, but you're not the trader that goes for, like, $80K in one day, like $300K in one day, like $17 million in one day. So it really just depends the market structure that you're in. I think if you're in a market structure like we are right now, you got to really ask yourself, first of all, if you're not making money, second of all, if you don't see setups that are in play, you need to really ask yourself, do I have, like, this is not working right now. This is not a time to scale up. Like, is it worth it to trade right now, right? So you kind of, I think it is. I think every market, especially if you're new and you want to kind of make the career work, you should for sure, like, trade a lot, look at different market environments, try different strategies. But I would say, like, just from my own experience, this is not a market to scale up in, at least not every day. You got to really wait for the setups that make the most sense. And going back to the example, and I'll just use Tesla because I'm trading and I was trading it yesterday. Tesla was one where yesterday, breaking down, gapping down, popping off the open, breaking through that 185, and then getting below the 183. I think this initial VWAP short was just so obvious in the tape, and I had that short going back down, like, for a scalp trade. But I just feel like this is a short. Like, you're seeing it fail, you see it pop, you see it fail VWAP, the slamming on the tape. 180 is going to be in play. this thing doesn't really come back to this average. And this average is 184. And the rest of the day, it pops to, 183, can't break 183.50. It pops again, it can't break 183, right? It can't, and this was a pretty violent squeeze at the end of the day. It just happened very quickly. Luka. But I mean, we start to go down. That 183.50 to 184 short from yesterday, in my opinion, is a trade that you could, trade your own book. But like for myself, it's like scale up on this short, right? And then, cover some at the 180 if you want. But then look, this morning, this thing's at like 177. So this trade is this is a banger trade. It's just like an awesome setup. And this morning we run up, we break that level, right? That's a key level, 184. We break 184, and that's where the squeeze really started. So that's why I was shorting in front of there because of yesterday. And when we broke, we really just moved all the way to 185. So this over-under action is like the real resistance in my opinion. It's 184 to 185, and I really, really doubt that we get back up there. I mean, I think we're going to 150. I think the poll, we have 5,000 people that voted. Is Tesla going to 200 or 150 first? And 52% are saying 150. I voted 150. I think we're going to 150, and I think as long as we stay below this 185, I would not be surprised if we break 180 and then, break 175 and head lower. Just keep in mind that the 180 has not broken intraday yet. So what that essentially means is I think if we do break 180 at some point today, then it's going to be a nice potential there. I mean, longs or shorts, it's a kind of, it is a level. It is a level.
We are moving here on Microsoft. For whatever reason, it decided to wake up, and that VWAP hold ends up absolutely being money. Let's take a little bit more out there. Waiting also at 65s. That's why it kind of looks like convoluted. All my stops, all my resting orders there mixing in with it. We get that out again. So nice. How much we got on now? Microsoft still holding 60% of the position. Loving this move. Loving the VWAP defend. Taking the relatively strong name. Not rocket science, as my buddy Victor used to say. Not sure what that means. Let's take out a little bit more there. Do we get that out? What am I doing here? Is it executing? Yes, it is. Okay, good. I just couldn't see it because they're all like sticking in together. So, all right. So now we're holding 40% of Microsoft. We're long 92s. We're printing 61, so we're almost $1 in the money. Let's see where this one goes. I also scalped out some on AMD as well. I didn't get quite the top peak there at 65. I ended up getting out at 51s. I didn't have any resting orders. That was my mistake. I've added resting orders since then to catch that pop up. Maybe some exhaustion here showing up on AMD. It's up 2.25% on the day. Again, 87.81 is the high. So I was looking to scalp into that. Maybe a double top brewing here. I need to be careful. With that, Microsoft continuing to pump here into the low 60s. Let's have another resting order hanging out at 69s because why not? I feel whimsical. And LUNR, we're still not getting filled. I'm sitting at 45s. I added on this dip, that was the resting order that I had here at 15 3/4. We get part filled, hence why it's baby blue and not green. And now we're pumping back nearer to my resting order at 40s, 1640s, I believe. A bit of a spready one though, so be careful with LUNR, okay? There's a lot of illiquidity at times, especially with even bigger levels. Microsoft is the one that's really, really moving here. Now in the high 60s, we're looking to test 75s. We get to 75s, we get filled, we spin the money. That's an absolute money defend on Microsoft. I really like this trade. Reminds me of the CrowdStrike trade I had yesterday where, you get on a certain level and you just defend it. How much do I have? I have 30%. Let's take another piece out here in the mid 80s. Let's let this one run. Pumped about this one. Let it go. Let's see where AMD's at. Still stair-stepping up. You got that big wick up and then that retracement down, but the strength in this one really showing itself here as we recover immediately and now knock on the door that $0.50 again. I'm sitting, where am I sitting here? At 59s and 69s. That's right. Meta moving, Google moving, Apple moving, even like, I don't want to say Amazon's moving. It's like, Anyway, we'll keep an eye on those. And SI, knocking on the door, high a day, 372 currently, 375 is the high a day, so 2 pennies off the high of day on Silvergate. Luca.
Yeah, Silvergate, pretty interesting. Are we running for that 4 level? No idea, man. No idea where this goes. I kind of like anytime like a setup like this happens where it's like, you know, negative news, we kind of flush lower. Opportunities on both sides. The kind of dip buy, it's SSR. How much lower can it actually go? And I think like this like over under 3 action was showing you that this was kind of that bottom. Then gave you the opportunity at 10 o'clock to get into the long if you wanted it and risking off that bottom. Breaking the highs, but then sort of, you know, I think breaks the highs, it's short-lived, right? So are we going to now break the highs, and is it going to be short-lived? I think that was a 381 tick and reverse there. Not too sure, again, what to think. You know, this is pay for shorts here. But, yeah, I think if we break 4, it could get interesting. Maybe get to 420. I almost feel like I want to short like a 420 on that. But, yeah, I'll look into that one there. Yeah, the last hurrah. Well, this is the thing, right? Like BBBY was like, okay, guys, we're going bankrupt. And then they went from like $1 like all the way up. So SI is like, okay, guys, we're going bankrupt. So are we gonna like run back to 10 now?
Pump it.
Like, is this now the low? So I mean, I have no idea, but it happened on BBBY. I would not be surprised if this happened on SI. So yeah, I would watch that one there. I might take a long here, but again, it is at the high. I'm not really too sure how I feel about it. I feel like if you're long from before, you kind of are waiting to see that 4 level, how it wants to react. And, you know, are people really coming in actively slamming this short right now? Obviously, if you're going to short this, you got to sit on the offer and wait for it. So could be interesting. We'll see what happens next with this one. But, yeah, not really too sure what to think.
Get the fill on LUNR on the dip through, on the pop through the $0.5. Let's go, baby. We're decidedly through the $0.5. So where am I sitting here to get filled? Look, oh, wow, it's so illiquid. It's printing 65s. I'm sitting at 55s, and it's still not filling. And I didn't get the fill on that last pop, but the one prior I did. How much am I holding now? I'm still holding a 40% position on LUNR, letting this one run. Really looking for the test of 17 here. I'm not comfortable in this trade, though, because of the extreme illiquidity, especially for a $16 name. What in the world is the float on this bad boy here? 31.5 million shares sure feels like a lot less. That's what IBKR is saying with respect to the float. Let's check the trustier, I want to say, trade ideas. So let's go LUNR and Lunar. So the float, yeah, they're saying 17.81, so almost half what IBKR is saying. I tend to kind of feel that that may be a bit more accurate, just given the great, like, swaths of illiquidity anyway on LUNR. But the trade is sound. We're printing. I'm well in the money on this one. 92 longs. We're in the 50s. So now back to Microsoft over here, because Microsoft, now we're knocking on the door of 259. Luca,
somebody's asking, how do you check for float on IBKR?
Oh, absolutely, sure. I don't want to promote IBKR because it's poopy.
Well, just a question.
But yeah, here's the thing. You go into the Fundamentals Explorer here, and I have all these windows linked, guys, all right? So anytime I click on a ticker from the watch list or the scanner, it's going to show up the news, the chart, and the Fundamentals Explorer. The Fundamental Explorer shows you everything you need to know. There is a summary on the company. You have key ratios, dividends, impact, financial analyst ratings, analyst forecasts, ownership structures, social sentiment, short selling, and trading central, which shows you like different technical analysis triggers. Anyway, so in the company profile, so default you'll be in overview. If you click to company profile there, scroll down, you'll see float right there. So you'll see the float right there, and then there's usually also another one. Yeah, so that's the one right there, the float. And that's when it says 31.5 million. Trade ideas, again, saying 17.81. So, yeah, I'm going to have to tend to go with the trade ideas on that one. Anyway, back to Microsoft here. I'm out of 90% of the position. And looks like we just rejected off 259, clear level of resistance. That whole dollar, not surprised. We exactly hit off 259 anyway, but we're buying back up. So that 10% position, I'm going to hold on to that one and see how she goes there. Now, with AMD, yeah, you know, it's my average price sucks. That's what it is. 87.22. I'm kind of nearer the highs. It's just the notional range on this one is not that great. Ever since, you know, that big move up, I want to say VWAP's 86.75 and the high is 87.81. So my my entry's not great on it. So what I'm looking at is to get filled here through 59s, but like right now we're back in the 30s. I'm gonna have to keep my eye on this one. Lastly, LUNR still really good in the money on this one. This one we're closing in on almost $1 in the money. If we can test 17s, I'm long 87s. No, sorry. Yeah, I'm long 87s. We're hanging out in the 50s here, so nice bit of buffer on that. But oh, and I got filled. Awesome. I didn't even notice. So now on LUNR, I'm holding 30% position on this one. I got filled at 58 or 59. Sorry. Let's hang out here now. Let's go into the $0.75. So let's go 1674, and we'll hang out there, and then we'll have another out right in front of 17. So we'll hang out at 1690, like 6, let's just say, okay? So we'll hang out there, see how that does. Microsoft really retracing in here, but I'm not going to be adding to this position. I wanna see what it's gonna do. My long on that is 257.85, so about, you know, a buck of money gives me room to maneuver. AMD coming into my entry area here, now back into 21s. It's a bit of a puzzle to kind of trade this AMD one. I want to say there's an interesting level of support at 87s. We dipped down there several times, I want to say between the period of 11 o'clock to 11:30 before we really got away from it, but it held up several times. So I'm looking at it as an area of support. I think 87s, I add, and then I give it 10 pennies, maybe to 86.90, 86.89. If it breaks that 10 pennies, then I get out. But I'll look to defend probably in front of 87 on AMD, Luca.
Yeah, good stuff there, good stuff. I am long Tesla, very, 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 very light size here, just to see how I feel about it. It's kind of in that bottoming range. I also like Meta a little bit. Yeah, okay, now we got a battle of the size. Okay, so now this is interesting. So 200 lots on the bid, Tesla 200 lots on the offer, both getting filled, but it's like ping pong back and forth. I'm essentially playing off of the bottomish area. I might flip short if we do end up breaking this, but this is kind of like we're in an area that, like, again, it's so close to the bottom range. I can't like throw a stop out because it'll trigger, and I'm not necessarily wrong. So I got to just kind of like roll with this and watch it. Let's see where it wants to go. But yeah, if we do break that low, I kind of want to flip short. The idea is this is maybe it's like two scenarios here. Is this now the support because 180? So it's like in front of the 180. We could easily bounce here and get back to like, you know, 180, 140. That's kind of my logic. But if we break down, do we get a 180 test? And then do we get a 180 bounce? Do we get a 180 break? All types of scenarios for all types of traders. It's definitely super exciting. That's why I'm all over Tesla. Meta, oh, did it not? Where's my bid?
What happened?
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. Okay, Meta. Yeah, guys, Meta, good look here. So selling off, but same kind of, not the same pattern, but a similar type of holding this level, holding this level, holding this level. I was going for like a 186 bounce, but I guess that's a no-go. So okay, whatever. Not to say that it's up now. Maybe I would have off some of it. I don't know, man. It's so frustrating missing these things, man. Damn it. Okay, whatever, no problem. Anyways, yeah, Tesla, I feel like, yeah, this bounce is not like an intraday swing to the upside. It's more of like a scalp long. So let's see if it can actually bounce back up to 181.50 here, and then I'll take some fills to get myself out of this one. It's, yeah, man, it's a small size anyway, so I don't really care. Let's see if I can just get the fill to where I think the fill should take place. Another example, guys, is if you're throwing out orders and you're throwing out, you know, depending on if you're, like, how your orders are routed, if your broker pairs it on your side, then it's a different story. But, yeah, odd lots don't have price protection versus full lots on the book. So if you route to a certain gateway and you send an odd lot, that's like information, man. That's a little bit of information for you. Are you getting fills very quickly on those odd lots? Are they not filling you in certain areas for the odd lots? Are they giving you par fills on odd lots? Do you send a full lot? Do they give you a par fill on that? So all things considered, you know, just I would say play if you're you know, kind of working around that, play around with it. Like you guys see, like I always complain about like missing the fill, and it's not like, I mean, it's for a specific reason. Like it'll like run to where my order is, and then they just won't fill that order, and then they'll like reverse it back. So it's like if I wait there and it's going to go higher, like I'll get the fill. But I'm literally like waiting there at like, what am I waiting at? Like 35s. And what's the high of this move? Like 32s, man. That's so classic. So I guess the short is good. So yeah, I don't know what to think, but yeah, pretty light size anyway, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, man, it's that's real day trading, right? So I just feel like nobody else is doing that live for you, so I feel like that's where my value add is. And there's a reason why price will move like against your order, right? So the better way to do it, in my opinion, is to watch it, wait for it, and then like hit the area, like cross the spread. So instead of getting, in this example, 35s and getting out, you see that it's in your area, you hit it, you get 29s, 32s, whatever. That's how you're gonna get filled. If you just sit there, like they just won't fill you if it's a good trade there. So I mean, real traders in the chat, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. This is more for like the newer traders who are here to learn, because obviously this channel is about education and entertainment. And we do appreciate the likes that are coming through. 1.9K and 6,200 people still watching. I feel like I have to refresh this. That would be a record right now. Okay, there we go. 5,200. Slowly growing though, so definitely very very exciting. And yeah, please hit that like button. We could definitely get that to 2,500 if we start now.
If you don't like the video right now, subscribe to the channel. I might dunk on you.
Yeah, he doesn't have that hair no more though. But it's coming back.
He's still got that
growing,
beautiful
bro.
smile though.
Yeah.
That wonderful smile over there. Look at this
There
guy.
he is. Yeah, there he is.
Guys, SI's at 4. Guys, congratulations to the longs. Shout out to all the longs. And oh, whoopsie. Okay,
I'm gonna get out of AMD.
Let me just get out of this. See, this is the thing. Oh my God. Like,
I gotta get out of AMD.
I talk for 1 second, I look away, and I get destroyed on this. Good thing it's small size, but destroyed in the sense of like, why, man? Why does it happen like that? That's frustrating. Okay, guys, 180 coming into play. Gonna be exciting. Not too sure what I'm thinking, what I'm gonna do next. As you can tell, I'm very, very frustrated just with kind of missing orders and such there. Yeah, Tad UKO, he did shave. That was for, you can go back. I think it's on YouTube. You can watch the video, or on Instagram too, of him, getting that nice, beautiful haircut, now just bald. And you know what? We were talking the other day, actually, me and Fahad, and he was like, yo, man, having a shaved head is sick because I can put the hood on and it just stays there because of the shaved head. It'll just stay there. And I'm like,
it prickles. Yeah, holds it into place.
Exactly. Yeah, I know it's Canada. In Toronto, it's like super cold. So yeah, it's I know that feeling for sure. You definitely want the hood to stay on. Tesla 180 could be interesting here. Somebody slamming down 200 lots. So that trader thinks that we are going to actually break the 180 level. It'll be interesting. Let's see if we get a break going here.
Yeah, we are. We've broken yesterday's close as a level on the ES. That shakes me out of the Amazon trade. We take out some of it for a winner, but got to be honest with you, this ends up being a loser. We are now flying to the downside here on the ES. 39.87. What's going on? 12 o'clock. Did we have anything come out here? Because this feels awfully like a response to some sort of economic number. That's a nice little flush midday. That's what, 10 points in like the matter of a few seconds here. So interesting move. Let's see what we do. Let's go ahead and get into this position here. We're going to defend this level. We'll see what goes on with AMD. LUNR is the other trade that I'm in. That one is not really market reactive, but I don't like how it's, it's getting too close to my entry point. I'm still holding.
No fill. Wow, man.
What's up? What happened? Tesla just flushed?
Yeah, it's frustrating when it's a good level and you try to like short it through the level and it just doesn't give you the fill. Like, I mean, so this, like I crossed, I think 90s and just no fill on that, where like we just kind of like steamrolled down to 179. It's frustrating. It's just frustrating, man. It's honestly super frustrating, this job.
Do we get anything here midday show? Let's just see. No, I'm not seeing anything. Let me go to my hot news to see if anything came in. 12 o'clock, what felt like it came in. True analyst expectations.
No good fills. Like,
no,
no good fills.
Not seeing anything here to kind of account for this. Not seeing anything bond related. Dan, do you know if there was like some sort of treasury auction or something like that to account for this kind of move? But yeah, you know what? It could be a technical break because it was a decisive break through yesterday's close. So, you know, that's an obvious level. We're retracing a little bit off that to be expected. But, you know,
level, that's
we'll
why.
see. Do we get back into 4,000? I don't know, man. I think that economic number today was a little bit overbought. But I think probably some people were front-running it, maybe hoping that the non-farm payrolls would come in cooler than expected. Brenda will talk more about that. He's at the big desk. What's happening now?
Hey guys, yeah, 12 o'clock, just getting some budget details from the Biden administration coming through there at right at 12 o'clock that seemed to maybe cause a move to the downside, an increase in defense spending once again for fiscal 2024, up 3.2% versus the prior year. So that was just out there at 12, but nothing else terribly significant that I could see that caused that dip back into, yeah, look at that. The red, once again, S&P 0.14 to the downside now. The Dow, same story, 0.15. The Russell has been relatively weak all day, 0.93, almost a full percent back to the downside for the Russell 2000 right now. NASDAQ Composite 0.08, still positive for the 100, but only just Apple plummeting right now as well, back to just 0.5%, giving up on that early support around 153, 154 was among the names we were looking at in the pre-market this morning on that India headline that seemed to cause a bit of a positive move anyways when it came out just before the open there. But back to the downside we go, it would appear, guys.
All right. Keeping an eye on some of these hot news items coming in, looking for some sort of reaction to this. But yeah, now we've kind of slowed down our descent down. 39.88. Now we've kind of hung out a little bit there for the last few minutes, about 3-4 minutes or so. We made that bottom. Anyway, keeping an eye on that. Let's see what else is up with our LUNR trade. Let's go back over here. We're back into the money on this one. Happy about this one. Still holding for that break, I want to say, of the $0.75. It's hanging out at the 50 period. It's not really breaking below it. So I'm going to leave this one intact, not going to touch this, looking for a continuation. But yeah, it's 57% up on the day. How many shares is this one done? Let's just check real quick here. LUNR. How come I don't have that thing up? Yes, it's done. Volume 8.1 million shares. Okay, so it's done. Okay amount of shareage here for 50. What is this? $16 stock. So it's not great. It's not what I'd write home about, but yeah, we'll see what goes on there. Still nursing this AMD trade. Now, I don't feel great about this one. Probably should get out of this, but if the market takes another leg down, which it looks like it's going to, it looks like it's just pausing here for a minute before it starts flushing again. Probably start looking for the shorts at that time. I don't know if I'm late to the party here, but we shall see what goes on. We are hanging out at low of days now on, are we at low of days? Yeah, no, we're not. Technically, 39.78, that's low of day, but definitely low of day since the bell. So, yeah, it's not what you want to see, Luca.
Yeah, no, it's not what you want to see there. I don't know what to trade anymore. That was a great trade that didn't.
Oh baby.
Yeah, no.
All right, so back in the money. I can take this over. Back in the money on AMD, and yeah, I'm not going to overstay my welcome. That's it. I'm out of that one. Get through that. You know, it's not a great trade, but I don't know. I just don't have. I don't know. You get that kind of flush through an important level. What's up? You get a flush through that important level, and you know I don't feel good about going long anymore. So anyway, AMD retraces. I get out, cut my losses, and focus on the last trade that I have on, which is that LUNR trade. And it's you know it's slowing down. So let's look for something else. What's the chat up to? Tesla under 180. Yes. So definitely there's that big flush down on Tesla. There it is. It's probably the weakest of the bunch here. Goes without saying. Its chart pattern is obviously, yeah. This is the wow. Look, what a flat bottom break. That 181. But yeah, how many times did that 181 get tested before it really quadunked to the south side? Yeah, it does in the last few minutes. 12 o'clock is when the volume comes in. Look at that big red candle on the descent here. I mean, that's almost equaling. That's almost 2 million shares on that move down. So someone really hit the sell button on this. This is like rivaling the kind of upward action we had after the bell, like in the few minutes, the 10 minutes after the bell, and then we just got that kind of volume on a red candle. So interesting look on Tesla. You know, it's been kind of not really that good. Since Investor Day. It's been a bad look for them. They've been hit with a series of bad headlines. In case you're just joining us today, they got another NHTSA, something like that, investigation into the self-drive. Apparently a car crashed into a fire truck and killed a guy, and so it was supposedly engaged. But that's obviously to be determined still. All right, LUNR waking up here will all of a sudden move into the high side. Come on, man. I'm sitting at 74 is here to get filled. I'm seeing 65s come in on the ask. Where are we here? Yeah, did we just get up there? Well, this one, all my platforms are messing up today. This is really not that good. It looks like we got to 68, not quite up to 75, so I don't get filled, but this one waking up well in the money, still holding a 30% position, waiting for that $quarter test and that whole dollar test. Let's see if it comes in. It's, it's doing well, but it's definitely had resistance at that $quarter, 16.75. We get the fill. Here comes 17, baby. We're about to get filled at 17s. How far do we get up there? We got up to 16.96. I think I'm sitting at 96s. I'm pretty sure I was sitting at 96s. The bamboozlement continues, but we hit that bang for this LUNR trade. Pumped about this trade. Mohammed Al-Barash, $20. I want to say those are Swedish kroners, SEK. Not sure, I'll have to look that up. But guide us for SI, please. Where do you see it going? Oh, crystal ball. Where does SI go? No, I'm kidding. But SI just kind of top wicked at 419. It kind of looks like a bit of a reversal candle there. I don't know if you can secure shorts on this. Dude, I got to tell you the truth. I mean, yes, I know technical trading is based on levels and really has nothing to do with the fundamentals, but I just don't want to go along a stock that I know is, is kaput. It's done. They're winding down, right? Maybe something can be saved. I have no idea. I'm not a banking or an insolvency expert, but yeah, you trade the technical levels. I get it, but I just don't want to hit long this stock. If you're insistent on going long, here are the levels: $5, $4.90, I believe $4.89. That's yesterday's high. A key area of resistance should we make it up there. We're above VWAP. We're above the 50 period on the 3-minute. We're above the 200 period on the 3-minute. We've done a bit of what some people would call a reversal candle here, a topping tail candle, followed by 2 subsequent red 3-minute candles. Where do we find support? Maybe on this move down. Clearly, there's that 370, 375-ish level. That's that peak here. And so former area of resistance becomes current area of support. So if you would like to get a long on here, maybe dip into $3 3/4, 375 area, possibly. And then maybe a stop, I don't know, depending on your risk parameters, I would give it 10, 15 pennies, right? Based upon how much you're likely to get to the high side. If you were to base it to a high of day, then you'd have to give, for a 3-to-1 ratio, you'd have to give this 10 pennies, right? So hope that helps. We're coming real close into that $3/4 area. So if you're interested in taking a trade, but that's not my trade. I won't be punching along SI, I promise you that. Back to LUNR. Looks for the moment like we rejected that 17 level. I got filled at the 3/4. We make our way all the way up to 96s. That's where I'm sitting. I don't get filled. So frustrated about that, but what can you do? What else is going on here? AMD bamboozles me. It went actually higher from the area that I got out. I got a couple of dip trades here to fix the cost basis. I ended up paying, but I didn't really want to hold it because I didn't feel like we really had a lot of potential to the upside here. And yeah, the ES is kind of slow. It looks like we're going to straddle yesterday's close from the downside. If that's the case, former area of support becomes resistance, and then we have a dance with the 39.95. Let's see what happens. I won't take any trades on any of these big cappers here until we kind of find out what this bamboozlement is all about on the ES, Luca.
Yeah, guys, just went for a little bit of a walk there. It's super frustrating, not going to lie. So having the long, missing it, getting out, not flipping short like I mentioned, because obviously being distracted. It's don't do this at home, ladies and gentlemen. And that was the flip short. That was a banger. Didn't come back through 181, running to the downside, breaking 180, missing the fill. That was like the second kind of tilt show, and then third being missing the reload, like off my order again. It's like come on, man. If you can't. You need to get filled to make money. And if you get filled and those are always going to be the wrong trades, it's going to be super frustrating. So again, guys, when I talk about like fills are the primary form of information, I feel like day traders are not talking about that, and I just feel like why? Like why is nobody talking about that? It is the primary form of information, and you want to kind of use odd lots to figure out like are fills taking place, where are they taking place, are the fills happening very quickly, and then you build into your position using that information, and then you like wait to see if the move comes to fruition. So yeah, for myself as a scalper, like in this market, missing these kind of money fills, it really hurts. It really does hurt a lot. And yeah, I don't really know how I feel about that. I mean, how many times I'm going to reverse off my order there? I could sit here and talk about other names, but yeah, I just feel like this is more important to talk about, because if you are here to learn what real day trading is, it's this, man. It's fighting for fills. It's trying to get the fills. This is why, like, maybe if you think 180 is a magnet, right? And you think we haven't broken, you know, I called it in the morning. We reversed off the 180, and that was like the specific low off the 9:30 open candle, and it printed the level, didn't break, right? So as an example, guys, 180 bounced multiple times yesterday and didn't break. Very rarely does it do that. This morning takes away the edge by opening it below, because, you know, that break, if we opened at like 181 and slammed through 180 off the morning as an example, that would have been, you know, as from a day trading perspective, like a free money short to the downside. So, you know, edge gone in the morning, rips up, right? You got to kind of finesse it a little bit, use a kind of different approach to what you're thinking. You know, these like parabolic move up and back down, like these trades are not the same as like a slam through 180 when it shows you 180 is good, right? So there's that. And then breaking intraday. And, you know, what did you, I don't know what yet to cross. I know somebody else in the chat before was saying, yeah, Luke, I missed my fill too. I just feel like sometimes I don't want to cross to like 50s, you know? I don't want to cross 179.50, because it's like, that's the move, right? I want like the scalp trade into like 170, like you get the dollar or whatever. So, you know, if I'm going to be completely like level-headed about it, it's like, it is what it is, right? You miss the fill, you move on. It's just frustrating when it happens like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in a row. It's like, I feel like, you know, you're playing ball, you hit free throws, and now I'm just like missing like these layups like over and over and over again, and it's just because of the wind. It's because of the wind. So like, that's like the feeling that I have right now. It's just like, man, like that is so frustrating. But anyways, let's get back to finding a couple more trades here. This, I don't know what to think of this. I think we are probably going to get another leg down on Tesla. But I think if we break the low, that'll be like a break the low and then pop back, just because we are at 12:15 in the afternoon. And so essentially it's, this is, you know, call it a bear flag, call it what you want, consolidation. We probably break, but I just don't think there's going to be follow through to bring this down to like 175, 176 right now. And then keep in mind also that it was at 185. So it kind of breaks, bounce, flush, and then break, pop, and then dance right here. I think eventually it can get back to that 180, but I would not be surprised to see like a break of 180 to the upside and then a quick slam down. So because I missed the first one, I wasn't actually here for this one, but I wouldn't have got it, obviously. But let's see if it gets back to 180, breaks above, and then does volume again above 180 for then a break back down, then consolidation. I would much rather this go up first before it then goes back to the lows, because, you know, let it go up, let it make the shorts think that they're going to get stopped out, let new shorts come in, let them slam it down, let's go to the lows. If we go right now to the lows, then again, it's I can't really get a trade going on it. So yeah, if we break 179 right now, it just is what it is, and I'll let it go, and we'll find something else.
All right. I'm punching short on Meta. I'm looking for that 185 test. So this will be a scalp trade, possibly into the $quarter area. Or sorry, not the $quarter, the whole dollar area. I'm taking the $quarter. Wow, it just popped on me. Yeah, Sean got a long Meta, and I went short Meta for the break, and he's got the better of this one. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you quickly about my LUNR trade. Got out at 17s here, so pumped about this trade. I'm holding 10% of the position left. Long 1577, we're at 1665. So, you know, this one, it was like, you have to exercise a lot of patience to get this trade. But back to Meta, I have to decide what I'm going to do here since I'm 20 pennies out of the money. I was looking for a possible, you know, here's the thing. This is what I want to say. I wanted a higher level, and to be honest with you, I think I'm going to defend this, and here's what I mean. Look at this futures move here, 39.95. We come up to futures on here from 39.95, 39.94, and I'm looking at this as a possible level of resistance, right? It's flying to the high side, but it looks like I'm gonna have to add into this one. Let's see what we do. I think we can find some resistance at these levels. At least that's the idea. So let's go ahead and add to that bad boy here. We might get blown out, but we'll see. 39.95. That's a level I'm looking at for to get rejected on the futures. Wade Tang, UNCY, what do you think of it? Yeah, I was definitely looking at that one this morning. I was looking at it more in the morning, to be honest. You haven't looked at it lately. Let's bring in the chart UNCY. Here we go. Yeah, this one really got going yesterday. It hasn't done much today. It had a nice move at 7 a.m., but since then it's kind of been, well, you had that move at 10 a.m., but that was absolute bamboozlement because you had an absolute ugly V-shaped recovery, Christmas tree recovery after making it high at 2.25 there, coming back all the way down through $2 and testing that 185 level. Again, that's low of day. I don't have a trade on this one. It can get going at any minute. I get that. That's what makes it unpredictable and untradeable, at least for me. So I'll stay away from UNCY. For anybody who's just wondering what it is, though, this is a multi-day runner going back to March 6th. We've been 4 straight green candles. Each one, for the exception of yesterday, has made a new high. Like, look at these huge wicks, right? So, this is one of those ones, if you believe in this swing, and I don't even know what the catalyst is on this anymore. I remember I probably knew a while ago, but if you believe in this swing, this is probably the best idea is to get near the low of day. Now, obviously, wait till it goes red, I guess, on the day, and then maybe add to it. I don't know. This one, I never hold these small cap crappers as swings. That's just, I don't believe in the companies. Just trade the technicals when it comes to these names, and then save the fundamentals for the big players. That's kind of what I feel about that. So. This market continuing to trend back towards 39.95. So we'll continue to watch and see whether we hold this level or we reject off that level, which is yesterday's close, Luca.
Yeah, guys, coin is like robotically just like, look at this, man. This thing is just like down, almost 6%. I think just a quick look here, the daily, it's kind of like in and around this area of interesting, I think, do we move here? Is this now the break? So it's like it has the up move, kind of holds. I was talking about this from before, and I was like, yeah, maybe it's like on this day, I was like, yeah, maybe it's going to do a multi-day run. But I think the reversal off 70 was the little tell that it just could not get above 70. It could not get above the high. That opening price, the closing price of that day on February 15th showed that it just could not close above 70, then open and then like short-lived back down. Oh, baby. So breaking down here, I think if this thing breaks like 55 and breaks 50, oh man, we're going way down there. So yeah, I'd watch that 55 to 50 area. It's kind of far away right now, but yeah, very robotic. Do we get some type of bounce today? I have no idea there. Or you have something going?
Yeah. Well, you want to see what paper hands looks like?
That's the classic.
You want to see what paper hands looks like,
right,
bro?
there.
Come to my screen, Pradley. This is absolutely ridiculous. We hold this, we hold it, we hold it, we hold it, we hold it. And I'm like, yeah, this is a fantastic trade. I'm a great trader. And then this happens, right? Like, look at this squeeze. I mean, you should have known. We're accumulating at these levels. This is an absolute paper hand trade. LUNR. Hey, man, I took $2 on it. You can't, I really can't say a $2. Wow, man, here comes 19. Unreal on LUNR, bro. Unreal. Anyway, whatever. It's all good. You build. You're looking for the squeeze, and yeah, whatever.
You just should have a small piece, but it's a great trade.
Thank you. Yeah, Sean's saying, you got to keep a small piece for the dream. 1950 now. We're looking 1950 in the face, guys. This one is flying to the high side. Wow, what a move on LUNR. But yeah, it held that level. It held it. It showed itself as a clean trade. It was very difficult to trade at times because of the illiquidity. The spread it's just too wide on a stock like this. We talked about the float being a little different on IBKR and on trade ideas, likely to go with the trade ideas number there, just given how this is moving. So it is what it is. Somebody asking here, full-time, part-time picker. Sharif, good trade, man. You will never go broke taking profit. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I know a couple of guys that say that as well. They happen to be to my right. The market is full of tricks, says KND Flips. Yeah, Sharif, yeah, absolutely, man. I couldn't agree more. And that's what you get screen time in for. Screen time allows you to gain experience, and there's no substitute for experience. Somebody's telling me PNG's going, and yeah, look, it's going. It's fantastic. I like it. It's a slower name. If you're risk averse, this is definitely one you'd prefer to day trade because unlikely to get a rug pull. But we don't have much of a notional range. We double bottomed. Fantastic technical level here at exactly 137.02. We rejected off that level twice. Someone was front running that 107 sitting at 02s and we couldn't get by him. Anyway, ever since bouncing off 02s, it's really been up and to the right. Now pumping to 137.90. Who's calling me when I'm at work? Oh, car dealer. 137.90. And we're looking at 138 in the face here. 138.40, that's the high of day. We're only up 0.17%. So it's not a bad move. It's a good technical move. The notional range is, it's a little suspect, but such is the case. Let's look back at these futures here to have a look at what we're doing, the dance with that 39.95. Are we going to reclaim this level? Was this like an anomaly, this break through yesterday's close? The majority of the morning has been spent above yesterday's close, so this could be an anomaly, right? There is a level of resistance we're at here, obviously 4,000 being another one. We'll see. Do we reject offer? Do we go long? I'm not making any predictions. Let's just see how she develops. LUNR somehow did not halt. It pumped up, I want to say a couple of bucks in like less than a couple of minutes there, but staving off halting as it trades within the halt parameters, at least for now. Up 80. What are we at with this, Luca? We are up 57% on the day on LUNR, having done 8.81 million shares. In the last 5 minutes, we've done 719,000 shares. So a lot of that volume coming in on that most recent pump up there, Luca.
Yep. Yeah, man. Guys in the chat, if you feel free to ask questions, 12:30, things probably slow down just a little bit. Yeah, man. This kind of day today is something interesting there. And for anybody on Day Trade the World platform, if you get a wick like this and you just want to fix it, the way that you do it is you kind of line it up. You say 1224, you push this little button here, you look 1224, you say, okay, the high 194, that was a dark pool print, obviously. So let's go with 179, 80 over here, and then you just press OK, and it fixes it, right? So you're just basically fixing the data. That's because our platform will be dark pools can be reported anytime. They don't have the 24-hour reporting requirement. So that's with that, right? So anyways, yeah, guys, it kind of, Tesla came back up into this 179.83 and could not break 83 here. Very, very slow. And I don't know how I feel about it now. I feel like just because we're in the afternoon, not much is happening. A lot of the selling kind of took place. And the real question is, are active day traders still here, slamming, trading, waiting for moves? So, I tried to just take that short there, but again, just like reversing off the order. So it's just like, okay, this is the pure Wild West. It is not going to fill anything. So I think I just wait now. I just wait. 180 is getting tested here. Didn't break back above 180. This will be the first kind of break back above 180 if we do actually break it. The thing is, guys, kind of like alternative perspective, and I'm gonna use Tesla as an example, but this is applied to all stocks. Doesn't matter how you look at it. The volume spike here with the selling could just be people that are selling. They don't necessarily, they might not be, it might be an options play. It might be a swing trade. It might be people that are long that are like, okay, it hit my stop. I'm now out of the long. I'm selling. So this could just be selling. And then once the selling is done, there's no more residual selling. And just because we go back above doesn't mean that, traders are day traders and they're covering and they're panicking. So I would say when that happens, especially at like 12 o'clock in the afternoon on a given day, the selling comes in, the selling sort of stops, the volume drops, and bots take over. And robots will like buy and sell. They'll just try to rinse every single day trade order that comes through. So I think, you have the flush trade. That's a great short. You could have justified a bounce play, in my opinion. You just kind of get out of it very quickly if you do. And then if flushes down, you could have had the re-short, assuming that you're crossing and getting the fill, for like a move into the lows. This is what I was referring to where I said I wanted it to go up before it goes down, because I think if it goes down and breaks the low, it's just set up to break the low and bounce, and it did exactly that. The low of that move was like 179.13. It breaks the low, doesn't break 179, then rips up and then kind of bounces back to the upside. So this type of setup to me is like very, very robotic, very classic. If it actually was going to go down, it probably would have went up first to trigger any of the 180 stops that were there, to then take that liquidity, slam it back down, go down, break the lows, and then flush to maybe a 178 as an example. So it's kind of like backwards, but if you guys, I'm sure if you guys are active day traders, you know what I'm talking about. But if you're new to trading, things sometimes don't really go in the direction that you want it to go. It has to go in the opposite direction first very quickly to trigger the stops that are there, because those are free shares. When robots see order flow in real time and they know selling's coming through, they would much rather print the other direction, get those shares before then the selling comes, because this is like fractions of seconds that are taking place in the market. So if selling stops for even a brief moment and there's just kind of liquidity vacuums in certain areas, it's very easy to like maneuver it back and then like kind of do that, right? So again, example, when you think things are going down, I mean, in the middle of the day, they should probably go up before they go down. That's going to give you the down move. If they start to go down first, that just means that it's probably going to go back up. So yeah, like that's why you can't short a low at like 12:18 in the afternoon. I mean, you short the low here, you're getting smoked. Maybe you could have waited for 179, but if you had a break to take 179, you know, maybe they just go 99, take those shares and go back up. So got to be very, very cautious with how you do it. And I just think like 180 is a very, very key level. We're now above the 180, and I just kind of look at the tape, and I don't really see crazy amounts of buying or selling. Volume is still not really doing anything. So it is now a robot's paradise. So I would just say be very, very careful if you are trading this. It's a robot's paradise, man, it is, because now there's no volume, so anybody who punches in will just get rinsed probably. Anonymous saying, how dark pools works, Luca. So basically there's different types of venues. There's lit venues and dark venues. These are the lit venues, you know, different ones. Some are owned by exchanges, some are private. And essentially you can route your orders to any one of these venues. So this is the lit market per se. The dark market is stuff that you can't see here, but it'll be stuff that trades in the dark pool. So you'll see like, basically, I don't know how your broker shows it, but essentially you see like, oh, that print took place in a dark pool. You know, there's obviously, I keep this very simple, but there's more information. Every trade is tagged essentially. So you could have trades that are tagged like, oh, that was an options trade. Oh, this was a short. This was initiating a short. This was a short cover. I think you can kind of get all that information. It's too much for me as a day. Like, it's not relevant to my type of trading, so I don't have it there. But essentially, dark pools are where institutions trade, or where, you know, the initial reason as to why they were created was for bigger trades to go down, because institutions maybe need to trade, you know, 3 million shares at once at one price of Amazon. They don't necessarily want to throw it on a lit venue and route it there, because then people will front run the order. It'll just kind of change the way that markets are very efficient and taking place. And so it was essentially used for institutions to trade bigger size and find, you know, another party that wants to like offset that order. But then where it kind of went to, and this is kind of going into like, you know, Flash Boys, and then now where we are in the future. Yeah, sure.
Like that, you know that movie about the financial crisis where Lehman was trying to offload their mortgage-backed securities?
Yeah.
And they were phoning other brokerages and buyers in New York trying to offload it, and they would give it on cents on the dollar, $65,
yeah.
65 pennies. And so how are they disposing of such huge lots of size? Wasn't it through pools where they had direct connections between big buyers and sellers?
So
my mic is on. Yeah.
So the thing is
the Big Short, somebody called it.
Yeah. So basically, what Sharif was saying is, yeah, that movie where, you know, Lehman was trying to sell off like mortgage-backed securities. So the thing is, there's a difference between dealer's market and auction market. Auction market is stocks, and so when you're referring to stocks in the auction market, you're going to have lit venues and dark venues. But that's more those are like fixed income products or alternative investments. So it's not actually an auction market. There's no like fair market price, you could say. It's just whatever they want to quote you. So it's like more of like a dealer's market, like private transactions between both of the two. Okay. So essentially, that's not really like you wouldn't compare it like that. But you could argue, I guess, from a very vague standpoint that, like, you know, the alternative, like that kind of market for mortgage-backed securities is dark, because it's really whatever buyers and sellers privately agree to.
Whatever they agree to.
So if Lehman wants to sell to Goldman and Goldman agrees to buy, it's like, well, okay, that price. There's no like print or anything, right? So. But yeah, in this case, like going back to your question, and I'm sure Anonymous, a lot of other people have questions about dark pools. So the thing is it's not like, and how do I say this? It's not like dark pools are not manipulative. They're just a tool. They're just a thing. So it is just a thing. Like, I could route to a dark pool if I want. Like, so for example, if I'm trading like Apple, and I'm like, okay, I want to trade Apple, but I want to use dark pools because that's where the majority of prints are going off. I would essentially, and this is, you guys can work with this, but you go to FINRA website, you know, like I don't even know, you know, dark pool data as an example, FINRA dark pool data. It's going to be 2 weeks delayed, and I can't remember where it is now off the top of my head, but essentially it's somewhere on this website where you basically find something that has a search bar, and it'll tell you like you type in Apple stock and it'll say, okay, the most volume takes place on like UBS's dark pool for Apple stock. So if I'm having a tough time getting filled on Apple, maybe I should be routing to UBS's dark pool to like get that filled because that's where most of the prints are taking place. Now, it changes, it's delayed, and every stock is different. So if you really want to get into the nitty gritty of it, yeah, go ahead and do all that work there for yourself. But essentially, yeah, dark pools are not necessarily manipulative. But when you guys read Flash Boys, you'll learn that like back in the day, obviously exchanges, then Citadel, all the market makers kind of put their computers around, kind of squeezing them out of their own game. They use their own dark pools to transact because they're cutting the spread. So when you guys are seeing prints going off and you see like 153, like 9755, like dark pool, like 9755. This is like, these are market makers that are like cutting the spread, right? And so they argue that they, are good for liquidity and everything, but obviously you guys know the whole Robinhood situation where, Robinhood is essentially, your orders are, like if you're using Robinhood, it's Citadel, they see your orders, they can front run it and kind of slash the spread there.
Absolutely killing it on this meta short. We add into the 185.60. Look at this flush. We are short 58. Let's take some more. Oh, I didn't buy this pop, man. There we go. And I never want to bet against meta, guys. You guys know I'm holding meta. But it is what it is, man. It's going down. It's going down, down, baby. No street in the range. There we go. We're printing. There we go. Let's take some more out. Nice trade, nice trade. How much we got on? We still got big boy size on, so we're gonna let this one run. What are we? 60 pennies in the money. Let's take a little bit and take in front of 185 here because 185 looks like it wants to be a level. We're holding 185s here, so that 184.97 I believe I have earmarked as yesterday's close. You know how yesterday's close acts on meta. They've been money bounces lately, so I gotta respect that. Let's de-risk a little bit more on here. If it wants to break that yesterday's close, cool. But now we've de-risked quite a bit. And I'm gonna let this one ride. There we go. Now we're getting some more flushes. So let's start taking less shares out here because I'm giving up a lot. So let's go and hang out at 92s. I'll sit there at 92s. We get the fill through 92s. There we go. Into the 70s we go, baby. There it is. Absolute flush city on meta. Let's take a little bit more. How much we got? We got like a bit left. So I'm going to leave this one. Let's let this one run to the downside. But meta absolutely quadunked to the downside. Luca, what a down move on meta. The defend of that level ended up being absolute money. We're at 184.75. We're almost $1 in the money on this. Very happy. Peter's son saying meta puts printing. Don't buy puts on my stock, man. I'm kidding, of course. Free market system. That's how we roll around here. And yeah, we're gonna let this one ride. It's the only one we have on, Luca.
Yep, definitely good trade there. Good job. Apple is not really close to. I was just looking 153, maybe the bounce play idea, but yeah, it's not even close. I was like, oh, is that 153? But no, 153.85. So kind of not there yet. I don't know if I'm gonna take another trade. Like maybe I'll take another trade, today. But I just feel like there's nothing really that I can see that's at like a really good level. I'm like too frustrated to think straight, so I'm just gonna like chill with it. But yeah, guys, for sure, if you have questions, feel free to let me know. I know some people like kind of ranting about dark pools and stuff. Paul Fisher, yeah, you said it best. I want to go above and beyond. I want to go above and beyond the Google definition, like anybody can Google. But yes, dark pool is an off-book trade, essentially. So yeah, not printed on a lit venue. And because of that, when you see kind of trades going off, these, if it's a trade on, for example, like NYB, so New York, or like like EdgeX or whatever, like that trade has to, when it happens, by the end of the day, they have to report it. So all those prints have to be reported. And most trades that you see come through, if not all of them, that are taking place on, for example, like Arca Gateway, are essentially live. Like you're seeing the print, it just happened, it's live, it's printing. But if it's a dark pool, you don't, most of them are live if they're small size, but if you see a random, big size dark pool and it's like, printing like 153.20, you got to say to yourself, well, where was the open of that day? Because that's probably the late print that's coming through. So yeah, don't get bamboozled by like those wicks. And I'm sure new people that are watching are wondering, what are these wicks that are kind of printing down over here randomly? Like I know I had that on Tesla one of those came through, and it's just like it's not. That's just kind of like the delayed print that's coming through. So yeah, don't bet. I mean, there was a trader before that was like, I'm going to use these wicks, or I'm going to use like the 8 a.m. like dark pool wicks to like make my trade ideas because like, oh, it printed here, like it's going to get there. Like, I don't know. Like, I just think like these are late prints and there's not really.
Exactly who he's talking about.
I just think like it's. I mean.
Look, he tried. He was looking for an edge.
You need to.
He was searching.
You need to think outside the box when it comes to trading. So good job, like well done. But I think that it's not like that's not valid. It's not really like a thing. Paul Fisher asking Luca, how about Tesla now? It's I think Tesla, like I would not be surprised if it's at like 177 by the end of the day. But the thing is finding a way into it to make it make sense. And I don't even know if I want to just like short, like the 50 period was your potential short area. But again, I was like watching it as I was kind of talking. I'm like, nah, I'm not going to do this. I'm like way too tired to structure this. Oh, baby. But essentially over under the 50 period, that's like your next attempt at the short. I would think if 180 doesn't show you that it's a great short, or you can kind of scale into it and then kind of risk off the 181 to kind of open up the risk there. I still think that this is the area that it's going to stay in for a little bit. So I would map I would honestly say like 178.80 to like 180.20 is like this range is now like up and down, like sideways action. So even though it looks like it could go steam kind of straight to 177, I just feel like it'll eventually get there. And somebody in the chat said yesterday or the day before, 173 Tesla. Yeah, man, 173 Tesla most likely coming into play sometime soon. But I don't think today. That would be like a large move to the downside. Let's look at the daily just for kind of reference. And again, it's going to be kind of sloppy here. Maybe I should use TradingView actually. So let's go with TradingView. I'll give a little bit of a cleaner look, and I think I'm on Prad's accounts here, if I'm not mistaken.
Pradley.
So it might have some levels here. Let's see this. Yeah, okay. So we got the daily here, and I don't know how to like work this here, but let's go. Can I like? Oh, baby, let's go. No, I'll put it back. Yeah.
You're messing with his layout.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I know. So, okay. So just very quickly, and then I'll put this back, because Brad's like, don't mess with this layout. We are now breaking this moving average, this gray one. And this is the, whatever moving average it is. Anyways, we're now headed lower, and the 50, okay, so we're breaking 50 to the downside. And just to give a cleaner look, it's like we were in this top end of the channel bouncing. I think now that we finally fail, like there is a chance that we get to, and some of these lines kind of make sense. I'm not really sure where they're from or if they're old. Oh, this is, okay, I see. I feel like I like the lines, and they make sense, sort of. The 177 makes sense for like that quick bounce. I would say 175 is that kind of, more psychological level, but it's not really like level based on like where the trades actually took place. 150 down over here, this is the interesting area. We could definitely get to that like 158. We haven't had a big flush day on Tesla yet. So what I mean by that is, this sell-off that took place, look at the size of this candle. Look at the size of this one. Look at the size of this one. Look at the size of this one. Look at the size of this up move. Look at the size of this up move. Look at the size of this one. We haven't gotten that yet. I mean, like it's just been kind of like going down, but not really like aggressively selling off. It's been more so like it pops, and then you got to like short the pop, and then it gets to the lows and then closes a little bit lower. That's kind of been the common theme, and that's usually the theme of a stock, in my opinion, when it's at the top. So when it's at the top and it's starting to fade, it's going to intraday, it might look like how Tesla looks today. So it's going to give that look of like it pops, then it like fades down. And then really when it really just kind of slams lower and sells off is when it's closer to like a bottoming area. And so I think if we get below 175, yeah, we're headed down to this like 167-ish area. And once we get there, I think we'll get some like nasty flush, if we get there, because I don't know if we're going to get there. But we'll get some like nasty like flushes into like the 150 level. If we break down like through 150, I mean, there's a gap here, right? This gap up here was, the high of this is like 147-ish, and the low of this is like 154.80. So there is a gap there, which is kind of interesting. I feel like if we get there and break that, we're definitely headed towards, 110, 100. And to start the year, Tesla went from 100 to 200. Is it going to reverse all the way back in the same amount of time? I'll not be surprised. But yeah, that's my play. I think Tesla to 150 before 200 for sure. And that key level of 175 probably gets tested I would say sometime this week, and then does it hold and bounce back, or do we just completely go to the downside? It'll be interesting.
People were asking in the chat, is it time to cover Meta? I'm not even going to answer. I'm going to let the chart answer for you guys. We are flushing to the downside. We're continuing to move down. 184.40. I just took profits at 60s. It's time to ring the profit bell again. Maybe here that now we're in the 40s. So let's punch that. We get 44 prints there. I'm holding like a very tiny piece left. So this one, gonna leave this one. Remember, I learned my lesson on LUNR. Let this one go. 185.60 short. We're $1.10 in the money now. Let this one run. And you know, I don't want it to go too down though. Let's go. Let's recover here, Meta. You know, you're in the long-term portfolio. It's a swing. Let's go back to the high side here. We've made money on the short. Sean is like, no. I want it to go down. Yeah, you know, maybe we could buy more. I'll look at it that way. Guys, we're printing lower on the futures here. It's not just Meta. It's not just, it's these big cappers. They're all heading to the downside. Now we are making new after the bell lows. 39.85 and a quarter, 39.85. Technically, the low of day made at a less liquid time is that 39.78 and 3/4. We could see that level. We could see it real soon. Again, it's worth noting 39.95. That's yesterday's close. The high 40.19. That seems like a long time ago. I even said to myself while this pattern was brewing right here, I'm like, is this going to be a head and shoulders when we started developing right here? Because we had kind of made the left shoulder, and then we had that Christmas tree recovery. And I said, where do we go from here? Do we have that head and shoulders pattern? It's a deformed right shoulder. No question about that. This person would definitely be in need of some chiropractic and physio care here. But you know, the fact of the matter is, it ends up materializing that way, even though it didn't look like that initially. It looks like we were going to take the highs, but. Interesting move today on the futures. Technically down now 1/4 percentage point, 9.5 percentage points on the March ES contract. Let's look at some other trades here. I mean, because I don't want to punch in short on any of these lows because we are at low of day on most of these big cappers here. Do we have anything moving? LUNR, somebody asked me, he's like, hey, LUNR setting up again. What do you think? I got to be honest with you. I mean, it was not fun trading the first time around as a result of the illiquidity and, you know, the wide spreads. You know, usually a wide spreads is a product of illiquidity, but, you know, those are two characteristics that make it hard to trade. You have to pack your patience with this one. You can set at a level. The ask can be like 10, 12 pennies above your profit-taking level, and you might not get filled because there's just nothing there. And yeah, it went without us, but look, from a positive, from an honest other side perspective, it's holding the 50 period really well. We're seeing consecutively higher lows, even though there was that bamboozlement on the wick up right here. All the way up, I think we got up to, what do we get up to there? 19 and change, right? Yeah, 19 3/4. Yeah, 19.75. And then you have that flush all the way back to test 17. So it was a bit of bamboozlement, but if you were to remove that one area, you're stair-stepping up with higher lows, but you know, it's wiki and illiquid. So do as you will on that. It's up 57 points on the day. Microsoft is absolutely huadunking to the bottom side here. 256.48. We just broke the $0.50. This one we were talking about how it was relatively strong, this and that. It defended VWAP. We had an awesome trade on it. There's no ends, ifs, or buts about it. We add, we scalp. Look at all these outs on the way up over here. So it was a good trade, and then that was the last out here. And then subsequent to that, it broke VWAP, retraced into VWAP. This looks bearish here when you have that decisive break and then that retracement into the breakdown level, and then look at that. That's a beautiful technical pattern there, to be honest with you. So looks good for the shorts here on Microsoft. How is our short on our friend Meta doing, though? We are closer to that, but where are we going to find the bottoms here? I mean, I don't even know where the bottom is on Meta. Let's look at some TA here. I've seen this before. Let's bring it. Oh, Sean is excited. What happened, Sean? Oh, we're getting the bottom on Meta. Huadunk to the bottom, baby. Printing heavy, printing real heavy. Do we take it out here? We're going to take it out. There it is. Flatten. There we go. So the last little out we get at 184.18. Guys, we had a 185.60 short. That's a $1.50 in the money. Pumped about this. That's the end of that trade. Let's look for another one. Luca.
Yeah, guys. This move on Tesla is interesting, man. So it's like we fall off, and there's like it's reminding me of the last time, and I swear it happened last time at 180 before. It was like we broke the 180. It was the same setup where it held intraday, kind of didn't break, then breaks, flushes, and now it's just like do we just like this was me going like I was like okay, like let me try like a little bit of a bounce if we get one at all. But yeah, this is I think we like. Yeah, we're just like robotically, we're going down, man.
I'm going to need you to hit the left arrow when I'm at the board, okay?
Left arrow?
Just left arrow when I tell you,
no
okay?
Problem.
Yeah,
no problem. So yeah, we're headed lower. We're headed lower here, and this is the kind of, I mean, I don't know if, you know, like if I do bounce plays, I'll do them like kind of tight to the chest, if that even makes any sense. Essentially, like I'll try it. I don't want to put a stop order below a level.
On here, right?
I want to get out before the level because, yeah, man, I've seen kind of these slipped orders. I'm not really down for that right now. But yeah, this is bottom end of the channel. Do we just keep going down and selling off? I'm not sure. I guess time will tell there. But guys, before I pass it on, I'll read this super chat from Pinky. Thank you. $19.99 US dollar super chat. Thank you so much. Saying, been struggling yesterday and this morning, but I just caught that AMD down move back to green, baby. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone at TTV for the money ideas. Yeah, buddy, and happy pizza day. Can't wait. I cannot wait either, man. I'm so excited. And costume day, too, so going to be a lot of fun. We got hot mic there, Sharif, so yeah, we are. Okay, so we're ready for the segment of the week, trade of the week. Sharif coming in hot with this one, so let's go over, and yeah, just let me know when to pass it over there.
Baby. Animation, I love that. All right, guys, trade of the week is CrowdStrike. Very simple, well, not simple, but you guys get it. Very structured trade. It was the 135 area, the 130 area that I like. This went back to a couple of days. There was a clear level of resistance at that level. So when we broke it and we ended up having, it was an earnings winner, right? So we ended up having that 135 pop. I said to myself, look, all right, by the 125 dip, that was the close. The 125 was the close of the previous day before the spike. So I said, you're going to find support at 125. So I got in at 125 and I said, okay, where are you looking out? What's going to be the out here? Well, 130 was a clear level of resistance. It was former support earlier in the morning. And again, clear former area of resistance earlier on. So it was a scalp, scalp, scalp. Luca, come to the other screen. There we go. So initially, you can see it. The 120, this is where I should have got in initially, 125, but then we had the retracement into VWAP, and I said to myself, okay, this is your second chance, get in here, and then it was one symphony of scalps on the way up, was my trade of the week, and probably my best trade of the month.
That was beautiful, man. That was beautiful. And in sequence, well done, guys. If you like that, hit that like button, let us know. We got 2K. We got 2K likes right now, and you know, thank you for all the likes that come through. Yeah, Sharif at the big screen. Yeah, people, I'm sure everybody loved that. That was a great trade, man. Well done there. And more of those to come. Somebody saying, where's the trading screen? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. There's screens everywhere, man. We got like, I don't even know how many trading screens in here, like hundreds of thousands of trading screens.
Yeah, I mean, like, look behind us.
Yeah.
We got 2 TVs. I see at least like 20 monitors there in the background, right?
That's what you said.
Yeah,
I like that. A symphony of scalps.
That is not today's ticker.
It was an awesome trade. I liked CrowdStrike. It was basically the levels that spoke. I mean, they're like, listen,
the ticker
125 was the close. Can I show you guys? It's worth showing here on the clearer chart a little bit. So let's go ahead and bring in.
So it's supposed to be
not this
every
chart.
day.
So we'll do a different chart here real quick. There we go. We'll flip coin. We'll go CRWD. All right. So this is where the algo, so this is yesterday, I got to bring it back a little bit. All right, zoom back, there we go. So this is the 125 close. So 4 o'clock is when the earnings got released, right guys? But before that, it was a 125 close. So I knew that because on my platform, this dotted line here, you guys can probably see that dotted line, that's yesterday, that's the day prior's close. So I know immediately what the day prior close is. I said to myself, all right, this is an earnings winner. It's strong. Why is it going down, right? Yeah, sure, the market's weak, but you're going to find likely a level of support at the close of yesterday, and that's where I went long. And the long ended up paying off, as you saw there on this screen here. We scalp on the way up. Where'd that screen go? Okay, I don't have it at the moment, but yeah, CrowdStrike definitely
the ticker.
one of the better trades and sized up very heavily on that, to be honest. So, all right, Meta, we're out of Meta. We talked about that. That one is over. We're finding a bit of support. It looks like maybe at 184. We're tracing back into 184.25, at least for the moment. What else is going on, though? I don't have any trades here, Luca. I mean, I'm looking at LUNR. It's still holding above VWAP. I'm seeing this hilly.
Too many
what
mics
is this?
on.
Holly.
Yeah, Brendan, your mic's on, eh? Or I should say Prad, his mic's on.
Yeah.
It's, yeah, lots of, guys, this is, you know, like, if you think it's hard listening to what somebody's saying when multiple mics are on, imagine trading when multiple algos are battling for price. It's you know, it's something special there, I'll say that much. But, yeah, man, I don't know, guys. All I'm going to say is I'm just going to raise this cup just very quickly. So I got Prad a nice mug that he posted on his Instagram story today. Mistakes make the trader great, and I stand by that. Mistakes do make the trader great because you have, like any industry, man, you have to make lots of mistakes to learn and get better every single day. But I also want to say cheers. I know, but I'm just, you know, cheers to everybody. There's no beer in here right now. There will be tomorrow. But no pain, no gain, baby. No pain, no gain. So, you know, it applies to going to the gym. It applies to, I mean, it shouldn't be bad pain, but it should be like a nice, like sore pain. And the same thing with trading. You know, you take an L in stride, you learn from it, you move on, and yeah, you go from there.
I think my cousin is trolling us in the chat.
Your cousin?
Yeah. He's just texted me. He's like, a lot of background noise. I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, it gets loud over here, man.
No, but you just said a lot of background noise. Didn't you just say that? With a lot of background, a lot of mics on or something like that?
Oh, with all the noise, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So what? I could barely hear. I don't know what's going on. All right. I'm getting trolled here by my cousin. But all right, guys, Meta, it's looking at that low of day again. 184.08 is a low of day. Now it's printing back towards that, looking to test 184. That level, the future's not giving it any support at the moment. We're really closing in on that 39.78 3/4. That's technically the low of day done earlier in the morning during a less liquid time, but looks like it's going to get tested today if we don't stop this descent. Printing a little bit up here to the upside, 39.85.5. We are in the futures. Not much in my world going on at the moment. Looking for some small cap crappers possibly to get going here during the less liquid time of day. You know, these guys can go anytime. Looking for some, Toro just got going here, guys. T-O-R-O on the NASDAQ. I was looking at this bad boy this morning. Let's have a look at Toro. T-O, why do I always do that wrong? What is this? Let's go, bro. Toro.NQ. Is it not NASDAQ? It is. I had trouble with this earlier, and I'm not sure why it won't show me Toro. Huh? Okay. All right. I'll have to see what's going on with that. But anyway, Toro now moving to the high side. 545 is the high of day. Let's bring in the chart here real quick on Toro. It's done 8.5 million shares. You know, not that much in the last 5 minutes, about 100,000 shares. You can't see the volume. Actually, let me bring it up the chart so you guys can see the volume here. There we go. That's better. This is the volume coming in now. You know, responsible for this ascent up, possibly maybe to test VWAP at 570, but like compare that to this morning's action when we had a halt at that I want to say 583 level. Not much happening in terms of volume there, but we're moving up nonetheless. But it's less, you know, less certain. Brendo saying AIXI, Chinese ADR, AI IPO, open 5.7 million shares. Let's have a look at that. AIXI. What's this one all about? AIXI. AIXI. Oh, and then we got to go to Smart Stock. There we go. So it's not showing on IBKR, so we'll leave that one there, and we'll try to on here. So I wonder if it's a NASDAQ stock. AIXI, Luca, is it NASDAQ? Yeah, there it is. So now we pick it up on the platform here. Nice, very nice. It's up, can't tell really here, up 7% or so. Looking to test that $8 level. Looks like we're getting real close to test 8. Not too much size. I'm not seeing here too much size on the book. That 8 level could get taken. I'm seeing 94s. on the bid, 97, so it's spready a little bit, guys, so be careful with this one. Just open, like I said, Brendo mentioning this in the chat, Chinese ADR, it's an artificial intelligence IPO, and it's opening with 5.7 million shares, guys. So look for that possible test of 8.
Oh, yeah.
UNCY moving as well. UNCY just got off. Low of day. It printed a low of day. Sorry to interrupt you, Luca. 176.
No, interrupt away, man.
Yeah, 176. It printed a low of day there. Then all of a sudden decided, no. I've had enough of going down. I'm ready to go back to 2. It's pumping here to 196. I think we got up there. Looking to retrace to VWAP possibly, or that $2 level. So UNCY getting off the schneid, supported by about 500,000 shares that came in the last, I want to say, 5 minutes or so. So some good volume. Definitely not 2.5 like we saw maybe at 10 o'clock, or 2 like we saw at the bell. But, you know, move in here for midday. What time are we? We're 1 o'clock. Okay, wow, that went by quick, man. That was a quick 2 hours, to be honest.
Was it? No, that was a slow 2 hours for me.
So perception is completely different.
Yeah, it really depends what happens. Guys, I want to talk about SI very quickly. SI was running to 4, and we were talking about it on this volume spike when it went from like 370, 372, breaking the high. I said, I'm not going to take a long. I think the short is better to be had, considering they're down 22% and going bankrupt, or so they say, or liquidating, whatever's going on there. 420 was my like theoretical level. I just like wasn't in the mood to trade. So I was like, whatever. Like, I mean, I don't know. I didn't know it was going to do this. I did not know it was going to go 419, and that was going to be the top. But yeah, man, if that's crazy, man. Pump into 19 and now back down. I would not be surprised to see this thing back down at VWAP at 340. So yeah, longs got paid if they were long, shorts got paid if they were there. Just wait for the outside of the range, guys, when you are trading. UNCY. What a pop, man. That's crazy.
Absolute bamboozlement. But look at it earlier though. Look at those retracements.
Yeah, I feel like I was going to do the same thing.
Oh my goodness.
I feel like, once kind of does it one time, maybe does it a second time. This is like a random volume spike. Like, look at the volume, just dead. Like, in the morning, and then boom, up, and then, yeah, maybe we do go back down there. So I would say watch that high a day. That's kind of the area of, like, if shorts are involved, every short is going to be underwater, like, above that level. So, yeah, definitely watch that one there on UNCY. Again, these are things that, when small caps are really, really in play, like I love to dabble in them, but these are just like a little bit of a different kind of environment. So I'm not gonna get in. Yeah, Apple fading back down here, and yeah, we'll see if 153. I mean, all things considered, the market is not really like selling off, but it did kind of like, I mean, from here it kind of sold off. Right now, sorry, that's what I wanted to clarify. Selling, but like right this specific moment, not really like. I mean, maybe 39.80 is like 39.75 to 39.80 has been that level, and I think you go long here. Honestly, I think like I'm not saying like you. I'm saying like myself. I'm talking to myself in third person. I think like you go long off the support that showed you like that this is the support level, and we already did the parabolic move kind of all the way up, all the way back down. Do we have the kind of selling pressure to continue to the downside? I'm not too sure, but I would let this break 39.80 first. Watch how it reacts in the region, and yeah, maybe like lows are important, I guess. But this low over here was like 39.72-ish. So again, I don't want to draw like too many lines, but I feel like that's like that it bounced right in this area and then went back to VWAP. So can we actually bounce in this area again and get back to first 39.90-ish, and then next would be like 4K. And that would be like, 10 points and then another 10 points, so 20 points total. Yeah, Bob Curran, thank you, man. Luca, the best. Yeah, the best in training, I would say. The best in training. Just trying to do my best to obviously, provide value and everything. Make you guys laugh. And, when you see me frustrated here, man, just know that, yep, it's live trading there. It's live trading. But it is what it is, guys. Tesla. Let's just go back here to see where this thing is. We're kind of getting a little bit of a bounce off the 178. I would say when we come into an area, like if we break a level, like you want to like look at this particular like motion at an even dollar when it's kind of selling off. Like if you want to play a bounce play, right? And you're like, okay, it's getting into the level. It's most likely going to print the level, and you're most likely going to get action below and action above. So yeah, again, I traded it this particular way, but disregard the way that I traded it. Essentially goes down, breaks the level, no residual selling comes through after those stop orders, reverses back up, pops up a little bit, let's say to like 178.40. When it's doing the sideways action, like, okay, it's not really a bounce play because it's kind of staying there, but if you think this is maybe where we turn around, we could probably get back to like 179, 179.50-ish, give or take. Take this general kind of level and map that, because then it never trades below it, right? So then the low of this wick being like 178.08 on this particular wick at like 12.56, like we break the level. That was the transaction of the size at the level. That was maybe the option hedge that takes place. It's a magnet effect. It prints the level, and then it's like, okay, where are we going from here? We bounce back. We never really get back through that level, right? So I would say if you do take this type of trade and you think that you're going to put a stop order, again, stop order has to be at the low, because the low is a new level down, whereas the 178 level, like if you take a long here and put a stop, like it will literally come for your stop, take the shares, because there's just nothing in this area, right? Especially on Tesla, especially right now, middle of the day, lots of selling, kind of drifting to the downside. So, bounce play still valid, but just make sure that if you do take the trade, in my opinion, if you were like, okay, I'm going to get long, I'm going to use this kind of bottoming area, you would say like, okay, like let me get as close to 178 as possible, but the risk has to be off of the low, and that's 20 cents from the even dollar. Let's say you step in front of that 10 cents, that is like 30-cent risk. So essentially you have to go for at least 1-to-1, in my opinion, like on most of these trades, unless you're like just kind of scalping around, scalp demon, taking a million trades a day. But again, you want to really go for a 1-to-1. So 30-cent risk, you want to say to yourself, well, yeah, maybe it could get back till here, right? And here would be 179, and it is the 50-period moving average on the 1 minute. So we actually got close to there and then slammed. I think we get through there, and then do we go up and then back down? But you're going to get resistance here for sure. So yeah, if I was in this trade, I would definitely look for the exit 1-to-1 at around 179. I would not be going for a move all the way back up, because again, Tesla had a big down day today through the 180 level. 180 was so significant. We didn't really stay above it. I mean, I would not be surprised. Tomorrow, Friday, I don't know where we go. I don't know any options that are expiring. But you know what? Let's do that right now, actually. We could take the time. We still do have an hour left on the show here. So let's go NASDAQ, options chain, but let's do Tesla, obviously. Tesla. I think this is a good example because tomorrow is Friday, so I'm just curious. And I didn't actually check this. So I'll show you guys my process of checking this in case you guys are new to kind of looking at options and saying, how does the tail wag the dog? You basically go here, right, calls, puts, near the money, all types. And let's say tomorrow is what, March 10th?
Yeah.
Okay, so tomorrow we have March 10th. And there should be some S&P rebalancing that's taking place in the end of March. I don't know if it's next week or the end of March, but essentially I would say that's where volume potentially comes into play. So you have the options this week. If you see outstanding, like if you're looking at the options for tomorrow and you see 10,000, 10,000, 20,000, like that is like the average of the open interest. And then if you go into like the next week and it's like 50,000, 40,000, 100,000, that's probably where like a rebalancing is taking place, because that's why there's more options in and around that area. And so on this particular day, tomorrow we have 180s. These are puts. Guys, look at this, man. And this is open interest, 20K. Yeah, we still have like some puts expiring tomorrow. So I would say this is not like super substantial, but it is still some size, right? 20,000 contracts, 11,000 contracts, 26,000 contracts at like 170, and then below that it's kind of gets really, really light. So if we get a potential gamma squeeze, and if these if dealers that sold these options are kind of offside, we'll actually get magnet effect into 175. I don't think we get to 170. That's just my kind of like, I mean, if we get there, we get there, but I don't think we will. But I would say 175, I'll not be surprised to see 175 tested, if not today, tomorrow. And yeah, man, lots of volume on the 180s today. Like that is a lot of volume right there relative to the rest of the volume. And then next week we do have like, 170s, 35,000 contracts there. And on the call side of things, not much for next week. These calls are all going to be expiring worthless, I would imagine, above the 180s there. So, if you're a dealer, you obviously want things to stay within the range. So you don't want them outside of the bigger range of the kind of contracts there. So, for example, this being the lightest one, if I was a dealer, I would want to close. I would want to close Tesla. above 175, but below 177.50 tomorrow. That would be the optimal close price. So I would just watch out for that range. Maybe it tries to magnet in that range. Then if we really break 175 and go to 170, then it's like, yeah, squeeze to 170. But yeah, this is nothing really super substantial. If this number at 175 was like maybe 5 times the size, so 100,000 open interest, then the sell-off today probably would have been a little bit bigger and a little bit more there. So yeah, it's there's that. So yeah, I just did that in real time. I don't think there's like anything of significance, but obviously it is still somewhat valid. So I would factor that in to your trading plan if you are looking at trading Tesla like today, tomorrow, and kind of just map those key levels.
All right, guys, couple updates. OCEA made a big move up to about 8 3/4. It kind of bounced off that VWAP. It had been holding VWAP for quite a while, but it retraced Christmas tree recovery off that, and we're right back down into VWAP. Also, it was echoed in its move by UNCY that broke VWAP, went all the way up to that 217 level, and Christmas treeing all the way back down now below VWAP 189. So a lot of bamboozlement, a lot of volatility on these small cappers. So I'm not falling for this trap. I'm staying away from these ones. There's looks like to be no continuity in these moves at the moment. LUNR kind of the exception to that whole thing. And we've already had and done our trade. I won't be punching into this one, despite the fact that, objectively speaking, it's moving well. It's moving real well. Again, there's issues with it. It's illiquidity, it's spready, this and that. But in terms of chart pattern, it's fantastic. Consecutively higher lows. Whether you're looking on the 5-minute, the 3-minute, the 1-minute, it looks real good. Meta, on the other hand, is absolutely flushing. The futures are flushing. We're right back down now into low of days, 39.78.75. Its bear is repeating. That is the low of day made in the pre-market. 39.80, 39.79 is where we're at now. Guys, but I am watching also a football match here on my top screen. I can't put it on because that would be copyright, obviously, so I'm not going to bring it down. But Arsenal happens to be winning 1-0, beating Sporting Lisbon in the Europa League. 1-0, shout out to William Saliba, a header off a corner. We're big boying Sporting Lisbon on their own land. This is the first of 2 legs, by the way, guys, right? The Europa, similar to the Champions League, 2 legs, aggregate score. What's going on? Oh, this guy's trying to get me banned. You're gonna get the channel banned, bro.
Quick second.
This guy, he's trying to put on the game using the rear camera there, guys. All right, awesome. Bradley, always up to no good. Shout out to Bradley, guys. So CUYG, baby, come on, you Gunners. We're winning 1-0. Looks like we got a dead ball here, foul outside the box. Fabio Vieira and Zinchenko are on the ball, and they're plotting and scheming, baby. All right, back to trading here. LUNR, man. I mean, I don't know what to say about this. It just popped up bamboozlement, even in LUNR. To be expected, 1870 pop, $18 retracement almost immediately. We're right back down to that level, so get ready for a lot of range, even on the 1-minute candles. You're going to have to be real clever and real patient with your ins and your outs, as well as your risk management. Zinchenko, wow, that almost went in. Here we go, baby. Sports commentary. Bob, stop trolling me, Bob. He's like, soccer, ... Is that a sport? ? Come on, dude. You know that soccer is a good game. Yeah, Luca, we're getting trolled here in the chat. What are you up to over there?
Yeah, no, Mr. Pratt, we miss you. That's what the chat is saying. Yeah, Pratt on the 1s and 2s and doing the do's. Doing the do's on the 1s and 2s. Soccer isn't real in America, cheeky tax. You know what? I think there's a good debate. Now, look, I'm obviously of Italian descent. I love the game of soccer. I grew up playing soccer, with my dad. I have like 15 years of soccer under my belt. I didn't go anywhere with it. What? But yeah, I played soccer for 15 years, hockey for 15 years. Like, I played, man.
You're 10 years old. What do you mean?
Huh?
How did you do all these?
I started playing soccer when I was like 5. Like,
Brad's bullying
5
Luca.
and,
You guys can't hear it, but he's bullying
I broke my ankle playing soccer. And then after that, I was like, I'm done playing soccer. Like, I'm gonna play ball. Like, that's what I'm gonna do from here. So yeah, soccer, ball, and hockey. And I just think, you know, soccer is, you know, I've obviously Canadian hockey, right? I love hockey. I personally love basketball, and I'm, you know, I got a great shot. My free throw percentage is 98%. And yeah, and but you know, soccer is, in my opinion, the most beautiful game in the world.
Yeah.
All you need is a ball and some space, and you can play. You need nothing else. You don't need to spend money on equipment, obviously cleats, but you could play with your feet. Shout out to the Brazilians.
What was your style? What was your style? Are you like short-term triangle passes, or are you long ball? I know the Italians love the long ball.
Oh
right?
man, I was a striker. I was a striker,
Okay,
and
so-
my favorite player was Inzaghi growing up.
There you
So
go,
just
okay.
like get it done, just
Yeah,
score.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's it. That's all you need. Just score. That was kind of the my style there. But yeah, it was. I wasn't the best. Wasn't the fastest. But yeah, definitely had a lot of fun playing soccer. And
Awesome, man.
yeah, it's the most beautiful game in my opinion. And obviously the most played game in the world.
The beautiful game.
The beautiful game, and I know, you know, our European counterpart or people, you know, like we're like soccer. It's like it's football, man. But yeah, it's you know, not to confuse, because I know a lot of Americans watch the show. So to say soccer,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
what I wanted to say
They
was,
know, though.
yeah, what I wanted to say is that soccer, you know, if Americans really wanted to be the best at any sport, I think they have the talent for it.
Well, they
And-
got the good developmental systems that are required.
And so like take like,
But
you know,
can I just caveat that? I want you to understand something. The Spanish have a football on their kid's foot at
Yeah.
4 and 5 years
Yeah,
old.
exactly.
And
Yeah,
they believe
yeah,
if
yeah.
you start later than that, it's too late. Because you guys in the chat, you guys know Iniesta, Xavi, these guys, they're so intuitive with the ball. Spaniards in general, and I'm talking about Spaniards, right? Because their developmental system seems to be like no other. They pump out players. Anyway, obviously there's a lot of other great players and a lot of great systems, but I'm just talking about the Spanish system because it's the one that I know the most. Their academies, they're absolutely wild, and they get their kids started at the earliest age. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, I was gonna like I agree, and that's it's definitely interesting. But the thing I was gonna say is, you know, Americans love football, and I think you watch football and you see like American football for, you know, not
And they
soccer.
have fantastic development systems.
Yeah, and you see the kind of athleticism in the game. I just think like you take, you know, a running back, and I don't watch football, so I don't know.
Yeah, I see what
but
you mean.
you
Athletic
take,
guy.
you know, an athletic, any of the top running backs, and you say no, focus on soccer.
Right.
Like what kind of athleticism?
Yeah,
that would
there is
be,
a one guy.
You know, that would be.
There's one guy, actually, he's a tank. His name is Adama Traore. He went to Barcelona for a bit, but now he's back at Wolverhampton in the Prem. This guy is an absolute monster. I know people want us to talk about hockey. Look, man, if my cousin were here, he'd be talking a storm about hockey. I'm not a hockey fan, despite the fact that I'm
Elon
Canadian.
is like, you both clearly don't know about soccer. Just stick to trading. See, the funny thing is, the thing is this, because this is the thing, though. This is the beauty of it, and I love these debates. So on one side, you have people that would say, no, even though you're athletic, even though you take LeBron James, you put him in soccer, and you say, train soccer your whole life, he will not be better than Messi, because Messi has that finesse. Like, and you can't teach that. That was like, that's the intangibles right there.
Yeah, well,
and the thing is I kind of agree with that. I think you could be as athletic as you want, but if you don't got that intangible finesse to yourself, that's why soccer is the most beautiful game in my opinion, because you could take somebody who's super athletic, somebody who's like really good at the game and has the finesse, and it's you know, both work. Oh, baby,
I think the whole, that's why the Ronaldo-Messi debate is always really good, because you could tell Ronaldo is like that guy that puts in all the hours per day. He's gifted, obviously. It goes without saying he's a gifted footballer, but at the same time, Messi's more gifted. But Ronaldo, you can feel puts more work in the gym. He's doing a lot of plyo, stuff like that, whereas Messi kind of just relied on his talents naturally. But
I love this poll that we got going here, eh?
Football, what is this?
Football or soccer? UFC the only real sport? I don't watch sports at all. Guys, I voted soccer. And football was just like instantly coming through 80%, but now you know it's getting even.
Yeah, well, I played football in high school, so I mean, I gotta say, probably I'll have to.
Who is the GOAT? Messi. Like if we're talking soccer, like Messi, hands down.
For me, it's Messi.
It's Messi. Like I mean, especially after this year, like it's without a doubt, it's Messi
for me,
now.
it's Messi. He's got everything now. Yo, Fahad said Messi sucks, bro. Fahad could absolutely dominate Messi in one-on-one on soccer. It's not even a...
Messi's like here to me.
Yeah, bro.
Messi
Get out of here, bro.
is
Get
the
out
GOAT.
of here.
Messi is the GOAT
Quickly,
of
guys, LUNR is absolutely flying to the high side now. It is up back into that I want to say $19. It reclaimed it. So, yeah, what do we do here? LUNR at days highs, Luka, and that $20 area is not far away, to be honest with you. So, LUNR pumping to the high side. Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, I just see everybody saying Maradona, Pele. Yeah, it's everybody's got, you know what it is, guys? At the end of the day, you got to just appreciate greatness. Don't compare it. So even, in the basketball, talking basketball, it's like, is it LeBron? Is it Jordan? I just think different era, appreciate greatness. It's tough to, unless it's the same position that these players are playing, and unless they've played in the same era, it's very tough to compare. Like, you don't necessarily want to compare. Then they might have two different styles, so it's like you need to just appreciate greatness. So, for example, going to the LeBron versus Michael Jordan, people are going to be sitting on both sides. For me, it's Kobe. I see you. Yeah. Don't forget about Kobe. No, for me, the greatest ever is Kobe. And
Neil's
the
not
greatest
happy
ever
with
is
that.
Kobe. Hands down. Hands down. Kobe said.
Yo,
No,
LUNR
without a doubt,
going,
this is
bro.
no. Let me give my reasoning, okay? No.
So just so you guys know what's happening off camera right now.
Close,
Just
man.
Neil is
Not
not
even
happy
close.
with this, and he's being supported by Fahad over there, and that Kobe is the best. Neil's not about. Make your case.
So this is my case. Now, I think I've had this discussion with you, Neil, before, but in my opinion, Kobe is the greatest of all time because he took the greatest of all time, replicated it perfectly. Perfectly. If you look side by side, Kobe versus Michael Jordan highlights versus Kobe highlights, he literally replicated the best.
You know who Shaquille O'Neal is?
Yeah.
So who was the best player on the Lakers championship team? It was Shaq.
It was Kobe. It was Kobe. Kobe, Shaq was a beast.
No, Sporting just scored. All right.
Look.
No.
I like Kobe. For me, it's Kobe. And I think that's just. Yeah, no, it's everybody's got their own opinions. You guys stick to your own opinions. For me, it's Kobe, Mamba mentality, and I'm going with that one. I'm going with that one, man. That's just me. That was my era. That's me. That's what I'm going with. But again, appreciate greatness. Don't compare it. I think though you could compare MJ to Kobe because same position, same style, same look, and MJ he was the GOAT. He was the GOAT, but Kobe is the best.
Kobe Defensive Player of the Year.
Nah, we talking defense? Come on.
Yeah. This guy, you can twist that into anything, eh? Like, literally, we're talking defense, even though defense wins championships. Forget about that. Who cares about that saying? But, yeah, go ahead, Neil.
Over half his career, Michael Jordan led the league in scoring.
Over half his career, Michael Jordan
There's no
held
voice to
the
Neil.
lead.
There's no voice to Neil right now.
Okay, yeah.
MJ was guarding people like Neil.
So a whole thing is breaking out
here
over
we
here,
go.
guys. A whole thing. Fahad and Neil are really getting into it. Sean's back. I'm sure Sean's going to start chiming in onto it now, too. So, we're having a debate as to who the best basketballer is of all
we
time.
have to be
that
objective
obviously
here.
raises a
we
lot of
are traders. We deal with numbers. We deal with facts all the time.
Okay.
You're good.
We deal with facts all the time. We deal with numbers all the time. So only one person out of those two was a 10-time scoring champion and 9-time defensive player of the year. That's all I'm going to say. Like, Michael Jordan will lock Kobe up because he's a better defender. He was a better team player. And he was a better passer. Like, everything about the game, he was just better. Kobe is a great player. Kobe was unbelievable. But to compare him to Michael Jordan, it doesn't even make any sense. Even he would tell, he said it himself. He said it himself.
Name me the top 3
He said it himself.
Bro, are you looking at this?
It doesn't matter. That's not how you. That's not how you need to look at it.
So if I lock up Sean in basketball, which is not happening.
No,
and then,
come on,
and then
man.
lose to LeBron James, you're gonna say I'm the best defender because I locked up Sean?
Come on, son.
How does that make sense?
Come on. Go back to trading. That's ridiculous.
All right, guys, enough of this. I will end this by saying appreciate greatness. wherever it is. Just appreciate it because it doesn't last forever. It doesn't last forever. I love seeing everybody in the chat and tell their opinions as well.
Wow, flush.
Yeah, Tesla's flushing now.
Everything is flushing,
covered,
Luca.
but that was
Wow,
this debate
we are
over here.
really
No
moving
problem,
to the downside here, guys.
Yeah, guys, that was interesting. So we got 530 votes on this poll. 43% coming in football, but soccer up there 34%. I just feel like, what time is it over in Europe? Maybe that's the reason why. Yeah, no, guys, Tesla looking to eyeing that low right now, 177.80-ish. Didn't break the lows. I don't really know what I was doing with this long. It was actually looking good, but whatever. I maybe should have covered there at the 50, but no problem there on that one. And yeah, I think super chat that came through, I just want to address very quickly. Jason, thank you so much. LeBron has it figured out because once he passes Kareem, didn't he pass Kareem? We all have to be quiet and give him the title of the GOAT like Brady. Yeah, it's like if you want it down to a science, I guess you can go with that one. Guys, the market flushing here.
Absolutely.
Okay, into that now 39.72. Wow, man, wow. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. That is a sell-off, if I've ever seen one, from 385. Yeah, this is like 15 minutes. Do we, like, keep going to the downside? That is, like, we are now, like, in, like, abyss territory. Maybe 39.50 next support area. I don't know what to think about it or what I should be looking at short. I know Sean, Intel at support, Neil saying Sean's still short from 154-ish, give or take on Apple and Meta, I think. Yeah, that is a down move. That is nice there. I got maybe like, where's Apple right now actually? Oh, we're below 153, so good thing I didn't try the bounce play. See that, I was distracted, so I lost on Tesla, but I didn't lose on the bounce play because I didn't take it. Sometimes it pays to talk sports. Yeah, guys, I love, please hit the like button if you are enjoying the show, and if you like this debate, like that video.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
Sad to report that Sporting Lisbon now has tied up the game with Arsenal. It's 1-1, but yeah, whatever. We scored an away goal, so that's good for us should it come down to aggregate. Anyway, well, it looks like it's 1-1 in Lisbon at the moment. Go Arsenal, baby. But now back to trading. LUNR is continuing to move to the high side. We're back nearer to that level that we top wicked at. I want to say that was a 1975 level. We're back hovering around 19. So, it's still really troublesome to trade. It's very spready. I don't know, man. I don't know if we get in at these highs, good chance we retrace. There's going to be some resistance around these 1975 levels. But really, I should be in these shorts, to be honest with you, because the market is absolutely tanking to the downside. 1967, 39.67, sorry, not 1967, 39.67 and a half. We've broken basically all the support levels that I can see on my chart here. So let's have a look at the 15. What are we looking at the 15? Nothing here to be spoken about on the 15. Yeah, let's go to the hour candles, see where the levels are hiding at here. Okay, so we've definitely broken all forms of support going back to March 7th, okay? We gotta go all the way back to March 2nd. Is that March 2nd? Yeah, March 2nd to look at these levels. And there's really no discernible area of support around here. You could make the case that there's maybe something at 39.65. There was a peak here. It's not much. It's not the greatest. It's not something that I base my my analysis off of. But 39.65 could be a level. Let's go to the 4-hour candle, see what we can glean even from a farther time frame here. Yeah, we're kind of in no man's land at these levels because there's no discernible consolidation areas at this level that we're currently at. I'm going to say that the next obvious level will have to be that 39.50. That takes us back to February 24th. Last we were at these levels. I want to say the best level, yeah, is probably that 39.50. You have, a wick below it, but it definitely held. Below that, we'll have to look at the 39.25. 39.25, essentially, that area between 39.30 to 39.25, that's going to be the next level of support. I don't see anything here that stops us, guys, to be honest. On the 4 hour or on the 1 hour, I think that we do maybe retrace to 39.50, maybe not today. We see it tomorrow. Look at this pattern. This is not a nice look here on the 4 hour. Like, look at this. It's a Christmas tree recovery, or retracement, sorry, after topping out at 40.81. And then we have a consolidation area and a flat bottom break through that consolidation area. So it doesn't look good for the futures. You don't have to be an excellent chart reader to read that, to be honest with you, because everything is down and to the right. Everything. In terms of big capper, that's what I'm talking about. So not a good look. Not a good look at the moment. If you're long, obviously. If you're short, it's fantastic. But I'm always annoyed when the market goes down too much because of the swing trades that I have on. But, you know, I got to deal with that. That's not your problem. So there we go. There we have it. I don't know if we stop at these levels. Quite honestly, I think we may see that 39.5. At least that's what I see. Someone's saying the VIX broke 20. Yeah, let's have a look at the VIX real quick. Bring in our indexes here. Yeah, the VIX is at 20.5. That was the top on the VIX. Let's bring in the daily on the VIX here, then we'll flip to the 3. 20.5 is where we're at. Technically below 20 right now. We're at 19.95. But yeah, we did just made a high of day top there. So I hear you. Thank you for pointing that out. The VIX. In case you're wondering what the VIX is, it's the SIBO Volatility Index. And it essentially, when the market goes down, it goes up. When the market goes up, it goes down. And the reason you want to look at it and follow it is because you don't want it to be too extended. You don't want it at the upper ranges and you don't want it at the down ranges, right? You want it in the happy middle. And the happy middle is a shifting line. That line of best fit during this period, from here to about here, the line of best fit would have been around right here, right? But now, taking the sort of November to current period, the line of best fit is around that 21. So you always want to see it nearer the nearer like the halfway point. Otherwise, it becomes too extended. And that's what Michael Noss was kind of going through that with me when he was here, kind of showing me like how to kind of interpret the VIX. And shout out to Michael Noss for that. So that's what I'm looking at the moment, everything down and to the right. My cousin also telling me that there's no aggregate in the Europa this year. Let me read his message real quick here. He's like, no aggregate. If it's a tie, it's extra time. Okay, baby. No aggregate. The UEFA? Yeah, UEFA is responsible for it. Throwing us a curveball here. Luca, you know what I just saw?
What?
Crypto, well, not crypto, but, you know, BTC is huadunking. Look at this, bro. We have a 21.5 hold majority of the morning, and then boom, all the way. Now we just tested 21.82 to the downside. So coin making moves, but I guess with the overall market, equities and digital assets alike retracing. D-Loaf, he's right. Even in champions. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know they took that off. So I like the aggregate. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Soccer fans in the chat, did you like the aggregate system? I always feel going away is a little bit harder to play, especially like outside of your home country, and that's why I felt like they kind of did the aggregate thing. But you know, if there's another reason or another point of view, I'm definitely willing to hear it. Quickly, LUNR has just retraced down to that 50-period level. It's been a money level for this stock. I want to say the majority of the day on LUNR. I'm looking at the 50-period on the 1-minute chart here. Where is it on the 3? Let me see. Yeah, so on the 1-minute chart, it's been absolute money. It's at there right now. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a baby fill. I'm taking a baby fill just to keep things interesting. We're long. We got 40s long. Let's see if we bounce off these levels. If we don't, it's not going to make a dent because it's such a baby long. It's just to keep things interesting. Let's see if we can get a possible retracement maybe into 19s. If we move to 19s, I'll be out. I'm not even going to wait for high of day. But looks like we're retracing at the moment. Breaking down now, possibly testing 18. Let's see 50 holds here.
Tesla, baby. Tesla's 177.
Wow.
Wow, guys. I'm long Apple, but I'm like scalping around here. Like I'm lighter on this one, so I had some like kind of scalp cover. Now it's just like super light because we are breaking down. So I don't want to like get long until I think this might be like. the stop out, well, yeah, it's just like scalp it out, right? Scalp around here.
It's a demon trade, though.
Yeah, so just, I'm not going for like intraday swings. I'm going for like scalps in this region, give or take. But yeah, guys, Tesla is being Tesla. Let me just, wait, where am I going to get out on this trade? I feel like I want to continue. Hold on. Let me just think about this in real time. So down, sideways, sideways, sideways. Down, where's the minute on this one? Yeah, 50s, because people are playing this kind of bounce area, just like there is liquidity here. Now that we broke, there might be those residual offer resistance. But if we get over 81s, I think we run back to the 153s. So I don't know if that's going to happen. Maybe the short is better. Maybe we're actually going to go to 152. If we do, I'm not going to be in this trade, but I'm in like a small enough size right now that it's not too worrisome. And I'm just deciding if I should off the trade if we pop. I feel like let's just see how it reacts, right? What is the low of this? Like 30s. Yeah, so we shouldn't break like 29s on this move. Like we should probably start to go back up if this trade's going to be like good and work. Yeah, I'm going to go for like above 50s on that one if we can get that. And yeah, going to Tesla. Tesla, man, I said it before. When we go, we're just going to go. And shout out to this top fill right over here of 185.15. I kind of explained it earlier in the show, so I'm not going to go over it again. But essentially, 185.15, oh baby, if I could have just had 5,000 shares at 185.15 and cover with a MOC at the end of the day at like 173 maybe, yeah, I would be very, very happy. But yeah, Tesla is just going down. I mean, short the pops until it shows you not to. But yeah, I probably just got to off this. See, Apple's not going down as, like it's literally just Tesla. I should, what do I do with this? Maybe I'll just add like one more here and see what I can do with this.
Leanna Banks wants you to zoom out on Tesla and have a look. She says pre-market lows coming up.
Yeah, so I did. I already did that before. But essentially, I would say like 177, 175, 173, 170, just every even dollar level. And it is going to be just very kind of mechanical to the downside. Because Tesla is famous for like breaking a level and then just not having liquidity and just like failing. So yeah, you're either short, waiting for flushes, or you are like bounce plays. I mean, you could try to short, but again, now there's like no liquidity on it. So what I mean by that is you could short it here. It could go up $1, but you're not like wrong. But it could go up $1 and it could like make your life very, very stressful. So I would say, yeah, try to like short the pops, but it's frustrating to say this. It honestly is, but unless you're a scalper, I feel like you missed the move. You missed the move. You're either short from like here or short from 180. Now you're just kind of nursing the trade. Like who knows how far it goes. I just feel like if you try to do anything in this area, a recipe for disaster. So I would say just be very careful on that. As you can see, I'm not like trading Tesla right now. I'm like trying to get like an Apple like long, see if we go back up. I mean, if this market for whatever reason, the shorts are good. Like we are going down. 39.50 is going to be more of like a support, I would say. But as you can see, like we're going down, and my Apple long is not necessarily like I'm like 2 cents out of the money. So I just feel like if we bounce, like I'm good here for the Apple bounce up. So I actually want to continue to get long, but I need to wait. I need to like wait a little bit more.
Oh my God!
What are you
Don't
asking,
start
Sean?
that again.
Oh, you're talking about.
He's like, what'd they say about Kobe?
Oh yeah. I was saying that
Here we
Kobe's-
go.
I know. Let's not get into it again. Let's not get. You know, your opinion. Everyone's opinion is valid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an opinion at the end of the day. Guys, I'm taking baby longs here. I need to keep things interesting, baby. I'm long LUNR, our friend LUNR. I'm long 1840. I'm also long our friend Oshia at 860. Out of the money on both, to be honest with you, but they're so small, they're kind of insignificant. It's just kind of, hey, let's keep things interesting and let's see if we can get technical breakouts. I take the 50 period on LUNR. That's the reason for that trade. The 50 period on the 1 minute on LUNR has been absolute money on the day today. If it's not, I'm out. If it breaks 18, I'm Gonzino. That's a 20 penny loser. Oh, Shia is pumping to the high side, and I don't get the fill. Sean, yeah, he hit the Ola there. OCEA, I'm sitting here at 79s. I got a wick all the way up to 74s. I got long 60s. There we go. It's back up, and I don't get the fill again. It's knocking on the door, though. 75, definitely a level. Oops. 75, definitely a level. In fact, we broke above 75 there. What was the high? We got yeah, so looks like I'm going to have to wait on the fill here. The liquidity suspect on this. We're knocking on the door again. 79s now. on the ask, 70 on the bid, 9 penny spread, not a good look, but we're looking for that continuation. We broke through the trough, you know. We could flush off these levels. I'm waiting for a dip, and that's why I have a dip trade set up here. That's that baby blue marker. I'm looking for a dip down into support. I'm expecting flushes on OCA. It's displayed its propensity to flush all day, not the least of which here at 1 o'clock, not the least of which here at 12 essentially, and then again at 12:20. It's done it all day. I'm ready for it, but the range is there. Dr. J is saying, can you look at SIVB? What is SIVB? Is it moving? I'll look quickly here. Yeah, it's down 50% on the day. It's a $150 stock. I'll look in a second. I just wanted to see if I was going to get the fill here. Thank you, Mohammed. I see your comment about the 2-year flushes. Thank you. Yeah, it is. That is super weird. Usually they don't move together, but you know, we are in a weird time. SIVB, yeah, look at that flush on OCA. I don't get the fill, but here comes down. It's coming down near my dip trade, so we'll see if that gets filled or not. Baby shares. SIVB, look at this move. We start off the day at a 187. Now we're down to 136. What on earth is SIVB? SVB Financial, SVB Group Financial Services Company, the bank holding financial service company that offers commercial and private banking. Do we have news on this? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of news I have to look through here. Coverage with underweight. Do they report? Raises capital. These are all really recent. So, okay, so it was price target cut, but was that preceded? I can tell you in a minute here if there was earnings. No, okay, so this was not. Yeah, this was earnings. The move was at 4 o'clock. Okay, just by virtue of the fact that the move was at 4 o'clock, and I can tell you all right away without even looking that this was an earnings loser. It sold off in the aftermarket yesterday. Luca, look at this. This stock dropped from $268 yesterday. It's at $135 today.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
crazy.
That's an epic short, to be honest with you. What a move down on SVB.
Is wild.
I have a scanner that shows me the biggest losers on the day. I seldomly use it. I keep my eye, for whatever reason, I really shouldn't have a bias on the up gappers than I do on the down gappers. So thank you for kind of reminding me that it's important to keep your eye on the down gappers as well. What a move down. It's continuing to huadunk as we go, baby. What a move down. We'll keep an eye if there's something to trade here. Let's see the daily. Where are we going to find our resistance? We can't see any, our support. We can't see anything here on the daily. Okay, the weekly. We got to go back to the COVID lows, ladies and gents. That's at 125. There's a clear level of support at 127 there, 127.55, 127.40. Yeah, so it's a 127 level. I'm going to say the 128 level is the better level. That's a definite area of support. We come down to that 128. I'll be looking to buy. That'll be 2-year lows. What a move up and what a move down. This was $767 at the height of COVID. I want to say during the November 2021 highs. And since then, it's been one symphony of red candles, Luca.
What is this?
What is this, bro?
What is this? White Box. Shout out to White Box Nation.
Oh, hot dog?
Baby.
Oh, they're very nice.
Wow, this is a hot dog, ladies and gentlemen. With chicken tandoori. Oh my goodness.
Oh, you guys gotta smell that. It's very strong.
Oh my God, we can't put scent through the screen there, but
yeah.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Quickly, Luca, I just gotta update the viewers. Get that fill on LU1R again. We spin the money. That's a 60 penny winner. 1840 long, 19 out. We print again on LU1R. It's one big move to the high side. The 50-period dip on the 1 minute has been absolute money the entire time. We get in here, out, 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 out. We missed the big move. It dips to the 50 period here, it goes up again. It dipped to the 50 period here, it goes up again. So the 50 period on the 1 minute has been absolute money on LUNR. Let's see what we're doing here on OCEA. We're like 10 pennies out of the money. We're in between the lows and the highs of the range. I've got a dip trade, again, set up at the low of the range, trying to get filled there, and I've got a profit taker sitting at the high end of the range. So let's see what materializes here. Looks good, though. Looks like we got about 15 minutes left on the show, and all I see
are coverings on this guy's chart.
No, it's I'm long. I'm building this
long. I
long
thought you were
because
building.
basically long all the way down. I feel like as soon as we get over 152.36, we're going to 152.50. If for whatever reason, so that was the breakdown level, right? So if this is like the dip and rip and then pop, like we could probably get back to the 80s very quickly. So that's essentially what I'm going for. So I'm basically like building this long, waiting. It is dependent on the market. I'm basically using market as a proxy. I'm not shorting the lows. I'm essentially waiting. And now that we're getting that bounce back here, I mean, I don't think V-shaped recovery all the way to the highs. But at the same time, I did see some covering taking place on Tesla as well. So I just feel like at this point now, the bounce kind of feels good, and we could really like get going like to the upside here. So let's see how 152.50 reacts. I think if we get over that, we probably like go to instantly to 60s, and then yeah, man, it's just like in my mind, it's basically like everybody that was playing like or even like robots, like trading like the longs over here. Like they try to like get out for break even. They're just like providing liquidity. And as soon as this liquidity gets like taken back on the way up, like we could test the 50 period. Now, if that happens in the next 2 minutes, like that'll be 153. But if it happens in the next, 5 minutes, it might be like 152, like 75. So I'm feeling okay with this long right now. And let's just see where the market wants to go, where it wants to close this candle, if it wants to go to the north side. I'm kind of happy with the size that I got on board. So yeah, now it's just a matter of, do we continue to go to the north side? We dipped into that 152 as per plan. My max size loaded was like near the bottom. I was kind of like letting it do that. And now it didn't actually break back down. We're now breaking trends slowly to the upside. So I feel like, yeah, like let's get through 152.50. And then once that happens, that'll be the tell of like how much is the market going to give us for this move up. So yeah, I'm basically waiting for that move back to the north side. This is going to be short-term resistance, and then if we go back up, yeah, the trend is your friend until the end, and I feel like this might be the end of the trend for the downtrend. Apple is not down. Apple is down 30 basis points, so Apple is basically flat, and it's in the area where it was yesterday. So like this is like kind of bounce to the upside. We went all the way back there, and I just feel like now it's like if you loved it yesterday. Well, we were at 154.40. Like, don't buy the highs for a swing trade. If you think there's potential in Apple, like you buy it when it gets back there. Let it show you that it's the bottom again. If the market wants to turn around, like there's a bounce potential. And I mean, as fast as things go down, they can go right back up. So I would not be surprised to see Apple print like 152.80. So again, because I'm like scalp trading myself, I'm just kind of deciding, where do I kind of get myself out of this trade if we do keep going to the north side. But yeah, I'm just going to be patient with it and wait to see, can we get above that 152.50? And then if so, yesterday was the squeeze zone. So as you can see yesterday, this was at like 2 o'clock, I think, or 14, whatever that is. And we break the 50 and we like explode up, right? So we did it one time. We did it the second time. I just feel like if we do it now, like it's gonna do it again because it shows that 152.50 is like, okay, 152 is holding. We go back through 152.50. Like that is like the moonshot to the upside. So yeah, I don't really know. Again, you never speak in certainties when you're trading. So even though if you guys hear me say like that's just the way that I speak. I never know, clearly based on my trades. And we'll just see. We'll just see what happens next with this one. So
my God, SIVB, man, what is happening here? It is just tanking to the downside. Is it halted? Oh my God, I'm gonna have to look real quick. SIVB, it's halted. It finally halted. My goodness, this stock has just been flushing to the downside. Let's bring it in. Yeah, the $100 stock has now halted, $122. Guys, this started the move yesterday before earnings at $270. We are now at $120. This has been a real bad move down, man. Talk about a flush and a half. It's an earnings loser in case you're just joining us. The telltale sign is the fact that it moved at 4 p.m. yesterday. I didn't even need to look at the news blotter, but now it is halted at 122.39. 122.38 is the tap. So yeah, it's like really not that much different, but what a move down. I mean, obviously it's got to be SSR. I just have to look here. I mean, I can't find on my platform here to look real quick because I don't have a daily gap down scanner. I need to have both. I need to have the gap up and the gap down. By not having the gap down, I'm missing a lot of these movers, right? What we're looking for as day traders, we don't care if it goes up. We're looking for intraday volatility. And yeah, man, I need to keep my eye on that. What is that noise? A drill. Oh, I thought someone was doing something with their mouth. They're like,
yeah,
like,
that's
what is going
interesting.
on? Okay. Yeah. So anyway.
Wow.
I want to get into OCEA here because SIVB is halted. So I added another little piece here on the dip at 860 on OCEA. I like this higher low, higher low, higher low movement up. I've got profit takers sitting at 79s and 95s. I've got, you know, a baby position, but we're building into it. I've also got my dip trade set up at the lower end of that consolidation range above VWAP. So trying to bamboozle some profit from the algos here. We took a nice dub on LUNR. We're looking for another dub on our friend OCEA. But yeah, we're going to have to wait on this one. Holding the $0.50 for now. And yeah, we'll work our way into this one. Let's pull up SIVB me here, man. Forget about AMD for the moment. We need to know what this stock is going to do. What is this? New York? No, it's NASDAQ. Okay, SIVB. Let's click here. It's halted. So we'll wait for this bad boy to open up. You know, I really want to know what the exact the miss was. So yesterday was the 8th, right? So I have to look at the 8th. Here we go. Yeah, a whole bunch of downgrades. Piper Sandler downgrading. Who else here? Morgan Stanley jumping on that bus. Wedbush downgrading as well. Who else is this? Wells Fargo going that route as well. Who else downgraded? Everybody and their mother's cousin looks like they downgraded this. Looking here. You put it in the chat. Thank you. Okay. All right. So let me just look here. Where is the chat? Yes, there it is. Okay. Have a little look. Wow. All right. SIVB announced a $1.7 billion share sale late Wednesday as it battles cash burn due to declining deposits from startups struggling with a venture capital funding drought. Okay, there you go. So there, yeah. So Dr. J saying that as well, saying $2 billion. Brendo saying $1.75 billion. We get it. It's a cash offering. They're obviously having liquidity issues there, and the market really making them pay as a result. So we shall see what becomes of SIVB. But I feel like I'm jumping on this one way too late. It is downside halted. It's obviously going to be SSR, so you're going to have to wait for the upprint here to get filled. I don't know if this is a pay for short situation. I doubt it is because it's such a big name, but we'll have a look here, and we'll let you know, Luca.
Yeah, guys, SIVB is showing 122.38. So yeah, basically same price of where it was. Yeah, that was nasty, man. I was like building the long. I was good, and then I added like a small little portion here, and then that was like a flush. Yeah, man, that was like I did not like. That was okay. Oh man, don't tell me I'm the bottom on that punch out. I swear to.
I'll take it over for a second. All right, I'm looking, guys, come to my chart proudly, please. What I'm looking at here is the 4-hour on the ES. Remember when we looked at this? We said, why would we look at this? Because we need to find out where this level of support is going to come in. And I posited 39.50, and we had to go back all the way to February 24th for that level. Here we go. We're now 39.5675. We printed a low of 39.52. So that 50 play, here we go. Do we take longs off this 50? Do we start building here? Okay, we'll get to that in a second because SIVB is open and it's green. It moved up to 124 now. I think it wicked up to 125, 126. Here we go. Pump into the high side, 126.5. Do we see, I don't know, 130s? Where, do the math, guys. 10% from the open of 122. So whatever that is, it's probably like $12 or something like that from 122. So that takes us to 130, 134. So probably the halt level. Correct me if I'm wrong. If it's a 122 open, likely to be 134 within 5 minutes. Back down now, looking to test 122 again, 123.95. All sorts of shenanigans and craziness on this. You're not going to see me punching into this one. Dan Emmons says NQ 12115. All right, we'll have a look at that. But SIVB occupying all my attention at the moment. Likewise is the trade on OCEA, but we're waiting for that to print, Luca.
Yeah, guys, it is at one. Oh no, that's Meta. Sorry, I was actually looking SIV. I'm like, oh, it's already at 182. Yeah, no. It is at 125 now. I know you're just talking about that. That's crazy, man. What a move down. What a move down. And that's like the first down halt. But it's crazy how like first down halt, prints flat, and then you're getting that little bit of a relief bounce. Good luck if you trade this thing. I'm definitely not. But I would use the halt level and like that 122 area as like a level. If it breaks here, I mean, yeah, this thing is, okay, so it's going to break right now. So breaks 121. This reminds me of the DWAC days, honestly. Like looking at this thing in terms of how it's moving, it's like 122. I mean, it could be back at like 138 very quick. I guess not as quick as DWAC, but yeah, breaking the low, popping just a little bit. Dr. Crusher saying it's going to zero. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, it's looks like that way. That's
going to zero.
Market,
jeez,
yeah, market
fatalistic.
bounce, man. That was crazy. So I think I'm probably. I feel like I'm the bottom on this Apple punch out. It's all good, man. But it's, yeah, so 83 is the bottom. The market, like running, I guess I structured that incorrectly, so not really paying attention the way that I should have. 39.52. So bouncing right off the like 39.55 into 39.50. Yeah, maybe we bounce from here. I don't know, but this is a large down move. And yeah, somebody in the chat was like, pour some out for the Tesla longs who are long at 200. Oh man, I feel bad if anybody's long this name at 200. It's yeah, man, this thing is in the gutter, in the absolute gutter.
It could be at 203 days.
No, this thing's going to 150, man. This thing is done.
This thing is done?
Yeah, it's like it was already at 200. It was already at 200. Usually when like things
positive CPI print, the market trends up and Tesla moves with it. That's the way I see it.
I don't know. I think it already moved up. Like it already, this is my opinion at least, we already, show the chart please, I don't show this, like we already moved from 100 all the way to 2, we did the channeling, now like direction has been chosen. I mean, if we get to like above 190, like yeah, shorts are going to get squeezed if they're not like covering already, but I just feel like
we trend back down to the lows?
I mean, we break the level, bye-bye Tesla, like we're going at least below 170, I would imagine, below 170.
Think of 150 and then we bounce?
150 will be interesting. I think if we bounce ahead of the 150. So like this was the gap, right? So gapped at like 155.
Yeah.
So I feel like if bounce, it would be like 155 to 160 is where like that bounce area. If we go 150, like, you know, we're probably headed to like 140. We like we close the gap. I mean, maybe we go back to like this area, so 145, 140. So I would say, yeah, watch that. Like I mean, we're far away from it right now, so it sounds silly to talk about it, but just kind of broader perspective.
No, absolutely.
It's 160-ish is the better, I would say the better bounce. Somebody's asking, when is next CPI? That's a good question.
Tuesday.
Is it Tuesday?
13th or 14th, something like that. Tuesday, guys, right? CPI 20. That's FOMC, bruh. Yeah. No, I think CPI, I'm pretty sure we have Tuesday, guys. I think it is the 13th. It's always the middle of the month. And what a CPI that's going to be. 14th, Pradley says. Thank you for that, Pradley. The 14th, ladies and gents. So get ready for that day. We got non-farm payrolls tomorrow. So you think if the volatility is over, we got more tomorrow. Is that 9:30 or 8:30, Brenda? 8:30, non-farm payrolls, be here or be there or be square. I was going to say here, be here or be square, but that doesn't rhyme. So, all right, quickly back. We only have about 3 minutes left on the show, so I want to show you the last trade that I'm in, and that is this OCEA trade. Been buying in this kind of consolidation zone. The reason I am buying and not selling, number one, it's a big boy on the day. Number two, I'm seeing consistently higher lows. Holding the 50 period as similar to LUNR, kind of did that same thing. And it's wicky. It's very wicky, and it's showing you its desire to break out of the range. I want to say the range is straddled by 880 to the high side, and I want to say 820 for the better part of a couple of hours now. 820 to the low side, so about a 60 penny range, of which, you know, I bought near the middle. So I'm looking for that eventual breakout, and the reason I feel it's upwardly bound is because of the lower highs and you know, buyers stepping in and continually moving that bid up. So that's what I'm looking at here. You know, if you're just joining us or you're new to day trading and you're wondering why this stock is up while the market's absolutely, you know, defecating itself, let's take vernacular out of Neil's vernacular there. Is because this is a small cap crapper, and they move the way that they want to move, and they dance the way that they want to dance. They don't really care about what the market's doing typically, and they just kind of, they just kind of move. And you know, they're a lot easier to manipulate because their floats are a lot lower. So some big accounts with a lot of buying power can, you know, take out several of the bids or several of the asks and really get this one going. there's actually a breakout. It's called the professional. It's called the professional breakout or the professional something like that. I was in the CMT materials, and basically it's what we all know as the bamboozlement, where like someone with a lot of shares will take you through a level and then immediately go the other way to get everybody on the wrong side of that trade. And this is kind of those ones that that can happen in because of the characteristics of this stock. Low float, small cap crapper, not showing up unless there's a catalyst, it'll do like 500,000 shares on a regular day, and today it's printing like however many million it's printing. So that's what these stocks are like, and you got to trade them knowing, like as this guy likes to say, your risk, your size is your risk, right? So you got to take this one thinking that it's going to go to zero, and that's just kind of how it works here. We've got a minute left, Luca.
Yeah.
Want to remind you guys that tomorrow we will be wearing costumes come 11 o'clock. I will be Big Bird, and the demon will be the Cookie Monster because we found that was like the best equivalent to the Scalp Demon for Sesame Street. So he's going to be in that costume. He's blue, I'm yellow. It's going to be a lot of fun, guys. Be here. We're going to be having beers on the show. We're going to have pizza on the show. We're going to get another soprasate, or what are we doing tomorrow? What are we doing?
Soprasate. Oh, you want just a soprasate or on the pizza?
Yeah, the pizza.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Course,
Lots of pizza, lots of different pizza. Well, nobody's in the back right now listening, but
they'll come.
Yeah, pizza for the team, baby. Thank you guys so much. You guys are the best.
Yes, sir.
And 20 seconds to go here. Had a blast. Some of my trades didn't work out today, but if not today, then tomorrow. You can always play again the next day, assuming that you didn't lose everything. And so hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of the day. Have a great day. Enjoy the rest of the show. Hit that like button if you haven't already. And stay tuned for tomorrow. It'll be lots of fun, and I'll definitely be sweating.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
Banger.
Hey guys, welcome back in. 2 o'clock. We are dealing with a negative market once again. Back to the downside we go. As I wonder what this is. SIVB just absolutely jumping off the page here, just dwarfing anything else that's on this board so far this afternoon. What a monster move to the downside for this thing. Liquidity issues, huge share sale announced after the close yesterday. Earnings were a mess as well, so SIVB downside in a big way. This afternoon, we'll keep an eye on that, but you can see the rest of the financial sector here.